Chapter 1433. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The appointed day arrived. 3 beams of light flashed past the mountain range. 3 people appeared in the mountain range. When Ning Chen saw the man behind Yu Yao, he was obviously stunned. "We meet again." Yao Feng walked over and said calmly, "Who is this?" Qing Jian, who was behind Ning Chen, asked with a serious expression. This man's aura was very powerful. Moreover, he was undoubtedly a demon. The great commander of the demon world, Yao Feng. Yao Feng looked at the 3 people in front of him and said indifferently, "He is also Yu Yao's brother." "Yu Yao is a demon. You are a demon. How can you be her brother? Are you?" Bai Wangyu asked in disbelief. Ning Chen raised his hand and stopped Bai Wangyu from continuing. He walked over to Yao Feng and bowed with an ashamed expression. "I'm sorry," Ning Chen said softly. He was responsible for Yu Yao's death. This bow was his way of apologizing. "You don't owe me anything. You don't have to thank me." Yao Feng said indifferently, "Yu Yao was willing to sacrifice herself. It was her choice. I'm here to see if you are worthy of her sacrifice." Yao Feng didn't say the last half of his sentence. If he didn't think the person in front of him was worthy of Yu Yao's sacrifice, he would kill him without hesitation. "I'm confused. Isn't Yu Yao fine? Can you speak more clearly?" Bai Wangyu listened to the 2 people's conversation and said with a perplexed expression, "He is indeed Yu Yao's brother. However, Yu Yao is the demon envoy of the demon world," Ning Chen explained. Yu Yao's expression darkened. It turned out that her benefactor saved her because she had the same name as the demon envoy. "Time's up. Let's go." Qing Jian had heard the story of the 3 people. He looked at knowing destiny in front of him and said calmly, "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and replied, then prepared to leave. "What are you going to do?" Yao Feng frowned. "Fight our way to the divine court," Ning Chen said honestly. Yao Feng squinted his eyes and said, "Interesting. Can you count me in?" Ning Chen was slightly surprised. After a while, he came back to his senses and said, "I can't ask for more." The strength of this great commander of the devil world was definitely not below theirs. With the help of such an expert, they would be like tigers that had grown wings. "Yaoyue, are you staying behind or coming with us?" Ning Chen took the initiative to ask when he saw the little demonist's dejected expression. "Can I go too?" Yao Yu raised her head and softly asked. "Of course, your special ability might be able to help us," Ning Chen said with a smile. When Yao Yu heard this, a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. She nodded and said, "I'll go." At the side, Bai Wangyu muttered in his heart. This Ning Chen looked like an unromantic block of wood, but he actually had some discerning eyes. Not bad, not bad. The 5 of them moved and quickly rushed toward the divine court. Divine generals were stationed at the western heavenly gate of the divine court. Ever since Qing Jian and the others broke into the divine court 500 years ago, the divine court had strengthened the guard. Just as the guards of the divine court were about to change shifts, 5 streams of light flew past in the distance. Before the soldiers guarding the western heavenly gate could react, their bodies froze. In the next moment, blood spurted out from the throats of the divine court guards. A sword had slit their throats and they were dead. After dealing with the guards of the divine court, the 5 of them didn't stop and directly rushed toward the Yunshao palace. The 5 of them didn't hide their movements, which immediately attracted the senses of those in the chaotic realm. In the Yunshao palace, on the dragon throne, the divine court lord saw the scene in the chaotic realm and was furious. "Capture the 5 of them immediately. If they resist, kill them without mercy," the divine lord ordered in a deep voice. Below, the divine generals accepted the order and turned to leave. In the Yunshao palace, the old officials were panicking. Qing Jian still attacked. "Why are you panicking?" On the dragon throne, the divine court lord looked at the panicking officials below and shouted in a deep voice. His thunderous voice immediately awakened the officials below. The old officials of the divine court looked at the divine lord above and gradually calmed down. With the divine lord around, that traitor wouldn't cause too much trouble. In the west of the divine court, the 9 battle god generals had all set out. The 36 celestial spirits and 72 earthly spirits had also gathered to stop Zhi Ming and the others. End the battle quickly. Qing Jian looked at the divine generals in front of him and reminded them. Understood. Ning Chen nodded. The phoenix sword appeared in his hand, and he disappeared instantly. Ning Chen used his extreme speed to restrain the generals, not giving the 36 celestial spirits and 72 earthly spirits a chance to form a formation. Yao Yu, come behind me, Yao Feng said as he looked at the divine generals around him. Yao Yu nodded and walked behind Yao Feng obediently. Shura devours the sky, Yao Feng shouted. The surrounding demonic qi exploded. Black air currents surged and turned into a huge Shura evil face. The Shura martial arts, and a huge black sword qi slashed down. The celestial spirits and earthly spirits in front of him were immediately sent flying by the terrifying power. Their bodies were dyed red. Divine General Tianqi and the others sensed it, and their expressions changed. What a powerful demon! Before the absolute power of the demon, the 36 celestial spirits and 72 earthly spirits, who didn't have time to form a formation, suffered heavy casualties. Seeing this, Ning Chen immediately changed his power. The phoenix sword in his hand disappeared, and the demonic sword flew out. 6 ultimate demons, 10,000 demons roar to the sky. When the demonic sword flew out, the demonic roar shook the sky. Ning Chen channeled his unparalleled demonic qi. The royal heavenly demons' move appeared in the world. The 10,000 demons manifested. Without stopping, they immediately charged at the remaining celestial spirits and earthly spirit. With the corrosion of the 10,000 demons, the divine world's generals couldn't resist the unparalleled demonic qi. Half of them died again. With 2 peerless demonic qi cultivators working together, the 36 celestial spirits and 72 earthly spirits were about to die before they could unleash their full strength. Not far away, Bai Wangyu didn't dare to hesitate. He pointed his sword and slashed at the remaining people. These 2 guys were too fierce. If this continued, he wouldn't even be able to get anything. At the front, Qing Jian blocked the 9 divine battle generals alone. The battle had just begun, and it was abnormally intense. The reborn Qing Jian was even stronger than before. He didn't fall behind when facing the 9 divine battle generals alone. At the back, Ning Chen and the others immediately went to help after dealing with the 36 celestial spirits and 72 earthly spirit. For a time, the 9 divine battle generals were defeated and had to retreat temporarily. The 5 of them didn't hesitate and chased after them. Not long after the 5 of them chased, the divine court's army finally arrived. The army was like a flood of molten iron, directly surrounding the 5 of them. Kill! In front of the divine court's army, a divine general spoke in a deep voice. The great battle broke out. The 5 of them faced the army without the slightest panic. Saber light and sword shadows constantly intertwined. Amidst the army, broken limbs flew up continuously. It was extremely tragic. In front of the sharpness of divine weapons, how could the flesh and blood resist? There are so many people. How long will it take to kill them? After killing so many people, Bai Wangyu looked at the army that was still surging forward and felt his scalp go numb. Ning Chen's expression also turned serious. These divine soldiers and divine generals were nothing to worry about. However, it was troublesome that their energy was restrained. After all, this was the divine court. They definitely couldn't be trapped for too long. Jiao Wu. At this moment, not far away, Qing Jian spoke in a deep voice. The 3-pointed, double-edged saber in his hand stabbed into the ground. Chaotic divine essence spread out, and a violent airflow spread out. 8-9 mysterious heaven, formless slaughter. With a deep roar, extreme power erupted. With Qingjian as the center, a terrifying scene of hell appeared. The 8-9 mysterious heaven technique showed its shocking power and unpredictable changes. Hell appeared. Thousands of divine soldiers and divine generals were slaughtered by an unknown force before they could even react. Blood spurted out and filled the sky. Not far away, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. Demonic aura gathered and used an extreme move. Ultimate technique of heaven and earth, reincarnation boundary. Demonic aura spread out. Huge vortexes appeared in the surroundings. They were endless and kept devouring the divine general's blood chi. In the blink of an eye, blood gathered around Ning Chen's body like a waterfall, shocking the world. Ning Chen formed a seal with both hands. The blood-colored waterfall immediately turned into several angry dragons that charged forward. Instantly, the divine soldiers and divine generals suffered more and more casualties. These lunatics. On the other side, Bai Wangyu's eyelids twitched when he saw this. These guys were all sick. They didn't even blink when they killed. Go! The divine soldiers and divine generals were pushed away by the blood-colored dragons. Ning Chen yelled and turned into a stream of light that charged forward. Behind him, Qingjian and the others followed and chased after him. Qingjian, you disappoint me. Just as the divine court's army was defeated, 5-colored light gathered in the void. An extremely terrifying aura descended and forced the 5 people who were trying to break out of the encirclement to retreat. Surrounded by the divine court's army, the 5 people stopped and looked at the sky with solemn expressions. Was the master of the divine court finally going to make a move? In the void, a figure in a golden dragon robe with an extremely powerful aura walked out from the 5-colored light. His eyes looked down on the world, bringing endless pressure to everyone present. Divine consort in the divine court, the divine master appeared. His aura swept out like a raging wave, stopping the 5 people from moving forward. He was the most mysterious of the 5 forces in the divine realm. He rarely made a move. No one knew what level the Divine Master's cultivation was at. Today, in order to kill the traitors of the Divine Realm, the Divine Master came out personally to fight the top Divine General of the Divine Court. I'll leave it to you. Ning Chen looked at Qingjian and said. The Divine Master and Qingjian were not only on different sides, but also had a personal grudge. They could not interfere. Thank you, Qingjian said. He held his 3-pointed double-edged sword and leaped into the sky. In the void, the 2 strongest people of the divine court faced each other. A great battle was about to break out. The pressure between heaven and earth suddenly sank. Qingjian, you should have been my favorite general. What a pity! In the 5-colored light, the master of the divine court, who was wearing a golden dragon robe, said with a sigh. Your hypocrisy disgusts me. Come, today I will avenge my dead parent. Qingjian looked at the master of the divine court in front of him and said in a deep voice. A great battle broke out. In the void, the 2 figures moved at the same time. Their auras were shocking and terrifying forces collided. Qingjian, who had received the true inheritance of the 8-9 arcane skill, was even stronger than before. His attacks were unpredictable and impossible to guard against. On the other hand, the master of the divine court used his unparalleled cultivation to face the attack. He did not change at all. In a battle between the strongest people, there was no need to test each other. Both of them attacked with killing moves. The sound of their attacks shook the entire divine court. Below, Ning Chen, Yao Feng, and Bai Wangyu blocked the 9 divine general of the divine court and thousands of soldiers. Their powerful combat power caused the divine court's army to suffer heavy casualties. Demonic puppets, the end of the sky. Seeing the endless army of the divine court, Yao Feng snorted coldly. He raised his hands to the sky. Suddenly, a mirage-like scene appeared above the army. Endless ghosts appeared and rushed toward the army below. With the demonic puppets, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals' expressions changed drastically. Their eyes turned scarlet. As if they were possessed, they crazily slashed at the people around them. It was a shocking scene. Countless heavenly soldiers killed each other. Before they could react, they had already suffered heavy casualties. Behind them, Ning Chen was also shocked when he saw the scene before him. The cultivation methods of the Devil Realm were truly strange. It was no wonder that the people of the Divine Realm were so afraid of the Devil Realm. Such a strange technique was truly frightening. In the army of the Divine Court, when the 9 war god generals saw this, they made a prompt decision and rushed toward Yao Feng. This demon was too terrifying. He had to be eliminated first. The 9 battle god generals all rushed towards Yao Feng, and the pressure on Ning Chen and Bai Wangyu's bodies instantly decreased greatly. Their divine swords slashed out, and each time, they brought along a large waterfall of blood. Not far away, Yao Feng was fighting against 9 divine battle generals alone. His demonic saber was like the wind, so fast that it was unbelievable. The 9 surrounded Yao Feng, not giving him a chance to break out. They attacked like a tidal wave, forcefully killing the demonic world great commander. "You're not going to help?" Bai Wangyu asked in the army of the Divine Court. "Wait a moment," Ning Chen replied via voice transmission. His figure flashed to Yao Yu's side, and he slashed apart the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals in front of him to protect Yao Yu. He wanted to see just how powerful this great power of the Devil Realm was. The 9 battle god generals surrounded Yao Feng. Yao Feng roared, and his demonic aura rose again. The black airflow turned into a gust of wind, and wherever it passed, the boulders were turned into dust. The black demonic wind was shockingly fast. Before the 2 battle god generals could dodge, half of their bodies were directly swept in. Blood spurted out, and white bones were exposed. The 2 battle god generals screamed in pain, and their bodies were seriously injured. It was a shocking scene. With battle god General Tianqi as the leader, the 7 battle god generals' faces all changed. The situation was unfavorable. Battle god General Tianqi unleashed his strongest magical power. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, and his divine power sublimated, protecting his body. After a moment, the black demonic wind spread out, and all 7 battle god generals were swept in. The violent destructive power added to their bodies, and the 7 battle god generals immediately felt a tearing pain in their bodies. Fortunately, they were prepared in advance and used their divine aura to protect their bodies. In the Black Wind world, which was comparable to an absolute domain, Yao Feng stood in the Black Wind. His figure flashed, and his speed was no less than the extreme speed of heaven and earth. I am now beginning to suspect the purpose of this demon world commander's visit. Among the thousands of soldiers and horses, Bai Wangyu looked at the shocking battle situation not far away and transmitted his voice. This demon world commander was too strong, and his attacks were cold and merciless, leaving no room for negotiation. The God world and the demon world are enemies. It is not difficult to guess the purpose of his visit, Ning Chen replied. If the celestial court was destroyed, the power of the God world would be greatly weakened. The demon world would definitely be happy to see this. To be able to weaken the power of the God world, and to do them a favor, he would not hesitate to do such a good thing. Of course, he did not care about the God world and the demon world. Therefore, when Yao Feng took the initiative to ask for help, he did not refuse. Boom! While the two were talking, a terrifying collision sounded in the sky. The battle between Qing Jian and the Divine Master had also entered a white-hot state. Qing Jian's body was stained with blood. Facing the strongest Divine Master in the God world, even the number 1 Divine General of the Celestial Court, who had mastered the 8-9 mysterious heaven technique, was at a disadvantage. However, although he was seriously injured, Qing Jian's fighting spirit was even higher. How could he admit defeat so easily with his enemy in front of him? 8-9 mysterious heaven, change of wind and clouds. Qing Jian unleashed his divine skill. His true origin was activated, and his mighty divine might moved the wind and clouds. Suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky, and thunder rumbled. At this level, every move of his had the power to change the appearance of the world. Qing Jian unleashed his power for the first time, using the power of the world to suppress the Lord of the Celestial Court. Dazzling lightning fell. Qing Jian took a step forward and flew into the sky. His three-pointed, double-edged sword held up the sky and drew thousands of lightning into his divine weapon. It was an earth-shattering scene. Thousands of lightning streaked across the sky and gathered on the three-pointed, double-edged sword. Shocking thunder cut. Qing Jian's figure flashed, and the three-pointed, double-edged sword slashed down with the power of the 9 heavens. The power of the Celestial Court was earth-shattering. The divine weapon slashed down, and thousands of lightning struck the sky. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion. The space above the Celestial Court started to collapse. Under the shocking shock wave, the array inscriptions in the Celestial Court were quickly destroyed, and the entire Celestial Court shook violently. In the turbulent aftermath, the Lord of the Celestial Court grunted and took half a step back. At this moment, the Lord of the Celestial Court started to flicker and fade. Huh! Seeing this, Qing Jian's expression changed. Incarnation! Below, Ning Chen and the others also saw the scene in the sky. Their expressions also darkened. The Lord of the Celestial Court had only sent an incarnation. Just an incarnation had such terrifying power. Wouldn't the Lord of the Celestial Court be even more terrifying? In the sky, the Lord of the Celestial Court's incarnation, which had been severely injured by the lightning, started to show signs of collapse. Spiritual qi leaked out, and his body quickly faded. Amidst the 7 divine warriors, Yao Feng also looked at the sky with a solemn expression. The Lord of the Celestial Court was indeed terrifying. Let's end this quickly. Amidst the thousands of troops, Ning Chen came back to his senses and shouted. They couldn't waste any more time here. The Lord of the Celestial Court had only sent an incarnation. What was the Lord of the Celestial Court doing? The two entered the battle and joined forces with Yao Feng to defeat the divine warriors of the Celestial Court. Out of the 7 divine warriors, another one was severely injured. The remaining 6 retreated with the army, trying their best to delay Ning Chen and the others. At the same time, in the depths of the Celestial Court, a 5-colored light was faintly discernible. In a huge blood pool, the Lord of the Celestial Court, whose upper body was naked, sat cross-legged. Terrifying cracks crisscrossed on his body, and a terrifying aura overflowed. It was so heavy that it made it difficult to breathe. Lord of the Celestial Court, Qing Jian and the others are almost here, a woman reported in front of the blood pool. In the blood pool, the Lord of the Celestial Court opened his eyes and said calmly, "Go and stop them." Yes. The woman accepted the order and turned to leave. In the west of the Yunshao Palace, Ning Chen and the others attacked aggressively. Behind them was a bloody path. Qing Jian, Zhi Ming, Yao Feng, and Bai Wangyu. Each of the 4 had the power to dominate an area. Now that the 4 of them had joined forces, even the Celestial Court would find it difficult to resist. Out of the 9 divine warriors, 3 of them were severely injured and lost their ability to fight. The other 6 were also injured to some extent, but they were barely holding on. Have you found out where the Lord of the Celestial Court is? Ning Chen transmitted his voice to Qing Jian and asked. Yes, he is in the Yunshao Palace, Qing Jian replied in a low voice. Although he did not want to admit it, he and the Lord of the Celestial Court were connected by blood. Therefore, he could somewhat sense the Lord of the Celestial Court's location. Ning Chen looked at the majestic Yunshao Palace in front of him, and his expression turned serious. They had fought to this place, but the Lord of the Celestial Court could still sit still. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Next, they had to be more careful. Qing Jian, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Leave. At this moment, in front of the Yunshao Palace, A woman in a palace dress walked out and said calmly. In the army, when the 6 divine warriors saw who it was, they were all shocked. The divine consort. When Qing Jian saw who it was, his eyes narrowed. The divine consort was actually her? In his impression, the divine consort rarely appeared. Sometimes, they might not even see her once in a few hundred years. The divine consort was quiet and had always been aloof from worldly affairs. No one had ever seen the divine consort angry with anyone. Unexpectedly, the divine consort, who was least likely to appear on the battlefield, had appeared. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and said seriously, "Be careful, this woman is not simple." Bai Wangyu and Yao Feng nodded at the same time, not daring to be careless. In front of them, Qing Jian looked at the approaching divine consort. He also secretly raised his divine essence and was fully alert. In front of the Yunshao palace, the divine consort walked forward steadily with no change in her expression. Her calm expression was not affected by the tragedy of the war. It was as if everything was as it should be. When the divine consort entered the battlefield, divine light spread out and covered the entire battlefield. On the battlefield, after all the divine soldiers and generals bathed in the divine light, their injuries immediately recovered, and endless power surged out of their bodies. The 6 divine warriors were surprised. They also felt the endless power surging out of their bodies. This is not good. Ning Chen looked at the changes in the divine warriors around him, and his expression darkened. This woman was strange. Not daring to hesitate, Ning Chen spread his phoenix wings and rushed forward. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. He had to get rid of this strange woman as soon as possible. The phoenix sword arrived with boundless killing intent. It was as fast as lightning, showing no mercy to the fairer sex. Divine demon in one body. What a strange young man. The divine consort murmured softly. She raised her slender hand and blocked the phoenix sword. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He clenched his left hand and the demonic sword appeared. He slashed down with earth-shattering force. The divine consort leaned to the side and dodged the demonic sword. She flicked her slender hand and knocked the phoenix sword away. Her simple attack and defense had blocked Ning Chen's continuous killing move. The divine consort showed her amazing ability for the first time. Her strength was not weaker than anyone present. "Back off," the divine consort said softly. She condensed her vital essence, and the mighty divine essence spread out, forcing the knowing destiny state cultivator to retreat. Ning Chen retreated 10 feet. He stepped on the ground and stopped himself. Tough one. Behind them, Qing Jian and the others also looked serious when they saw the two's attack and defense. This was not good. The divine consort's strength was not weaker than any of them. She could also enhance the combat power of the divine warriors. This ability was really terrifying. Yao Feng. Ning Chen looked back and said, "Use the move just now to injure these divine soldiers." Understood. Yao Feng nodded. He shouted and activated the demonic puppet again. Suddenly, thousands of ghosts screamed in the void, trying to drive the divine warriors into a frenzy. "General of the demonic world, do you know who broke this move of the demonic world?" The divine consort said calmly. She raised her slender hand. Suddenly, a dazzling divine light spread out and swallowed up the ghosts. This shocking scene caused waves of shock to surge through the hearts of everyone present, including Ning Chen and the rest. Especially Yao Feng. He was even more shocked. Ultimate cleansing spell. The divine consort stood in front of Ning Chen and the others and Yunshao Palace. She blocked the path of the 5 of them. Her amazing ability was flawless. "Let's work together." Yao Feng turned into a black wind and rushed out of the army. He came to the front of the battle and said, "Okay." Ning Chen nodded. Their most important task now was to get to Yunshao Palace. They could not be delayed by this woman. Behind them, the 6 divine warriors wanted to help the divine consort, but they were stopped by Qing Jian and by Wangyu. In front of the army, Ning Chen and Yao Feng worked together for the first time. Their swords were as fast as lightning as they slashed at the divine consort. The two were extremely fast. It was the first time they worked together, and they had great chemistry. Facing the attacks of two peerless experts, even the divine consort looked serious. The swords, sabers, and palms clashed. They were so fast that it was shocking. The divine consort was fighting against two people. She seemed to be at a disadvantage, but in reality, her defense was impenetrable. Fast, fast, fast. In the battle, Ning Chen and Yao Feng kept increasing their speed to find the divine consort's weakness. However, the divine consort was bathed in divine light and did not show any weakness. Just as Zhi Ming and the others were blocked in front of Yunshao Palace, the Lord of the Divine Warriors sat in the blood pool deep in Yunshao Palace. His aura was getting more and more terrifying. Bubbles kept popping on the blood pool, and steam rose. Dragon-shaped monsters swam around in the blood pool, helping the Lord of the Divine Warriors cultivate. Not long later, the Lord of the Divine Warriors opened his eyes slowly. The cracks on his naked upper body gradually healed, and there were no traces left. In the next moment, the Lord of the Divine Warriors, who had lived for countless years, stood up. Suddenly, the entire Divine Warriors started to shake. Ning Chen and the others, who were fighting outside Yunshao Palace, felt the terrifying aura in front of them, and their bodies trembled. In front of them, the divine consort shook off the battle. She looked at Yunshao Palace and bowed respectfully. "Welcome, Lord of the Divine Warriors." As soon as she finished speaking, a blood-colored divine light shot up into the sky from Yunshao Palace. The Lord of the Divine Warriors walked out of the blood-colored divine light, and his bronze skin shone brightly under the divine light. He was full of explosive power. "Divine consort, you can leave now. I will take care of the rest personally." The Lord of the Divine Warriors appeared in the sky above Yunshao Palace. His shocking aura shocked everyone present. His naked upper body was full of explosive power. He was like an ancient demon god, unshakable. In front of the Divine Warriors, Ning Chen looked at the Lord of the Divine Warriors in the sky above Yunshao Palace. What a terrifying pressure! This power had definitely surpassed Lord of the Qilin. Ning Chen and Yao Feng were at the front. The divine consort retreated, leaving the battlefield to the men. In the sky, the Lord of the Divine Warriors walked over. Under his feet, ripples appeared in the space. The strong pressure made the hearts of the 5 people heavy. "Yao Feng, are you here to declare war on behalf of the demonic world and the Divine Warriors?" The Lord of the Divine Warriors looked down and asked. "I am here to represent myself," Yao Feng said coldly. "If that's the case, the demonic world can't say anything if I leave you here?" The Lord of the Divine Warriors asked. "That will depend on whether you have the ability to do so," Yao Feng answered coldly. The black storm around him rose again, and he was on guard. In the army behind, Qing Jian shook off the 6 divine warriors in front of him and rushed forward. The 6 divine warriors wanted to chase after him, but tens of thousands of swords flew past them. Bai Wangyu blocked them with his sword and blocked their path. In front of Yunshao Palace, Azure Sword, Evil Wind, and Knowing Destiny were fighting against the leader of the godly court. Their powerful might kept rising. They had never seen such a terrifying opponent before. They did not dare to be careless and chose to work together. The Lord of the Divine Warriors did not care. These 3 were just juniors in front of him, so it was understandable that they would work together. "Come, let me see what you can do." The Lord of the Divine Warriors raised his hand and pointed at the 3. "Don't disappoint me." Qing Jian's expression darkened. He shouted and dashed out, taking the initiative to attack. 8-9 Mysterious Heaven technique showed its power again. Qing Jian moved, and his figure was illusory. Behind him, Yao Feng used a killer move at the same time. His figure turned into thousands of forms, and his saber moved in the wind. The 2 worked together, and their moves were unpredictable. They wanted to disrupt the Lord of the Divine Warriors' judgment. Behind them, Ning Chen used his Chaos Divine Essence and Phoenix Fire, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Illusory and real, I can't tell them apart. The Lord of the Divine Warriors looked at the illusory figures around him and said calmly. He waved his hand and scattered the illusory figures. Divine aura spread out. Yao Feng and Qing Jian blocked the attack and retreated several steps. Thunder crash slash. 1,000 feet away, Qing Jian took advantage of the momentum and stepped into the void. His three-pointed, double-edged saber drew the power of mystic lightning and slashed at the Lord of the Divine Warriors below. Boom! There was an earth-shattering tremor. Below, the Lord of the Divine Warriors blocked the three-pointed, double-edged saber with one hand. Even though he was struck by lightning, he was not affected at all. Too slow, the Lord of the Divine Warriors said indifferently. He pushed out his right hand and counterattacked. Unable to dodge, Qing Jian used his fist to block the attack. With a bang, his body flew out again. At the same time, a black storm spread out in the battle. Inside the storm, the demonic saber slashed across, ruthlessly threatening. You have enough speed, but not enough power. The Lord of the Divine Warriors blocked the demonic saber at such a close distance. He pushed out a palm with shocking divine aura. Yao Feng focused his eyes and turned around, narrowly avoiding the palm energy. Facing the Lord of the Divine Warriors, two peerless Fifth Realm experts working together, they were still at a disadvantage. Chaotic Heaven Demonic Palm. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Yao Feng roared and pushed out a palm. Black Qi surged, and a shocking palm counterattacked. The demonic palm whistled, and the black Qi was indestructible. Wherever it passed, even time and space were wiped out. Not enough. The Lord of the Divine Warriors waved his hand and dispersed the demonic palm. In front, Yao Feng saw this and snorted. He gathered demonic aura in his palms, and the two black Qi merged into one, whistling out. Oh! A strange look flashed across the Lord of the Divine Warrior's face. Not bad. Between the two, the black Qi rushed past. The powerful demonic aura whistled and reached the Lord of the Divine Warriors in an instant. The Lord of the Divine Warriors raised his hand, wanting to take the demonic palm energy head-on. At this moment, Qing Jian's figure flashed between the two, and his three-pointed, double-edged saber slashed down, giving him another boost. The Lord of the Divine Warriors frowned and parted his hands to block the two attacks. The rumbling shook the entire Divine Warriors. After a moment of stalemate, Ning Chen, who had been waiting outside the battle, moved. He rushed into the battle like lightning. The Phoenix sword was drawn. With both speed and power, it accurately pierced the Lord of the Divine Warrior's heart. Huh! A strange look flashed across the Lord of the Divine Warrior's eyes. He stepped back and retreated. However, how could the fatal sword be dodged so easily? The Phoenix sword followed the Lord of the Divine Warriors like a shadow, showing no mercy at all. The Lord of the Divine Warriors snorted and put his palms together. Lightning surged between his palms, blocking the Phoenix sword's forward momentum. In front of the Yunshao Palace, the two figures stopped. The qi around them kept rushing, and the stone steps below began to disintegrate quickly. Ning Chen used the advantage of the divine weapon and the cover of his two companions to find the best time to attack. The sword that had been brewing for a long time was extremely powerful. The turbulent qi spread out in waves. The phoenix sword in Ning Chen's hand moved forward inch by inch. Just as it was about to pierce the Lord of the Divine Warrior's chest, it used up all of its strength. What a pity! The Lord of the Divine Warriors sighed softly. Divine essence surged around him, forcing the people in front of him to retreat. Hundreds of feet away, Ning Chen steadied himself and looked at the Lord of the Divine Warriors in front of him. His expression grew more and more serious. He couldn't win. Behind him, Qing Jian and Yao Feng also walked forward. They also realized the problem with heavy expressions. Ning Chen's attack and defense were flawless. Their cooperation just now didn't hurt him at all. How could they fight this battle? Is this all you have? In front of the Yunshao Palace, the half-naked lord of the divine warriors looked at the three and said calmly, "Why do I feel that the lord of the divine warriors looks like an ancient demon god?" In front of thousands of troops, Bai Wangyu blocked 6 divine warriors of the divine warriors alone. He glanced at the lord of the divine warriors in the distance and murmured, "Without leaving a trace, the first move, soul retention." In front of the Yunshao Palace, seeing that the battle was not going well, Ning Chen's eyes shone brightly. The Phoenix Demon's sword appeared in both of his hands. His figure flashed, and the sword was like an illusion. In a flash, the Phoenix sword pierced through the air and arrived. The Lord of the Divine Warriors blocked the sword with his fingers. His shocking reaction speed was flawless. Ning Chen's expression didn't change. He held the demon's sword in reverse, and its momentum was as heavy as a mountain. Boom! The demon's sword slashed down, shocking the world. Its powerful force could split mountains and seas. The Lord of the Divine Warriors raised his hand and blocked the demon's sword. His strong physical body displayed its domineering power. After a round of attack and defense, the Lord of the Divine Warriors was still unshakable. Ning Chen moved strangely and his figure flickered. He waved the 2 swords and gave up on defense, attacking with all his might. Using speed to make up for the lack of cultivation. Your battle technique is good, but it's useless. The Lord of the Divine Warriors stood still and blocked the attacks of the Knowing Destiny state again and again. He was as still as a mountain. Outside the battle, Qing Jian and Yao Feng didn't rush to attack this time. They watched the battle carefully. The Lord God was too powerful. If they couldn't find a way to deal with him, they would definitely lose this battle. In front of the Yunshao Palace, the battle between attack and defense was extremely intense. Ning Chen's figure was like lightning, and his sword was like galloping. He attacked with extreme speed and strength, trying to break the Lord of the Divine Warriors' flawless defense. However, after 10 moves, the Lord of the Divine Warriors didn't even move. The absolute suppression of strength was unbelievable. His cultivation was unparalleled, and his physical body was immortal. A true demon god showed his shocking ability for the first time. Outside the battle, Qing Jian and Yao Feng gradually realized this, and their faces darkened. The Lord God might be a true demon god. Demons were the race that had once ruled the godly world. Their physical bodies were extremely strong, but they weren't good at cultivation. However, after the upheaval in the ancient times, almost all the demons in the world had disappeared. There were very few who survived. What they couldn't figure out was how the Lord God could be so powerful if he was a demon god. How is it? Do you know how to deal with him? Yao Feng looked at the intense battle and asked in a low voice. There are almost no flaws. We have no chance of winning this battle, Qing Jian said seriously. Yao Feng was silent. He thought the same. Perhaps only the demon lord could fight the Lord God as an equal if he came personally. The Lord of the Divine Warriors lives up to his name. After the battle in the Divine Warriors, a woman dressed as a man stood in the sky in the distance. She looked at the battle in front of her and whispered, "Little Phoenix, the commander of the demon world, and the first fighting god general of the Divine Warriors still couldn't break the Lord God's defense." The Lord of the Divine Warriors was indeed a terrifying opponent. In front of the Yunshao Palace in the Divine Warriors, Ning Chen used both swords to suppress the Lord of the Divine Warriors. Outside the battle, Qing Jian and Yao Feng were looking for the Lord God's flaws. However, the longer they watched, the harder it was for them to find a chance to attack. Back off! In the battle, the Lord God raised his hand to catch the demon sword. With a low shout, his divine essence exploded, forcing the people in front of him to back off. 10 feet away, Ning Chen steadied himself and suppressed the surging blood qi in his body. Behind him, Qing Jian and Yao Feng relaxed their clenched fists. They hadn't found a chance to attack. Ning Chen looked back at them and said, Do you still want to fight? Yes. Qing Jian stepped forward and said, This time, it's my turn. You two find a chance to attack. As soon as he said that, Qing Jian shouted. His divine essence surged, and he used the 8-9 heaven technique to attack the Lord of the Divine Warriors. The 8-9 heaven technique showed its power again. Qing Jian's moves were unpredictable. The power of the 8-9 heaven technique was fully displayed. In front of the Yunshao Palace, the Lord of the Divine Warriors faced the first Divine General of the Divine Warriors again. His cultivation was extremely strong, but he still used the same method to deal with the changes. Change, 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 change. Wind and clouds were chaotic. His palms broke the yellow dust. In the next battle, Qing Jian gathered all his strength to deal with the Lord of the Divine Warriors. Outside the battle, the two fastest people were watching the battle quietly, looking for a chance to defeat the enemy. Is it possible to suppress his speed? Yao Feng looked at the battle and asked. It's not possible, Ning Chen said. I tried just now. Although the Lord God's absolute speed isn't the best, his reaction speed in a small area is extremely terrifying. It's impossible to suppress him with speed. Yao Feng's expression darkened. If speed wasn't enough, it was even more impossible to suppress him with strength. The biggest characteristic of Godfiends was their shocking physical strength. No race in the world could suppress Godfiends in terms of strength. I have a way, but the chances of success aren't high. Are you willing to take the risk? After watching the battle for a while, and seeing that Qing Jian was at a disadvantage, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. Sure. Yao Feng nodded. There was no other way now. As long as there was a chance, he had to try it. I will use the power of the Heavenly Book to push my cold attribute cultivation to the limit. I will try to freeze the Lord of the Divine Warriors in an instant. You only have this chance, Ning Chen said solemnly. Come on. Yao Feng replied in a low voice. Ning Chen raised his hand. On his left palm, a strange light rose. The Heavenly Book of Creation appeared out of nowhere. In the next moment, the Heavenly Book flipped quickly. The life scroll opened the sky. In an instant, all the power of the Phoenix demon in Ning Chen's body flowed into his body. Ha! With a low roar, Ning Chen's cultivation base was fully activated. His unparalleled foundation was completely unleashed. Life scroll, sword snow 3,000 miles. Ning Chen unleashed his cold attribute cultivation. He didn't want to kill the enemy. He only wanted to trap the enemy for a moment. He and his sword pierced the ground. Suddenly, a terrifying chill spread along the ground. Everywhere it passed, frost was everywhere. In the battle, the Lord God sensed the chill spreading from below and wanted to retreat immediately. However, at this moment, Qing Jian's figure had already arrived. He raised his hand and grabbed the Lord God's shoulder. With a rumble, the two figures fell to the ground. The chill spread. Ka ka ka. In the blink of an eye, the two figures were surrounded by frost. They were quickly frozen. Now is the time. Seeing this, Ning Chen immediately said, Azura deity slaying slash. Yao Feng heard this and his demonic aura exploded. A black demonic wind blew. Its power was earth-shattering. In an instant, Yao Feng's figure swept out. With the power of the demonic wind, he instantly arrived in front of the Lord of the Divine Warriors. The demonic blade was deadly. The blade light pierced through the sky. It was an earth-shattering move that directly took the Emperor's life. With a loud bang, the demonic blade light cut through the ice. It was merciless. Lord God! The war god generals behind him were shocked when they saw this. In front of the 6 divine warriors, Bai Wangyu also turned around and waited nervously for the result. This Lord God was too powerful. He was so powerful that it made them despair. This was their last chance. If they didn't succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. You have done your best. At this moment, in the frozen world, an ethereal and majestic voice sounded. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, the moment the demonic blade cut through the imperial body, the figure of the Lord of the Divine Court walked out of the void. In the desperate battle, the Lord of the Divine Warriors flipped his left hand and took the initiative to attack for the first time. In an instant, in the sky above the Divine Warriors, countless thunderbolts fell from the sky and gathered in the Lord God's left hand. The way of thunder and lightning. As he spoke, the Lord of the Divine Warriors flipped his right hand again. In the void, a violent wind blew and waves surged. The way of mystic water. Everyone watched as the Lord of the Divine Warriors displayed his shocking ability for the first time. He controlled the power of two heavenly paths with both hands. Violent thunder and waves surged. A moment later, the thunderbolts and mystic water fell at the same time, pressing down on the three people in front. Not good. Seeing this, Qing Jian's expression changed. His figure flashed and directly blocked in front of the two. 8-9 Mystic Heaven, formless return to void. The Mystic Heaven forbidden technique appeared for the first time in the world. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Qing Jian activated his divine origin energy and disintegrated his physical body. He used the formless transformation to block the Emperor's body. The power of the heavenly path and the Mystic Heaven forbidden technique collided. Suddenly, half of the divine warriors collapsed, unable to withstand this extreme divine power. In the violent impact, the ground in front of the Yunshao Palace disappeared. The 6 divine warriors and countless soldiers of the divine warriors were all sent flying. Chapter 1434. Western Buddha World, Mount Shumi. The rising sun flood god descended from the sky, his body covered in frost. On Mount Shumi, Ning Chen looked at the rising sun flood god, who had come from afar, and felt touched. The flood god had fought his way from the southern border to the eastern god world, and then to the northern border for him. Now, he was here again. In just a few days, he had traversed almost the entire god world. He would never forget this kindness. Ning Chen bowed, but didn't say anything else. It's good that you're fine. The rising sun flood god looked at the white-haired young man and nodded. He had no way of explaining to the moon goddess that something had happened to the high priest. Rising sun flood god, how have you been? On Mount Shumi, the Buddha looked up at the rising sun divine palace master and smiled. The rising sun flood god looked over at the young man in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Demon Sovereign, you've returned. Of course I have to take back what I've lost with my own hands. The Demon Sovereign chuckled. All right, let's talk later. I have something that I hope the Flood God can help me with. Oh? What is it? The rising sun Flood God asked curiously. You and I have joined forces to open the barrier between the God world and the mortal world and send Ning Chen back to the mortal world. The honorable demon's expression turned serious as he said, You should know that the great tribulation of heaven and earth will descend soon. In the last great tribulation of heaven and earth, only the pure land of the netherworld king managed to avoid it. I want to send Ning Chen back to the mortal world, so that he can go to the pure land of the netherworld king to find a way to pass the tribulation. The rising sun flood god's eyes flashed with surprise. He looked over at Ning Chen and asked, You really want to return to the mortal world? Ning Chen nodded. If this great calamity of the world is unavoidable, I hope to find a way to pass it. At least I can save more people. If the world was destroyed, apart from the heaven realm experts, no one would be spared. He couldn't just sit by and watch this happen. The rising sun flood god was silent. After a moment, he nodded. All right, I will help you return to the mortal world. The demon sovereign smiled when he heard the rising sun flood god's reply. Although the rising sun flood god was arrogant, he was the person he admired the most in the god world. He was straightforward and decisive, much better than those hypocrites. Yao Feng, protect me and the flood god. The demon sovereign looked at the great commander behind him. Yes. Yao Feng bowed and replied respectfully. He Shun, get ready to begin. Time waits for no one. The demon lord did not want to waste any more time and said calmly. The rising sun dragon god nodded. He descended from the sky and landed on top of Buddha Mountain. His divine vitality surged and his divine might shook the 9 heavens. In front of Ningchen, the demon lord's expression hardened as well. Demonic chi rose from his body, and his earth-shattering demonic might filled the air. He was no weaker than the rising sun demon god. The gods and demons joined forces. Immediately, the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens changed. The entire sky was divided into 2. One side burned the heavens with divine flames, and the other side covered the sun with demonic energy. The shocking scene immediately alarmed the 2 supremes of the god realm from the north and the east. In the imperial palace and the cloud palace, Empress Shui Yun and the lord of the divine court stood up and looked toward the east with solemn expressions. What a shocking pressure! What did the demon lord and the rising sun demon god want to do? On Mtshumi, for the first time since the ancient times, the supreme masters of the celestial and demonic realms joined forces, attempting to break through the barrier between the mortal and celestial realms by force. In the sky above the god realm, time and space began to distort violently. The surrounding laws of heaven and earth gathered from all directions, trying to repair the collapsed space and time. However, when the 2 supremes of the celestial and demonic realms joined forces, even heaven and earth had to bow down. The collapsed space and time continued to spread. Before long, the sky above Mtshumi turned into a pitch-black void. Below, Ningchen looked at the sky with a solemn expression. The heaven realm was indeed an incomprehensible realm. The demon lord and the rising sun demon god joined forces and could even contend with this great world. Ningchen, get ready. The barrier between the mortal and celestial realms is impenetrable. Even if the demon lord and the sea god join forces, they can only break it for a moment. You must seize the opportunity, Yao Feng reminded. Understood. Ningchen nodded. Phoenix flames rose around him, and phoenix wings appeared. He was ready to move at any time. Ha! In front of Mtshumi, the demon lord and the sea god raised their cultivation to the limit. Their demonic chi and divine essence soared into the sky, piercing into the void and rushing toward the mortal world. In the mortal world, huge spatial cracks appeared in the sky above the celestial realms. The signs of drastic changes in heaven and earth were very obvious. This day, at the border between the void world and the mortal world, 2 terrifying forces spread out and crashed into the barrier between the 2 realms. The violent collision sounded, and the barrier shook violently. The power of the celestial and demonic realms was boundless, constantly crashing against the limit of the barrier. Looking from afar, in the endless void, 2 pillars of light, one gold and one black, crossed the heavens and earth. The pressure was immense. Crack! After an unknown period of time, at the border between the 2 realms, the faint sound of space and time cracking could be heard. The barrier could not withstand the power of the 2 supremes and started to crack. Now is the time. At the same time, on Mtshumi, Ningchen's expression turned serious. He took a step forward and turned into a phoenix, flying toward the sky. The phoenix was extremely fast. In an instant, Ningchen's figure disappeared into the void. In the void world, the phoenix sped toward the mortal world. Crack! At the border between the 2 realms, more and more cracks appeared. A moment later, the barrier collapsed. At this moment, in the void world, the rules of the Great Path sensed something. Rays of light descended from the sky, quickly repairing the collapsed barrier. On Mtshumi in the divine world, Yao Feng looked at the void world with a nervous expression. He must make it. In the void world, the phoenix flew past quickly. Its body was surrounded by flames, illuminating the void world. It was a race for time. Even the phoenix did not dare to delay for a moment. At the border between the 2 realms, the collapsed barrier was quickly repaired by the rules of the Great Path. It was about to be completely restored. At this moment, in the void world, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. In the burning phoenix flames, Ningchen's figure emerged. He turned into a sword and crashed into the barrier that was about to be repaired. In the next moment there was a shocking vibration. The dazzling sword light crashed into the barrier that was not completely repaired. After leaving behind a waterfall of blood, the sword light passed through the barrier and disappeared. Half a day later, on a desolate planet in the Z-Way galaxy, the phoenix fell from the sky and crashed into the ground. The phoenix dissipated and a white-haired figure appeared. His left shoulder was dyed red. Only a crazy person like Ning Chen could do something as crazy as smashing his body against the space-time barrier. On the primitive planet, Ning Chen recuperated for 3 days before suppressing the injuries in his body. 3 days later, Ning Chen got up and rushed toward the inner realm without any delay. Unknowingly, he had not returned for more than 1,000 years. In the inner realm, the 5 regions continent. After 1,000 years of rest, the development of martial arts was infinitely close to the outland. In the past 1,000 years, countless young masters in the 5 regions continent had left the inner realm to train in the outland. When Ning Chen returned to the inner realm, he was not in a hurry to return to the divine land. Instead, he rushed toward the northern polar region. The northern polar region was covered in ice and snow all year round. The extremely cold world made it difficult for ordinary people to survive there. In the northern polar region, a towering pavilion stood in the valley. It had been standing there for nearly 3,000 years and was famous throughout the world. For more than 1,000 years, people from all over the inner realm had come to join the Heavenly Music Pavilion. However, the Heavenly Music Pavilion was very strict in accepting disciples. They only accepted women. Countless people came and left in disappointment. On this day, in front of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, a white-haired young man in plain clothes walked over. His ordinary figure looked no different from an ordinary person. In front of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, 2 women appeared and stopped the Knowing Destiny State cultivator. Ning Chen looked at the 2 people in front of him and bowed politely. "I'm here to visit the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master. I hope you can pass on my message." "What is your name?" a Heavenly Music Pavilion disciple asked. "Knowing Destiny State," Ning Chen said softly. "Please wait for a moment." The Heavenly Music Pavilion disciple turned and walked into the valley to pass on the message. The remaining Heavenly Music Pavilion disciple looked curiously at the white-haired young man in front of her. Her beautiful little face was full of curiosity. This person looked about the same age as her. Why did his hair turn white? Not long after, the Heavenly Music Pavilion disciple who went to pass on the message quickly walked back. Her face was full of shock. "Senior Knowing Destiny State Cultivator, the Pavilion Master invites you." The Heavenly Music Pavilion disciple who passed on the message stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Ning Chen smiled and walked toward the valley in front of him. He didn't expect that he had already become a senior. He was really old now. In the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the women were divided into 2 rows. In front of the main seat, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master stood quietly, waiting for the Knowing Destiny State cultivator to come. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Ning Chen walked in and bowed politely to the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master, who was still as beautiful as ever. "Knowing Destiny State Cultivator, how have you been?" In front of the main seat, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master looked at the white-haired young man in front of her and smiled. Ning Chen straightened up and smiled as well. "We haven't seen each other for 1,000 years. Pavilion Master, you're still as elegant as ever." "I'm old after all." The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master stepped forward and said softly, "Didn't you go to the God world? Why are you back?" "I'm back to confirm something," Ning Chen replied. "I think the person in the world most likely to know about this is the Pavilion Master. So I came to the Heavenly Music Pavilion first." "Oh? What is it?" the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master asked, looking puzzled. "The tribulation of heaven and earth," Ning Chen said seriously. "I'm sure the Pavilion Master already knows about the situation in the human world." The upheaval of heaven and earth has begun. Perhaps the next great tribulation will come soon. Hearing this, the heavenly music pavilion master fell silent and nodded. This is a tribulation. No one can change it. That's not right, Ningchen said in a low voice. Even the four immortal realms and the god and demon realms were not spared from the great tribulation of ancient times. But the inner world was not affected. There must be a secret behind this. I'm here to find out the key to this matter. The heavenly music pavilion master frowned. The inner world is a world created by the Lord of the underworld. Perhaps this is the only way to avoid the great tribulation of ancient times. Impossible. Ning Chen denied it directly. No matter how independent a small world is, it will still be affected by the great world. The four immortal realms and the god and demon realms are far more complete than the inner world. If it was really as the pavilion master said, then the great tribulation of heaven and earth back then would not have affected the entire three realms. Heavenly Music Pavilion. After Ji Ming returned to the inner world, he came here directly to see the Heavenly Music Pavilion master. The upheaval of heaven and earth had already begun. Spatial rifts were everywhere in the human realm. The tribulation of heaven and earth was already unavoidable. The upheaval of the human realm had not spread to the god realm. The strongest cultivators of the god realm had already planned ahead and helped Ji Ming return to the human realm to find a way to survive the tribulation. In an unknown space in the Heavenly Music Pavilion, two figures appeared out of thin air. They looked at the soundtrack that had stopped spinning with a serious expression. For thousands of years, the soundtrack has stopped spinning. It must have something to do with the tribulation of heaven and earth. The Heavenly Music Pavilion master sighed. I remember that the last time the soundtrack stopped was when the Lord of the Underworld was creating chaos. At that time, the Divine Prefecture and even the entire inner world were facing destruction. Now that the soundtrack has stopped again, you can imagine what it means, Ningchen said calmly. The Heavenly Music Pavilion master waved her hand. Vital essence surged and hit the soundtrack. With the help of the external force, the soundtrack rumbled and vibrated. The sound of the great path echoed in the unknown space. However, in just 2 breaths of time, the soundtrack calmed down and the sound of the great path gradually disappeared. The Marquis of Jiming can see that even the inner world cannot avoid the tribulation of heaven and earth this time, the Heavenly Music Pavilion master said seriously. Ever since the Heavenly Mansion Star Venerate broke the Lord of the Underworld's enchantment, the inner world and the outer world have been connected and are difficult to separate. Ning Chen said softly, however, the upheaval of the outer world is already so shocking, but the inner world is still almost unaffected. There must be something that no one knows about. I must find the reason. The Heavenly Music Pavilion master narrowed her eyes and said, The inner world is vast. Where are you going to find it? It's in the far north, Ningchen said calmly. Among the 5 regions, only the far north is the place with the least people. Moreover, the soundtrack in the Heavenly Music Pavilion is very mysterious. When the world is in chaos, the soundtrack will change. If I'm not wrong, this soundtrack should not be a treasure of the human realm. There may be another purpose for it to be left in the far north. You mean that the soundtrack is something from the God realm or the immortal realm? The Heavenly Music Pavilion master said slowly. I don't know, Ningchen replied. The Lord of the Underworld created the 5 regions. This soundtrack may even be something from the 7 ultimate heavenly realm. The Heavenly Music Pavilion master nodded. The origin of the soundtrack was not recorded in the ancient records of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. It was extremely mysterious. I have something that I would like to ask the Pavilion Master for help with, Ning Chen said as he looked at the soundtrack in front of him. What is it? The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master asked. I would like to ask the Pavilion Master to drive this soundtrack for 10 days. In these 10 days, I will do my best to find the source of the soundtrack's power, Ning Chen said seriously. Okay. The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master nodded in agreement. Then I will take my leave. After Ning Chen said this, his figure faded and disappeared. In front of the soundtrack, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master raised her hand. A steady stream of vital essence spread out and drove the soundtrack. In an instant, the sound of the Great Path reverberated in the Heavenly Music Pavilion. At the same time, in the sky above the far north, a white-haired figure in plain clothes stood in the air. He released his divine sense and covered the entire far north. In the void, the sound of the Great Path filled the air. The sound that mortals could not understand gradually filled the entire far north. Ning Chen listened to the sound of the Great Path that filled the air. After a long time, his figure flashed and rushed toward the north. At the edge of the far north, at the end of the world, Ning Chen's figure flashed. In front of him, 13 ice peaks appeared, towering into the sky. In front of one of the ice peaks, Ning Chen stopped. The human sword in his hand materialized, and he stabbed it into the ground. Boom! There was a rumbling sound that shook the heavens and the earth. In the middle of the 13 ice peaks, the ground cracked. The huge crack continued to spread out, reaching thousands of miles away. Ning Chen's figure flashed and flew toward the cracked ice peak. 100 miles away, the 1,000-foot mountain was divided into two. The sound reverberated. After reaching this place, it was obviously stronger. Ning Chen flew in to find the reason. Inside the ice peaks, Ning Chen stepped forward. He looked ahead, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. There was such a place in the inner world. He had not known about it before. Inside the ice peaks, a huge ice palace appeared in the world. Under the scorching sun, it emitted a dazzling brilliance. Ning Chen took a step forward and flew toward the ice palace. In front of the ice palace, Ning Chen's figure flashed. He reached out to push open the palace door and walked in. Inside the palace, Ning Chen walked forward step by step. After 10 steps, he stopped. The scene around him changed. A bloody hell appeared. Hands reached out from the ground and grabbed at Knowing Destiny's ankles. Inside the palace, thousands of bloody hands kept shaking. It looked abnormally terrifying. Is this an illusion? Ning Chen looked at the scene around him. His expression did not change much as he muttered softly. Sensing that the bloody hell in front of him was an illusion, Ning Chen did not rush to break it. He walked step by step among the thousands of bloody hands. Woo-woo! At this moment, ghostly howls came from the bloody hell. It was terrifying. The illusion was ever-changing. As the world was delayed, it became more and more terrifying. Ning Chen walked in and allowed the illusion to become stronger. His expression was indifferent. At the same time, in the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master looked at the abnormal soundtrack in front of him. Did something happen to the Knowing Destiny Marquis? The soundtrack vibrated, and the sound of the Great Path became abnormally ear-piercing. In the Ice Palace, Ning Chen looked at the horrifying scene around him and narrowed his eyes. The sound of the Great Path coming from the Heavenly Music Pavilion had changed. The sound of the Great Path from the Heavenly Music Pavilion could affect here. Ba. At this moment, in the ghostly howls, a Buddha chanted. Golden light fell from the sky. A golden Buddha statue appeared, and the Buddha's aura was earth-shattering. Young man, do you know your sins? In the void, the Buddha asked. Ning Chen stopped and said indifferently, What have I done wrong? Killing living beings is unforgivable. With that, the Buddha raised his right hand and slapped at Knowing Destiny. I wanted to keep you for a while, but it seems like there's no need, Ning Chen said indifferently. His left palm was filled with chaos divine essence. An extremely powerful divine force rushed into the sky and shattered the illusion in front of him. It was a shocking scene. In the Ice Palace, the illusion collapsed and everything returned to normal. Ning Chen walked out of the illusion and looked at the empty palace in front of him. He frowned slightly. There was nothing? Strange. After thinking for a while, Ning Chen released his divine sense and looked for any abnormalities in the ice palace. In the ice palace, endless cold air filled the air. In Ning Chen's body, the black tortoise's origin suddenly shook and showed signs of losing control. Roar! The two origins protected each other. In the ice palace, the black tortoise roared, and the entire palace shook. In the next moment, a terrifying power awakened in the palace. The black tortoise was born. It was earth-shattering. Ning Chen frowned and looked at the black tortoise spirit that appeared out of thin air in front of him. In the ice palace, a huge black tortoise avatar appeared. Its body was filled with black air. It was extremely powerful. The power of the King of Hell. Ning Chen looked at the unusual black tortoise avatar in front of him and exclaimed, "Strange, this black tortoise actually had the power of the King of Hell." Roar! In the ice palace, the black tortoise roared and rushed over. Ning Chen raised his hand. His divine essence surged and blocked the huge black tortoise spirit. "Continue to protect the inner world. I have no ill intentions," Ning Chen said calmly. His true essence spread out and directly pushed the black tortoise spirit back. Roar! Sensing the strength of the person in front of it, the black tortoise spirit roared and revealed a fierce look. In Ning Chen's body, the black tortoise's origin was pulled by the black tortoise spirit. It kept struggling and showed signs of leaving his body. "Be quiet." Chaotic true essence surged around Ning Chen and suppressed the chaotic black tortoise's origin. Roar! In front of him, the black tortoise spirit seemed to have sensed something and charged straight at the person in front of it. Ning Chen frowned and dodged the attack. However, the black tortoise spirit was unwilling to give up. Black snowflakes fell from the sky. With the support of the King of Hell's origin, its power was even more shocking. Ning Chen frowned again. It was indeed the power of the King of Hell. Why would the King of Hell inject his power into the black tortoise spirit? Ning Chen raised his right hand. Demonic chi surged and suppressed the black tortoise spirit in front of him. The demonic chi spread and suppressed the black tortoise, making it difficult for it to move. Ning Chen stepped forward and instantly arrived in front of the black tortoise spirit. The demonic chi poured into the black tortoise spirit and suppressed the power of the King of Hell in the black tortoise spirit. After a while, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the black tortoise spirit in front of him. As expected, after a long time, Ning Chen withdrew his divine sense and waved his hand to disperse the demonic chi around the black tortoise spirit. Then, he turned and left. Outside the ice palace, Ning Chen walked out. Behind him, the palace doors closed with a rumble, covering the angry roars in the palace. In front of the giant ice mountain, Ning Chen's chaotic true essence surged. He raised his hand and clenched it. The cracked mountain rumbled and closed again. "Master, I have to leave for a while. Please continue to play the soundtrack." In the heavenly music pavilion, Ning Chen's voice sounded. "Understood." In front of the soundtrack, the heavenly music pavilion master nodded. A day later, Ning Chen arrived in the sky above West Buddha's homeland. He stood in the void and released his divine sense. On West Buddha Mountain, the West Buddha Lord sensed something and looked up. He was back. Half a day later, Ning Chen came to West Buddha Mountain and met the West Buddha Lord directly. "Jiming Marquis, it's been 1,000 years. How have you been?" The West Buddha Lord looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and said. Ning Chen bowed and said, "West Buddha Lord, I have come here because I have a request. I hope West Buddha Lord can agree." "What is it?" the West Buddha Lord asked. "I want to enter the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass," Ning Chen replied. The West Buddha Lord was surprised and said, "The 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass is the forbidden area of West Buddha Mountain. Why do you want to enter it?" "I want to confirm something," Ning Chen said seriously. "I hope you can agree." The West Buddha Lord was silent. After a while, he said, "Come with me." After that, the West Buddha Lord stood up. The Buddha light around him rose. He brought the white-haired young man and flew toward the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass. Inside the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass, flames rose. The place where the past Buddha lords were buried was filled with the aura of Buddha. When the two arrived, Ning Chen looked at the raging Buddha flames in front of him and walked forward step by step. Is there anything unusual? The West Buddha Lord asked from behind. Ning Chen released the origin of the 4 symbols in his body. He wanted to activate the power of the 4 symbols in the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass. Just as Ning Chen released the origin of the 4 symbols, the Buddha flames in the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass burned brightly. Buddha Lord, has the Buddha flames in the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass always been there? Ning Chen asked. No. The West Buddha Lord shook his head. The West Buddha Lord shook his head and said, "This is because the past masters of Buddha Mountain are buried here." After 7 generations, the fire of Buddha rose. When Ning Chen heard this, he nodded slightly and said softly, "Buddha Lord, I have to offend the ancestors of Buddha Mountain. Please forgive me." "What are you going to do?" The West Buddha Lord frowned. "Destroy the West Buddha Heavenly Pass and release the souls of the 4 symbols deities." If he guessed correctly, the Buddha flames here suppressed the souls of the 4 symbols deities. That was why he couldn't sense their souls. No. The West Buddha Lord immediately stopped him. Marquis Jiming, the past Buddha Lords of West Buddha Mountain all died here. You can't do that. Buddha Lord. Ning Chen looked at the West Buddha Lord and said seriously, "The tribulation of heaven and earth has begun. The West Buddha Heavenly Pass suppresses the secret of how the inner realm survived the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Only by destroying this place can the tribulation of heaven and earth reappear in the world." When the West Buddha Lord heard this, he was shocked and fell silent. Jiming begs the Buddha Lord for permission. Ning Chen bowed respectfully and said again. The West Buddha Lord clenched his fist. After a long time, he sighed softly. "Are you sure?" 100%, Ning Chen said seriously. The West Buddha Lord fell silent again. He looked at the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass in front of him, stepped forward and knelt down. The Buddha Lord knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Behind him, Ning Chen looked at the bowing West Buddha Lord and didn't disturb him. "Marquis Jiming, you may begin." After kowtowing 3 times, the West Buddha Lord stood up and said softly, "Thank you, Buddha Lord," Ning Chen said and stepped forward. The demonic sword appeared in his hand. He stabbed it into the ground, and the supreme demonic power forcibly broke through the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass. In an instant, the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass shook violently. The Buddha flames burned brightly, trying to resist the demonic power. However, the chaotic demonic power was unstoppable. It quickly swallowed the Buddha flames in the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass. At this moment, on West Buddha Mountain, the women looked at the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass in shock. What had happened? On West Buddha Mountain, the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass was about to be destroyed. Huge rocks collapsed and rolled down. Inside the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass, Ning Chen and the West Buddha Lord stood quietly, looking ahead with solemn expressions. At this moment, the ground below the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass rumbled and black flames spewed out. The terrifying divine power was terrifying. The West Buddha Lord's face changed when he saw this. There was such a terrifying power below the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass. "It's out." Ning Chen looked below the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass and said seriously. Boom. As soon as he said that, the ground below the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass cracked open. In the black flames, the shadow of a huge vermilion bird appeared. The bird's name resounded through the heavens and earth. Ning Chen's figure flashed past and came before the vermilion bird's spirit. He raised his hand and restrained it. In the raging black flames, the vermilion bird struggled but couldn't break free. The demonic power around Ning Chen entered the vermilion bird's body and memorized the mark in the vermilion bird's body. After a long while, Ning Chen let go of the vermilion bird's spirit. "All right, Buddha Lord, let's leave." Ning Chen looked at the West Buddha Lord and said. The West Buddha Lord looked at the black vermilion bird in the void and said, Are we just going to leave it here? It can't leave here, Ningchen said calmly. The West Buddha Lord nodded and turned to leave with the former. On the West Buddha Mountain, Ningchen bid farewell to the West Buddha Lord and rushed to the southern border without delay. In the sky above the southern border, Ningchen's figure passed by quickly and rushed toward the South Sea. At the bottom of the South Sea, in the Sea Domain Temple, a young man in blue opened his eyes and looked up. Why was he here? Not long after, Ningchen appeared outside the Sea Domain Temple. He looked at the water god in the temple and said, "It's been a long time." "What's the matter?" Water god Tianyu said lightly. Ningchen walked forward step by step and said calmly, "I want you to confirm something." As he spoke, Ningchen flipped his palm and two black currents surged out. It was the soul power stripped from the black tortoise and vermilion bird. Tianyu was shocked when he saw this. The black tortoise and vermilion bird spirit. I once saw the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, and the white tiger being killed by the Nether King in a green coffin in the eastern celestial world. Only the azure dragon was spared. I want to know if this is the vermilion bird and the black tortoise that the Nether King killed? Tianyu was silent. After a moment, he nodded gently and said, "That's right." However, he did not expect that the vermilion bird and black tortoise had been assimilated by the Nether King. What is the significance of the four symbols deities to the outside world? Ningchen looked at the person in front of him and asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. The rules. Tianyu said calmly, "The four symbols deities are in charge of the four original sources of heaven and earth. It can be said that the four symbols deities are the gods of creation." Ningchen narrowed his eyes and said, "Why does the Nether King want to kill you?" "Because the Nether King does not want the inner world to be affected by the four symbols deities." Tianyu said in a deep voice, "The Nether King created the world to create a pure land. Everything in this world was created by the Nether King himself, including the rules of heaven and earth. Then why does he want to keep the souls of the four symbols deities?" Ningchen was puzzled. Tianyu looked at the two black currants in the former's hand and said seriously, "Because only with the four symbols deities can the inner world's source of heaven and earth continuously regenerate without relying on the outside world." Ningchen listened to the former's words and the fog in his heart gradually dispersed. "I think what you want is this. Take it." Tianyu raised his hand and a stream of green light flew out. Layers of seals entered the former's body. "Thank you." Ningchen bowed respectfully to the water god in front of him and replied. After receiving the divine seal from the azure dragon deity, Ningchen said goodbye and did not stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the hall. Inside the hall, the water god looked at the former's back and asked, "How is the outside world?" "The world has changed." Ningchen's voice sounded and said, "Perhaps it will not be long before this world is affected and completely destroyed. Before that, go out and take a walk." The water god sighed. This great calamity had finally come. 2 days later, in the divine Great Land, knowing Destiny, who had been away for 1,000 years, returned to look for the white tiger deity. The Nether King killed the four symbols deities and the four symbols were in chaos. Perhaps the white tiger deity's soul was lost in the divine Great Land. Knowing Destiny Marquis. At this moment, in the extreme north, in the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the voice of the Heavenly Music Pavilion's master sounded. The soundtrack can only last for half a day. Hurry! Hearing this, Ningchen's eyes flashed and he said, "Understood." After he finished speaking, Ningchen took a step forward and his figure instantly disappeared. In the divine Great Land, Ningchen's figure flitted across thousands of mountains and rivers in search of the white tiger deity. Half a day was almost up. In the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the soundtrack spun slower and slower, and the sound of the Great Path also gradually weakened. The white tiger. Ningchen's eyes were full of seriousness. The white tiger deity's trace was so hidden that he could not sense it at all. In the divine Great Land, where on earth could suppress the white tiger deity's aura, He had been everywhere in the imperial palace of the great Xia dynasty, and even the place where fate was suppressed. It was impossible to suppress the white tiger deity's soul. If it was not the imperial palace of the great Xia dynasty, where else in the divine Great Land could suppress the power of the four symbols deities? Ning Chen looked to the east, and suddenly, he was shocked. The barren city. Thinking of this, Ning Chen's figure flashed quickly toward the barren city. The barren city used to be the imperial city of the great Xia dynasty. After it was destroyed by the great Xia dynasty, it became the holy land of the world's swordsmen. Only this place could suppress the white tiger deity's soul. The barren city was an abandoned city with dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. In the depths of the city, Jian Luiying had been guarding it for 1,000 years and had never left the barren city. He was once the third disciple of the barren city and had been expelled by Mu Bai. Now, he had become the only successor of the barren city. For 1,000 years, he had guarded a city by himself. Not long after, a white-clothed figure flashed in front of the barren city and headed straight for the sword pool. In front of the sword pool, Jian Luiying sensed something and waved his right hand, unsheathing his ancient sword. In the void, Ning Chen waved his hand, and both he and his sword flew out, blocking the ancient sword that was tearing through the void. With a boom, the two swords clashed, and sword currents surged, shaking the heavens and the earth. Jiming Marquis. In front of the sword pool, Jian Luiying looked at the white-haired man walking over and said indifferently, "It's been 1,000 years, but you still came back. I didn't expect you to still be here." Ning Chen sighed softly and said, "The world has changed, and there are many experts in the world. Don't you want to go out and take a look?" "No need." Jian Luiying looked at the dilapidated fences and said, "Master and senior brother have already left. The barren city needs someone to guard it." Ning Chen stepped forward and said, "Jian Luiying, is there a god suppressed under the barren city?" Hearing this, Jian Luiying's eyes flashed, and he said, "Why do you ask?" "I'm guessing." Ning Chen said seriously, "I don't have time to explain. You just need to tell me if there is." "Yes." Jian Luiying nodded and said, "And it's under the sword pool." Ning Chen heard of it before, and his expression turned serious. It was indeed here. "Can I see it?" Ning Chen said seriously. Jian Luiying frowned, but he didn't ask. He waved his right hand, and instantly, countless broken swords flew up from the sword pool, and the sword array was dispelled. Seeing this, Ning Chen took a step forward and rushed into the sword pool. Roar! Under the sword pool, the white tiger's angry roar sounded. Ning Chen raised his hand to stop the white tiger's movements, and demonic aura surged, carving the white tiger's imprint. At the same time, in the heavenly music pavilion, the soundtrack gradually stopped, and the sound of the great Tao disappeared. Not long after, Ning Chen rushed out and said, "Thank you." Jian Luiying nodded and pressed his right hand down. Instantly, thousands of swords fell from the sky and entered the sword pool again. After obtaining all the divine seals of four symbols, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He took a step forward and left. Deity World, Western Buddhist World. On Buddha Mountain, the demon supremacy looked at the deity world in front of him, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. Such a beautiful deity world was going to be destroyed soon. It was such a pity. Behind him, Yao Feng looked at the demon supremacy in front of him, and he was silent. He knew that the demon supremacy loved this land deeply, and what he didn't want to see the most was the deity world being destroyed. Although demons were fickle in love, they weren't heartless. "Yao Feng, do you think that young man can succeed?" the demon supremacy asked softly. "I believe in him," Yao Feng said calmly. The demon supremacy smiled and said, 130,000 years ago, the master of the Eastern Celestial World sacrificed himself to protect the world. After 130,000 years, it might be our turn." Chapter 1435. In the human world, knowing destiny, returned to the divine land and left after getting the divine seal of the four symbols deities. Time was of the essence, and the catastrophe of the world could come at any time. He had no time to stay. The major planetary regions in the human world were full of cracks, and the end of the world was apparent. The emperors of the human world were all trying their best to ascend to the divinity. In the crepe myrtle divine realm, Honorable Gu Yao stood at the peak and looked at the collapsing human world with a heavy expression. In the past 100 years, the world had changed faster and faster. If this continued, the human world would fall into a catastrophe soon. On this day, Ning Chen appeared outside the crepe myrtle divine realm and entered it. In the divine realm, Honorable Gu Yao felt something and looked at the sky with a serious expression. What was this aura? State Lord. The next moment, divine light filled the sky and Ning Chen walked out. He looked at Honorable Gu Yao and said, Gu Yao, how have you been? State Lord. Honorable Gu Yao stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Ning Chen held him up and said, You're the master of the crepe myrtle divine realm now. No need to be so polite. State Lord, didn't you ascend to the divinity? Why did you come back to the human world? Honorable Gu Yao asked in confusion. Now that the catastrophe of the human world was coming, the emperors of the human world were all trying to leave. Why did the State Lord come back? It's a long story. I'll make it short. Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and said, The catastrophe of the human world hasn't spread to the divinity, but the three realms are connected. When the catastrophe comes, no one can escape. I came back to the human world this time to find a way to pass the catastrophe. A way to pass the catastrophe? Honorable Gu Yao was surprised and said, Did you find it? Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, But I don't know if it's possible, so I came here to ask for your help. State Lord, please tell me what you need. If there's anything I can do, I'll do my best to help, Honorable Gu Yao said. Ning Chen nodded and said, Wait here. I'll go find 2 more people. After that, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He flashed and left the divine realm. 10 days later, in the Alcade Star area, above the life planet where Luo Xingchen and the others were, Ning Chen arrived. His eyes scanned the area below, and he was a little surprised. Gone? These fellows, when he needed them, none of them were around. Time waits for no man. Ning Chen didn't delay any longer and flashed towards Hongluan Stellar Region. In a luxurious restaurant in Golden Glory Ancient City, the owner of the Dawn Moon Tower was carefully trimming the flowers and plants in front of her. After the great calamity of the Devil World, Xiao Yu Chang returned to the hands of Xiao Yu Tower Master. Once it was returned to its rightful owner, the business flourished again. On this day, outside the glorious gold ancient city, a phoenix soared into the sky and flew over at extreme speed. On the second floor of the Dawn Moon Restaurant, the owner of the Dawn Moon Restaurant sensed something and put down the scissors in her hand. Hong Luan, prepare the tea. On the first floor, Hong Luan was startled when she heard Tower Master's voice. Prepare tea? Could it be that a guest had arrived? But who else in this world was qualified to be personally received by the Tower Lord? Hong Luan didn't ask further and went to prepare tea. Not long after, Hong Luan finished preparing tea and came to the second floor, placing the tea on the table in front of the house master. Tower Master, Hong Luan, how have you been? At this moment, the space on the second floor shook, and Ning Chen walked out from thin air. He looked at the 2 people in front of him and said with a smile. Seeing this person, Hong Luan was shocked. Young Master Ning, how have you been? There wasn't any surprise on Tower Master's face as she smiled and said, Please have some tea. There's no need. I'm here to ask for a favor. I hope Tower Master can agree, Ning Chen said seriously. There's no hurry. Have a cup of tea first. Tower Master unhurriedly sat down and said. Ning Chen helplessly sat down and drank the tea in one gulp. Time is of the essence, so I won't keep you in suspense. Tower Master should have sensed the changes in the world. I've found a way to deal with it in the inner realm, but I don't know if it's feasible. I need Tower Master's help. Reward. The Dawn Moon Brothel Master smiled. Hearing this, Ning Chen was startled. He almost forgot that Tower Master was an unscrupulous merchant who wouldn't do anything without benefits. I can help Tower Master go to the God Realm. Ning Chen returned to his senses and said seriously. Deal. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress replied. Unscrupulous merchant, Ning Chen said in his heart but didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, Tower Master, please wait here first. I'll find the last person and disturb you again. With that, Ning Chen put down the teacup in his hand and got up to leave. 2 days later, in the fog of the Red Phoenix Galaxy, the Phoenix flew past and rushed toward the primitive demon realm. Heavenly Demon Imperial City, 9 Underworld Palace. Since the war between the primitive demon realm and the human world ended, Xian Jiyo went into seclusion and didn't appear again. In the past 1,000 years, the 100 races had rested in the primitive demon realm. The heavenly demon race, which had been severely injured in the war between humans and demons, was no longer the absolute overlord. The 100 races competed and became more prosperous. On this day, the phoenix flew over the heavenly demon Imperial City. Its powerful aura shook everyone's heart. In the Imperial City, many demon race experts felt it. They looked at the sky with shock. The 13 sons of the heavenly demon race. Many people thought of this title that they hadn't heard for 1,000 years. Their hearts were heavy. In the war 1,000 years ago, the demon race didn't lose to the human race. It was more accurate to say that they lost to the 13 sons of the heavenly demon race. A moment later, in front of 9 Underworld Palace, Phoenix fire swept out. Ning Chen walked out of the fire and looked at the palace in front of him. He bowed respectfully and said, Master. The silent 9 Underworld Palace was still unusually quiet. No sound came out. Ning Chen stood in front of the palace for an hour. After an hour, he sighed in his heart and turned to leave. What's the matter? Just as Ning Chen took 2 steps out, a majestic voice sounded in the 9 Underworld Palace, echoing between heaven and earth. Ning Chen stopped and turned to look at the 9 Underworld Palace behind him. He bowed respectfully and said, Master, the human world is facing a catastrophe. I have a method that may be able to deal with it, so I came to ask for your help. The 9 Underworld Palace was silent again. A moment later, demonic qi surged. A terrifying aura spread out. Xian Jiyo appeared in the demonic qi. He looked at the disciple in front of him and said lightly, Let's go. After that, demonic qi swept out around the 2 of them. In an instant, they disappeared into thin air. Outside the passage of the 2 worlds in the Red Phoenix Galaxy, Xian Jiyo and Ning Chen walked out. The powerful demonic qi shook the space passage and twisted it. The 2 of them didn't stop and rushed directly to Jinxi City. 10 days later, in the Ziwei Galaxy, Ning Chen, Xian Jiyo, and the Dawn Moon House Master flashed past and rushed to the Ziwei Divine Realm together. On the peak of the Ziwei Divine Realm, the Ziwei Realm Master, who had been waiting, saw the 3 of them and immediately went to greet them. There's not much time, so I won't explain. Next, I will give you the origins of the 4 symbols deities. We will place them in the 4 poles of heaven and earth. Then, we will use all our strength to activate the deity seal and see if we can stop this catastrophe. Ning Chen looked at the 3 supreme masters in front of him and said seriously. Xian Jiyo, the Dawn Moon House Master, and Honorable Gu Yao nodded and agreed. Ning Chen raised his hand. The origins of the 4 symbols in his body vibrated and flew out one after another. Let's go. Including Ning Chen, the 4 of them each received one of the origins of the 4 symbols deities and immediately rushed in different directions. In the Ziwei Galaxy, 4 streams of light sped past and quickly went away. The 4 supreme masters of the human world rushed with all their strength. They crossed one galaxy after another and rushed towards the end of heaven and earth. In the south of the starry sky, Ning Chen held the origin of the vermilion bird in his hand. His body was filled with phoenix fire as he rushed towards the south. Boom! At this moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky and swallowed knowing destiny without any warning. Ning Chen's face darkened. He turned around and changed his direction. He went around the crack and rushed forward quickly. At the same time, Xian Jiyo, the Dawn Moon House Master, and Honorable Gu Yao also encountered the same problem. The closer they got to the end of the galaxy, the more damaged the heaven and earth became. In the south of the galaxy, Ning Chen's figure flashed past and avoided the big crack. He rushed towards the south without stopping for a moment. Just as everyone in the human world was trying their best to deal with the impending catastrophe, a huge tremor suddenly sounded in the sky above the 5 worlds in the divine realm. It was so shocking that it shocked everyone. The Eastern Divine Court, the Northern Imperial Palace, the Western world of Buddhism, and the Southern Divine Palace all looked at the sky with solemn expressions. Let's work together to stop it. On the Buddha mountain in the Western world of Buddhism, the Demon Lord said in a deep voice. The Demon Lord's voice was heard everywhere. When the other 3 Supreme Masters of the Divine Realm heard it, they couldn't care less about the differences in their standpoints. Their divine essence surged and they launched a palm attack at the same time to stop the big crack in the sky from spreading. At this moment, 4 shocking palms broke through the sky from all directions of the divine realm and flew towards the sky at the same time. The big crack in the sky of the divine realm continued to spread. The terrifying scene shocked everyone in the divine realm. Boom! At this moment, the 4 shocking palms swept across the sky and disappeared into the big crack in the sky. In the next moment, a shocking scene happened. The 4 Supreme Masters of the Divine Realm joined forces and unleashed a terrifying power. They forcefully mended the crack in the sky and stopped the sky from collapsing. After the palm attack, the crack in the sky of the Divine Realm quickly closed and returned to normal in a short while. On the Buddha mountain, the Demon Lord looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. Even the Divine Realm has started to experience the upheaval of heaven and earth. This is troublesome. That young man still hasn't found the way to survive the catastrophe? In the human world, in the starry sky, 4 figures rushed towards the end of heaven and earth, racing against time. No one knew when this great calamity would erupt. However, everyone knew that once the great calamity truly descended, everything would be too late. We're here. In the extreme south of the starry sky, Ning Chen looked at the world in front of him that was gradually turning into nothingness. In the other 3 directions of the star field, the 3 Supreme Masters of the human world had rushed for many days and finally saw the legendary extreme point of heaven and earth. It was a boundless void with no end in sight. There was an extreme point of heaven and earth that no one knew. The 4 of them unleashed their cultivation and activated the divine seals of the 4 divine symbols in an attempt to recreate the power of the 4 divine symbols. In an instant, 4 shocking pillars of light shot into the sky from all directions of the starry sky. The terrifying divine power shook the stars in the sky and resonated with each other across endless space and time. Roar! The 4 divine symbols appeared. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. 4 huge shadows appeared at the end of the starry sky. Chapter 1436. In the human world, at the end of the starry sky, knowing destiny, Xian Jiyo, Honorable Gu Yao, and the Dawn Moon House Master worked together to activate the divine seal of 4 symbols, reproducing the power of the 4 symbols. At the end of the starry sky, 4 loud roars were heard. In front of the 4, the vision of the 4 symbols appeared. Their terrifying aura pierced through the sky and shook the stars. Amidst the abnormality of the 4 symbols, the divine seal shone brightly and kept devouring the spiritual qi in the world to strengthen itself. It was a shocking scene. The 4 symbols were almost revived. Endless origin energy spread out, feeding back to the world. With the revival of the 4 symbols, the collapsing starry sky at the end of the world gradually stopped. The cracks were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The apocalypse was showing signs of reversing. Success! Ning Chen and the others were overjoyed. Looking at the recovering starry sky, they were finally relieved. At the same time, in the Western world of Buddhism, the demon lord looked at the sky with a solemn expression. The repaired sky no longer showed any abnormalities. The world returned to normal, quiet, and peaceful. Did they succeed? In the southern divinity, in front of the rising sun divine palace, the rising sun dragon god also looked at the sky with a solemn expression. The change of the world had already begun to affect the divinity. If Ning Chen failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the human world, at the end of the starry sky, the four symbols revived and disappeared in front of the four. The four didn't stop them and let them leave. The four symbols weren't so much gods as they were a kind of law. They needed time to grow. Hopefully, there was still time. After the four symbols left, the four returned. In front of the Ziwei godly realm, Ning Chen thanked them one by one. Xian Jiryou was the first to leave. He returned to the demonic realm for seclusion. Honorable Gu Yao returned to the godly realm and continued to guard the human world. In front of the godly realm, only Ning Chen and the Dawn Moon House Master were left. They looked at each other and smiled. Knowing destiny, Marquis, don't forget your promise. The Dawn Moon House Master smiled. Of course. Ning Chen nodded. I will stay in the human world for some time. If the change of the world disappears, I will go to Jinxi City and bring you to the divinity. It's a deal. It's a deal. After the two agreed, the Dawn Moon House Master turned and left. In front of the Crepe Myrtle Divine Realm, Ning Chen looked at the departing figure of the House Master of the Dawn Moon Tower. He stood there for a moment and then walked away. 2 months later, Ning Chen arrived in the Wanxiang starfield in the northern part of the starry sky without alerting anyone. He stayed in the human world not only to confirm whether the change of heaven and earth had disappeared, but also to settle some personal matters. The first thing was to find Wild. When he first came to the human world as a spirit, that girl was trapped here. After so many years, he didn't know if she had escaped. Ning Chen's figure sped through the myriad domain, following the guidance of his bloodline to search for Wild. Half a month later, Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky on an unfrequented life planet at the end of the myriad star field. He looked down at the life planet with a solemn face. Here? The life star was full of lush green and full of vitality. It looked very ancient. Ning Chen walked on the life star, releasing his soul consciousness to search for Wild's aura. Not long after, Ning Chen's body shook, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Found it. Ning Chen sped up, his figure turning into a beam of light as he moved forward rapidly. Ahead, at the end of the continent, where the land and the sea intersected, a huge palace appeared in front of him. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the palace in front of him with a solemn face. How could there be such a huge palace on this life star? He didn't sense any human aura on this life star. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any human ruins here. Could this be a palace left behind by a god? After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen stepped forward and pushed open the door of the palace. With a rumbling sound, the door of the palace opened, and the world that had been sealed for countless years reappeared in the human world. Ning Chen stepped inside and released his divine sense. He was on full alert. The palace was abnormally quiet and empty. Ning Chen kept walking forward without stopping. He sensed that Wild's aura was here and should be very close. The deeper he went into the palace, the stronger Ning Chen's senses became. Clearly, Wild was nearby. In the deepest part of the palace, a sea of fire spread. A beautiful girl was sitting cross-legged in the flames. She had been sitting there for an unknown period of time. However, it wasn't long before the sea of fire around her gradually dispersed. Fierce winds blew like sharp blades and roared madly. At this moment, Ning Chen's figure flashed before the fierce winds. He looked at Wild in the fierce winds with a joyful expression. He finally found her. Ning Chen waved his hand and a sword appeared. He slashed with the sword, wanting to slash the fierce winds before him. Boom! The sword Qi entered the fierce winds, and a shocking scene occurred. The sword Qi that had always been invincible was actually swallowed by the fierce winds without causing any waves. Ning Chen's expression froze when he saw this. What's going on? 12 styles of spiritual rhino, sky-raising waterfall. His sword move was ineffective. Ning Chen fully circulated his true qi, and violent waves swept out. The sky-raising waterfall smashed into the fierce winds before him. In the next moment, an earth-shattering collision sound rang out. The palm energy smashed into the fierce winds, and at this moment another change occurred. The rumbling sound resounded through the heavens and the earth. Thousands of lightning interweaved and completely destroyed the palm energy that tore through the air. Before the sea of lightning, Ning Chen was hit by the impact and was forced back several steps. How could this be? Ning Chen looked forward with a shocked expression. There was actually such a terrifying power in the human world. Even in the divine world, there were not many places that could stop him. This palace was unbelievable. Ning Chen was worried about Ah Man's safety, so he did not dare to be careless. He flipped his left hand and summoned the heavenly book of creation. Ha! With a deep shout, chaotic true qi surged out from Ning Chen's body. His peerless foundation activated the power of the heavenly book and gathered all his power. In the surging chaotic true qi, the celestial slash appeared again. A peerless murderous weapon burst out with dazzling light. Ning Chen raised his hand and held the immortal sword. He gathered all his strength into the sword, and his sword intent continued to rise. In an instant, sword light shot out from the heavens and the earth. The incomparably powerful sword power shook the life planet. The sword stabbed into the ground, and a violent power spread out crazily, swallowing the sea of lightning inch by inch. In the violent collision, the lightning overflowed. Ning Chen stepped forward, withstanding the terrifying power, and arrived at the depths of the sea of lightning. Ah man! Ning Chen looked at the girl in front of him, and his expression became unusually gentle as he called out softly. However, there was no response from the sea of lightning. Ah man sat there quietly, not moving at all. Ah man! Ning Chen called out again and said, I'm here to take you out. After waiting for a while, there was still no response from Ah man. It was as if she didn't hear anything. At this moment, a bad feeling finally rose in Ning Chen's heart. Ah man, answer me! Ning Chen's figure flashed. He arrived in front of Ah man and reached out to touch her body. A cold feeling without any warmth came. Ning Chen's body trembled violently, and endless fear rose in his heart. Ah man! Ning Chen's voice trembled. His true qi entered Ah man's body to check her aura. Gradually, Ning Chen's heart sank. Despair, endless despair. Ning Chen's body kept trembling. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even make a sound. Ah, man! Ning Chen's eyes filled with tears. At this moment, they fell silently. How could this be? How could this be? Boom! Ning Chen's mind was lost, and the sword intent around him was immediately affected. Lightning fell from the sky, directly breaking through the sword intent and landing on his life-knowing stage body. Blood flowed from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. A dazzling waterfall of blood appeared around him, but he didn't seem to notice. Ah, man! The desperate and hoarse call was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Ning Chen hugged Ah man's cold body. His heart trembled violently, and tears kept falling from his eyes. He didn't know what went wrong. Not long ago they were still talking happily. Now they were separated. Ning Chen hugged Ah man's cold body tightly. He had already forgotten his own situation. Lightning kept falling from the sky, landing on Ning Chen's body again and again. It broke his flesh and shattered his martial bones. The eternal demon body automatically recovered and quickly healed his heavily injured body. However, after Ning Chen completely gave up resisting, His body's recovery speed couldn't keep up with the speed of the lightning's destruction. The scenes of the past kept echoing before his eyes. Ning Chen was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. "Ah, man!" Ning Chen called out again and again. Tears fell from his face like rain. Once upon a time, he never thought that the girl in front of him would leave him. Boom! Lightning fell from the sky and landed on Ning Chen's legs. The terrifying power of lightning directly shattered his leg bones. Blood splattered and dyed his plain clothes red. Ning Chen knelt down, but his arms were still holding the girl in his arms. He didn't dodge or feel pain. He was so sad that he lost his mind. Before the scene in front of him, Ning Chen had already forgotten what reason, responsibility, and life were. In the sky, tens of thousands of lightning struck, shattering half of Ning Chen's martial bones. Blood stained every inch of the ground. Even the eternal demon body couldn't save Ning Chen, who had completely lost his will to live. At the same time, in the rising sun divine palace, the moon goddess sensed something and was shocked. The high priest. The moon goddess quickly walked out of the palace. She looked at the world in shock. What had happened? How could the high priest's life force disappear so quickly? What's wrong? At this time, the rising sun divine god appeared in front of the palace. He looked at the moon goddess and asked, "What happened?" "Something happened to the high priest," the moon goddess said with a heavy heart. The moon goddess said with a heavy heart, "His flame of life is quickly disappearing." The rising sun divine god's expression turned serious. He said, "How can this be? No one in the world should be able to hurt him." "I don't know." The moon goddess became more and more agitated. She clenched her fists. What had happened? She could almost feel the despair in the high priest's heart. This feeling of despair was too clear. "I want to go to the world." The moon goddess turned around and walked toward the palace behind her. The rising sun divine god's expression changed. He wanted to stop her, but he forced himself to suppress it. In the next moment, above the altar in the reverence moon ancient ground, moonlight fell from the sky. Borrowing the power of faith accumulated by the reverence moon clan for tens of thousands of years, the moon goddess descended to the world. Chapter 1437. In the reverence moon ancient ground, moonlight fell from the sky. Under the shocked gazes of the reverence moon clan's people, the moon god descended to the mortal world. "Greetings, moon god." In front of the altar, the reverence moon clan's people recovered from the shock and saluted respectfully. The arrival of a god filled the mortal world with boundless divine aura. The divine body formed by the reverence moon clan's tens of thousands of years of faith was extremely powerful. It was not inferior to the moon god's true body. "Rise." On the altar, the moon god's figure descended from the sky. With a light step, the entire reverence moon ancient ground shook violently. In front of the altar, the reverence moon clan's people stood up and looked at the moon god in front of them. Something happened to the high priest. "I have to go save him first." Time was tight. After adapting to her new body, the moon god said calmly. She took a light step and soared into the starry sky. In the starry sky, moonlight shone as the moon god flew past, heading north at a fast speed. At the end of the Vientiane star field, on an ancient planet, in an unknown palace, tens of thousands of lightning bolts were striking the body of a knowing destiny cultivator. In the sea of lightning, Ning Chen, who was covered in blood, hugged the woman in his arms tightly. No matter how many lightning bolts struck his body, he refused to let go. His leg, back, and shoulder bones were shattered by the lightning bolt. The destructive power of the lightning bolts destroyed half of his body. The undying demon body protected its master and held on, barely keeping the knowing destiny cultivator alive. White bones could be seen around Ning Chen's body. His whole body was covered with horrifying cracks. It was a horrifying sight. "Ah, man," Ning Chen murmured softly. His eyes were lifeless, and there was no longer any light in them. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. The knowing destiny cultivator, who had lived for thousands of years, had a broken heart. Today's drastic change was the last straw that broke his heart. Even someone as strong as him collapsed. 1,000 years of cultivation, waiting, and fighting. The knowing destiny cultivator's life was just to protect the person he loved. However, what did he get in return? The heavenly Tao was unfair. It never protected the knowing destiny cultivator. Boom! In the void, lightning bolts struck. The dragon bones on Ning Chen's back were shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a tragic scene. High Priest. At this moment, outside the Thunder Sea, the Moon Goddess, who was chasing after Ning Chen's aura, saw this scene and her pupils shrank. The High Priest's life was in danger, and the Moon God didn't dare to hesitate. She shouted, and the power of faith around her surged. Moonlight lingered around her, and she slammed her palm forward, forcefully blasting away the lightning in front of her. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the Moon Goddess used the power of faith to protect herself and flew into the depths of the Sea of Thunder. Boom! Thunder and lightning fell from the sky as a terrifying power blasted apart the power of faith and landed directly on the Moon God's soul. The Moon Goddess staggered. Her divine soul was affected, flickering unsteadily. Fortunately, the faith power of the moon-worshipping clan, which had lasted for tens of thousands of years, was limitless. It quickly stabilized the Moon God's soul and body. Moon God steadied herself and continued to walk forward. In the depths of the Thunder Sea, the dragon bones behind Ning Chen's back were severely damaged. His consciousness was also on the verge of dying. However, as long as there were signs of life in the center of the Sea of Lightning, the lightning in the void would continue to descend, obliterating all living things. High Priest. The Moon Goddess risked her life to come forward. She waved her hand and led the two of them to lay high. Boom! Thunder and lightning fell from the void and hit the Moon Goddess and Ji Ming, who were still alive, bringing out a waterfall of blood. The Moon Goddess, who was not good at fighting, went through a lot of hardships to come down to the mortal world and save Ji Ming at the risk of her own life. The deities were proud, and most of them discriminated against humans. However, the Moon Goddess was an exception. She was kind and loved by the moon worshippers. Ning Chen didn't respect the world or the gods in his life. He only respected the Moon Goddess. Everything had a cause. Deities and humans worked together. Today, when Ji Ming was in trouble, the Moon Goddess risked her life to save him. Outside the palace, the Moon Goddess pulled the two of them out. Her divine soul had been hit by the lightning and was greatly damaged. Immortal. The small gourd flew out from Ning Chen's shoulder. Its big eyes were filled with tears. It didn't dare to show up in the Thunder Sea, but now that they were out of the Thunder Sea, it immediately showed up to save him. The Moon Goddess raised her slender hand, and the power of faith led the spiritual qi in the world into Ji Ming's body. The two of them worked together. Ning Chen's broken body began to recover quickly. His broken bones were rebuilt, and his blood flowed backward. At this moment, the immortal demon body showed its power. No matter how serious the injuries were, they were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a short while, he was as good as new. Pontiff. The Moon Goddess stopped. Her beautiful face was full of worry. Immortal, wake up. The small gourd reached out to wipe the tears at the corners of its eyes and sobbed. In the front, Ning Chen opened his eyes slowly in the call of the two of them. They were empty and dead. No one could see any emotion in the mortal world. Pontiff. Seeing the person in front of her wake up, the Moon Goddess was happy. When she was about to speak, she was stunned suddenly. The eyes of the Pontiff. Immortal, you scared me to death. The small gourd rushed to Ning Chen. Tao Tao cried loudly. I'm fine. Ning Chen patted the head of the small gourd and said softly. The small gourd raised its head and said, Really? Really? Ning Chen nodded. He forced a smile on his face and said. The small gourd was naive. It didn't look fake. It nodded with relief and flew back to the divine prohibition. Pontiff, what happened to your eyes? The moon goddess looked at the empty eyes of the white-haired young man in front of her. She was extremely sad in her heart and asked, "It doesn't matter." Ning Chen stood up and said calmly, "I can't see it. For cultivators like us, it doesn't matter whether we have eyes or not." The moon goddess clenched her slender hands tightly. The sadness in her eyes was hard to hide. How could it be the same whether he had eyes or not? Although cultivators could distinguish things with their divine senses and hearing, no matter how powerful the divine senses and hearing were, they couldn't replace the eyes. The eyes were the only thing that could distinguish the colors in the world. Without the eyes, there would be no light in the world. Moon Goddess, thank you for coming to save me. People in the divine realm can't come to the mortal world. You'd better go back quickly. Otherwise, your soul power will be seriously damaged. Ning Chen looked at the Moon Goddess with his empty eyes and said with a smile. The Moon Goddess showed a struggling expression. After a while, she nodded and said, "Then you should go back to the divine realm as soon as possible. After I finish my business in the mortal world, I will go back." Ning Chen still had a smile on his face and said. The Moon Goddess nodded and sighed in her heart. She didn't say anything else and left first. That girl had lost her 3 spiritual souls. Even with the elixir of immortality, it was impossible to bring her back to life. Ning Chen stood in front of the palace and watched the Moon Goddess leave. After a long time, he turned around and hugged a man who was lying on the ground and walked away. In the next 100 years, no one in the divine realm or the mortal world saw Ning Chen again. It was as if he had disappeared from the world. In 100 years, in the Golden Dawn city of the Red Phoenix Galaxy, the Dawn Moon Tower Master waited patiently. He knew that the Zhiming Marquis would come. As long as the Zhiming Marquis was still alive. The Zhiming Marquis was cunning, insidious, and full of schemes, but he was a man of his word. Once he said it, he would definitely do it. The forgetting river, the all heavens, the glorious gold galaxy. In the starry sky, one boundless galaxy after another rose and fell. In 100 years, Ning Chen took a man to every corner of the galaxy. 100 years later, they returned to the nameless palace at the end of the Wanxiang galaxy. After 100 years, Ning Chen's aura became even more terrifying. His white hair fluttered in the wind like a demon. In front of the palace, Ning Chen walked out. His sword and tent spread out and the palace behind him quickly collapsed. The terrifying sword pressure was even stronger than 100 years ago. Ning Chen, who had lost his light, had made great progress in his sword cultivation. He was about to take that crucial step. In 100 years, Ning Chen's sword had become purer. The only thing that could be achieved in the sword was destruction. In the palace, Ning Chen carried a green coffin on his back. Wherever he walked, everything was destroyed. Soon, Ning Chen arrived in front of the Sea of Lightning. His sword intent pressed forward and forcefully dispersed the lightning. Ning Chen continued to walk forward in the midst of the scattered lightning. His white hair and clothes were spotless. A man had met with an accident here. Even her 3 spiritual souls had completely disappeared. Only her physical body was left. Ning Chen cultivated for 100 years and came back again. Under the destructive sword intent, the lightning scattered in all directions. It was difficult to hurt the Zhiming Marquis. At the end of the Sea of Lightning, a palace appeared. In the palace, 3 thrones appeared. There was a person sitting on each of the thrones. The aura of the 3 people was unusually strong. Even though they were just soul imprints, they were not inferior to a real 5th realm cultivator. Ning Chen walked over and glanced at the 3 people with his empty eyes. Without saying a word, he put down the coffin on his back and waved his hand to grab his sword. You have passed the test. You can receive the inheritance of the great Kuan sword sect. One of the people on the throne said calmly. No need. Ning Chen said coldly. I'm only here to kill all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen moved. The celestial slashing edge was dazzling and slashed at the 3 people. The three masters of the great Kuan sword sect saw this and immediately tried to stop him. However, the sword of the Jiming Marquis was no longer what it used to be. In Ning Chen's hand, the celestial slashing edge was unpredictable. On the sword, blood-colored threads appeared and intertwined, binding the three people in front of him. The three masters of the great Kuan sword sect could not dodge in time and were immediately trapped by the blood-colored threads. Their attacks were restricted. In the next moment, the celestial slashing edge passed by. The sound was deafening. Ugh! The three successors of the great Kuan sword sect groaned at the same time. Their souls were cut open by the celestial slashing edge. The three of their souls were shattered. In an instant, their soul power gathered rapidly and formed an ancient sword made of soul power. It slashed at the Jiming Marquis. Ning Chen was not moved at all. The celestial sword in his hand shone with a silver brilliance. He slashed down with the sword. With a loud bang, the ancient sword was destroyed. It was cut in half by the Jiming Marquis. The three inheritors of the great Kuan sword sect appeared. Their figures flickered violently, and gradually, they disappeared into thin air. Ning Chen's empty eyes looked at the three people's soul marks fading away. His expression did not change at all. "Ah man, let's go back to the realm of the gods." Ning Chen carried the coffin again and walked toward the Hongluan Star Zone. Hongluan Star Zone, Jinxi City. On the second floor of the Xiao Yu Chang'an, the master of the Xiao Yu Tower put down what she was doing and said, "Hongluan, pack your luggage. We're leaving." Chapter 1438. In the Reverence Moon Ancient Land, Ning Chen brought the Dawn Moon House Master and Hongluan to the Divine World. In the Rising Sun Divine Palace, the Moon God lit up the path for the three of them and guided them to the Divine World. Half a month later, in front of the Rising Sun Divine Palace, the three of them came to express their gratitude. They did not stay for long and left separately. The Dawn Moon House Master and Hongluan went directly to the Heaven Realm. Ning Chen did not go with them and chose to go to the Western world of Buddhism. In the Western world of Buddhism, on Mount Shumi, the Honorable Demon sat on a lotus and waited for 100 years. On this day, in front of the Mount Shumi, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked over. He looked weathered compared to 100 years ago. "Greetings, Honorable Demon." On the Mount Shumi, Ning Chen saluted. "No need to be so polite." The Honorable Demon stood up and looked at the man in front of him. "You've worked hard." "It's what I should do," Ning Chen replied. "The divine world has been peaceful for 100 years. We don't have to worry about the tribulation for the time being." The Honorable Demon smiled. "It's good that it's useful. This way, I can focus on my own matters," Ning Chen said calmly. "You've changed a lot in these 100 years." The Honorable Demon looked at Ning Chen's eyes that had lost their luster and sighed. "People will grow old, and I am no exception. Although my appearance can be preserved, the aura of time cannot be washed away," Ning Chen said calmly. The Honorable Demon nodded and looked at the green coffin on Ning Chen's back. He asked, "Your relative?" "Close relative." Ning Chen nodded. "What happened? Can you let me take a look?" The Honorable Demon narrowed his eyes and asked. Ning Chen was silent. He put down the green coffin on his back and waved his hand to open it. The Honorable Demon walked forward and looked at the young lady in the green coffin. His eyes narrowed. "She's lost all three of her souls?" the Honorable Demon asked. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. "When I found her in an ancient ruin, she was already like this." "Strange." The Honorable Demon looked at her and raised his right hand. Endless Devil Chi entered the green coffin to check the lady's condition. Ning Chen stood at the side and frowned. "Is there something wrong? No matter if it's a human, a god, or a Buddha, even if they pass away, the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will not disappear so cleanly. This lady has lost her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. It's really strange," the Demon Lord said seriously. Ning Chen's expression darkened as he said, What the demon sovereign means is that there's a secret behind a man's death. Perhaps this young lady isn't dead. The devil exalt said seriously. Perhaps this Missa man has encountered danger that she can't resist, so her soul left her body to avoid the calamity. Only in this way can this strange phenomenon be explained. Ning Chen's expression changed when he heard this. He asked, Demon Lord, are you confident? More than 90%. The honor demon said seriously, even if it's someone with the soul-capturing technique, it's impossible for them to not leave behind any soul fragments when forcibly extracting someone's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. In this girl's body, her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls have completely disappeared. It's very likely that she did it on her own accord. After Ning Chen heard this, he carried the green coffin on his back and turned to leave. Where are you going? The demon lord asked. Human world, Ning Chen said in a low voice. Do you know where she is? The demon lord asked seriously. This young man had always been rational. Why was he so reckless when it came to this girl's matter? Ning Chen stopped and said seriously, It's very easy for something to happen when the 3 spiritual souls leave the body. I have to find her as soon as possible. You've stayed in the human world for 100 years. Have you found her? The demon lord said in a low voice, What you need to do now is to protect her physical body. As long as her physical body is intact, you'll have a chance to find her. Ning Chen turned around and bowed respectfully to the person in front of him. He said, Please enlighten me, demon lord. In the ancient times, the underworld existed in the 3 realms. After mortals died, the underworld would send ghost servants to capture their souls and bring them to the underworld to strengthen the power of the underworld. However, after the ancient times, the underworld was destroyed. Mortals' souls could not enter the underworld and would quickly disperse and return to heaven and earth. However, this girl is a cultivator. The strength of her divine soul is far beyond that of mortals. Even if her divine soul leaves her body, she will be fine for a short period of time. Moreover, without the restraint of her physical body, her divine soul will no longer be restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. She can go anywhere in the 3 realms, even to places where even gods cannot go, the demon lord explained patiently. Demon lord, you mean that a man's divine soul may no longer be in the human world, Ning Chen said seriously. It's possible. The demon lord said calmly, Now, to Miss Ah Man, the 3 realms are the same. No one knows where she has gone. Is there any way to summon Ah Man's divine soul to the god realm? Ning Chen asked in a low voice. I'm not good at the art of summoning souls. As he spoke, the demon lord looked to the north of the god realm and continued, The Shueyun clan in the north has a better understanding of the divine soul than any other force. Perhaps you can ask the Empress. The Empress? That crazy woman? Ning Chen couldn't help but frown at the mention of the Empress. He didn't have a good impression of the Empress. However, that Empress Shueyun was indeed extraordinary. In their last battle, he and the Emperor had clearly injured her, but for some reason, that crazy woman had suddenly recovered. He still couldn't figure out the reason. There were many grudges between them. It would be difficult for him to ask that crazy woman for help. Thank you for your advice, Demon Lord. Ning Chen thanked him and walked toward the north. The Demon Lord smiled faintly as he watched Ning Chen leave. Everyone had weaknesses. It seemed that this young man's weakness was love. However, it wouldn't be easy to get help from Empress Shueyun. Northern Territory, Shueyun Imperial Palace. 8 heavenly maidens stood quietly in the main hall. In the main hall, behind a curtain, Empress Shueyun was lazily half-lying on a bed. Her peerless beauty was mesmerizing. At this moment, a phoenix broke through the sky above the north and flew toward the Imperial Palace. In Shueyun Imperial Palace, the Empress sensed something and slowly opened her eyes. A strange smile appeared on her face. The little phoenix was here. Soon, Ning Chen descended from the sky in front of Shueyun Imperial Palace with a green coffin on his back. He walked forward step by step. Junior Ning Chen requests an audience with the Empress. Ning Chen bowed respectfully in front of the Imperial Palace's gate. Inside Shuiyun Imperial Palace, the heavenly maidens were surprised when they heard the voice outside. That human young man had delivered himself to the Empress? Empress, shall we let him in? A Shuiyun heavenly maiden asked. No hurry. Behind the curtain, the Empress smiled and said, let him stand outside for a while. After that, the Empress closed her eyes and continued to rest. Below, the heavenly maidens looked at each other. Was the Empress going to take revenge? Outside Shuiyun Imperial Palace, Ning Chen stood there quietly and waited without any anxiety on his face. Ning Chen knew better than anyone that he had to lower his head. Therefore, he was mentally prepared before he came. Boom! Soon, thunder rumbled in the sky above Shuiyun Imperial Palace. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a heavy downpour began. In the heavy rain, Ning Chen's clothes were quickly soaked, but he didn't use his divine power to block the rain. Inside Shuiyun Imperial Palace, the 8 Shuiyun heavenly maidens felt the downpour outside and had strange expressions. How could it suddenly rain in Shuiyun Imperial Palace? The heavenly maidens all looked at the Empress behind the curtain and understood. With the Empress's cultivation, she could affect the climate of an area with just a wave of her hand. This rain came at the perfect time. Outside Shuiyun Imperial Palace, the rain fell for 10 days. Ning Chen also stood in the rain for 10 days. The rain soaked his white hair and soaked his white clothes, but Ning Chen didn't move half a step from the beginning to the end. Kneel. At this moment, in the Imperial Palace, a languid voice sounded out indifferently. In the heavy rain, Ning Chen silently bent his knees and knelt down. Knowing destiny meant that one would never yield to fate or bend their knees to power. They were proud and unyielding. However, today, in front of Shuiyun Imperial Palace, Ning Chen knelt down without hesitation. This kneeling lasted for so long that no one dared to believe it. In the Western Buddhist realm, on Mount Shumi, the demon lord looked to the north. After waiting for 10 years, he said, Empress, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. In Shuiyun Imperial Palace, the Empress smiled faintly and said, Demon Lord, you don't have to worry about the matters in the north. On Mount Shumi, the Demon Lord sighed softly. This time, there was nothing he could do. Empress Shuiyun's mood had always been unpredictable. It wasn't easy to ask for her help. It depended on how determined Ning Chen was to save people. Chapter 1439. In the north, around the Shuiyun Imperial Palace, it rained heavily for 10 years, and Ning Chen knelt in front of the palace for 10 years. In those 10 years, Ning Chen never stood up, nor did he say a word. For cultivators, 10 years wasn't a long time, but who could kneel in front of others for 10 years? Even ordinary people couldn't bear such humiliation, let alone a proud knowing destiny state cultivator. However, Ning Chen endured such humiliation and forcefully knelt in front of the Imperial Palace for 10 years. Inside the Shuiyun Imperial Palace, the 8 heavenly ladies of Shuiyun all fell silent. They thought that the young man would leave in anger because of the humiliation, but he was still kneeling here after 10 years. In front of the palace, in the pouring rain, Ning Chen knelt there. There was no light in his empty eyes. They were cold and empty. In the calamity 10 years ago, although Ning Chen managed to keep his life, he lost his light forever. The immortal demon body could heal any injury, but it couldn't heal the damage to the soul. Ning Chen didn't care about this, just like he didn't care about kneeling in front of the palace for 10 years. As long as he could summon man's soul, he would have no regrets even if he had to kneel for another 100 years. Come in. At this time, the Empress's calm voice came from the Shuiyun Imperial Palace. As soon as she finished speaking, the rain above the palace stopped abruptly. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sky cleared. Thank you, Empress. In front of the palace, Ning Chen bowed respectfully, got up and walked toward the main hall. In the Shuiyun Imperial Palace, Ning Chen stepped forward. In the main hall, A curtain covered the Empress's figure. Only the powerful Empress's aura made people dare not be presumptuous. "Greetings, Empress." Ningchen bowed and said respectfully. In the main hall, the curtain rose and the Empress stepped out. She looked at the young man and said calmly, "Tell me, what are you here for?" Ningchen put down the green coffin on his back and reached out to push it open. He said softly, "I'm here to ask for your help to summon man's soul back." The Empress stepped forward and looked at the green coffin. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Lost all 3 souls? After observing for a while, the Empress retracted her gaze and revealed a smile on her beautiful face. "Why should I help you?" "The Empress can state her conditions," Ningchen said respectfully. "Any conditions?" The Empress's lips curled up as she asked. "Any condition?" Ningchen nodded. The Empress sized up the young man in front of her. She had not seen him for 100 years and he had changed a lot. "What if I want your life?" The Empress smiled. "As long as the Empress is willing to save man, this junior's life is yours. However..." At this point, Ningchen raised his head and looked at Empress Shuiyun with his empty eyes. "Please give me 1,000 years, Your Majesty. Once I complete my mission, I will hand over my life with both hands. 1,000 years is not long. I can afford to wait." "All right, I'll help you this time," the Empress said faintly. After saying that, the Empress raised her hand. Vigorous and domineering spirit energy permeated out and filled the entire shrine. In an instant, the sky above Water Cloud Emperor Palace was filled with raging winds, and the entire world dimmed. In the great hall, the Empress's figure slowly flew up. In front of her, the green coffin also rose into the air. The next moment, a majestic voice sounded between heaven and earth. It spread continuously and spread to the 3 realms. "The heavens are vast and the earth is vast. Everyone has their own aspirations. What is there to think about? The fox god and the rat saint lean against the wall. Once the lightning strikes, who dares to bear it? He is faithful and righteous. Let the flesh and blood return to their homeland. Forever ashamed, when will they forget? The heavens cooperate. Life and death have a path. If one is not a wife, then one is not a husband. The heart works hard in the corner of the river. Wind and frost fill the hair. Rain and snowfall. Lai Ming Gong Shi Su Shu. Let the flesh and blood return to their original home. Forever treasured." Boom! Above the 9 heavens, thunder and lightning struck continuously. The Empress displayed her supreme power. Her hands formed a seal to summon the souls of the deceased. At the same time, in an unknown realm, a young woman's body trembled slightly. She looked into the distance with a confused expression. Ningchen. After her soul left her body for 100 years, man's consciousness gradually became confused. Only this name was engraved in her soul, and she would never forget it. In the north of the God realm, the Empress summoned the souls. Her divine yuan was pushed to the limit. A huge spiritual chi whirlpool appeared in the north. Thousands of souls rushed over like an ocean from all directions. They wanted to take the opportunity to possess a body and be reborn. In the center of the whirlpool, the Empress was surrounded by light. She blocked all the souls and continued to summon the souls of the deceased. Time passed day by day. Countless souls had gathered in the sky above the north. However, man's soul still hadn't appeared. 10 days. For 10 whole days, the souls of the deceased still hadn't returned. The Empress' expression gradually became gloomy. Below, Ning Chen's empty eyes looked into the sky. He still couldn't feel man's aura. His heart became heavier and heavier. Great Azure Lamp. The time was almost up. The female Empress let out a low shout and raised her hand. Her unparalleled cultivation base erupted and condensed into the green lamp. At this moment, in the green coffin, a drop of blood flew out from man's heart. It turned into a wick and lit the guiding flame. Disperse. The Empress waved her hand. A huge spiritual chi whirlpool swung open and sent the thousands of souls that had gathered flying. In the void, the empress who had lit the great azure lamp descended from the sky. She waved her hand and covered the green coffin. She looked at the white-haired young man and said in a deep voice, "This woman's great azure lamp can be lit. This means that her soul still exists in this world. However, I don't know why she can't come. This is all I can do. Next, you have to rely on your own strength to find her soul." Hearing this, Ning Chen was shocked. He bowed respectfully to the Empress Shui Yun and said, "Thank you for your help, Empress. No need. Just remember your promise." The Empress waved her hand and gave the lamp to him. She said calmly, "This lamp will lead you to her soul. Remember, as long as the lamp doesn't extinguish, her soul won't extinguish. If the lamp extinguishes, it means that her soul has dissipated." Ning Chen took the lamp and nodded. Then, he tied the green coffin to his back again and walked out of the imperial palace. In the imperial palace, the 8 heavenly ladies of Aqua Cloud looked at the departing figure with serious expressions. "Empress, is that girl really still alive?" one of the heavenly ladies of Aqua Cloud asked. "Yes," the Empress said calmly. "However, the situation isn't good. Without entering the heavenly realm, one's soul can't achieve unity of heaven and man. If it leaves the body for a long time, it may dissipate at any time. The flame of the great azure lamp just now wasn't very bright. This means that the girl's soul has begun to show signs of instability. We must find her as soon as possible." In the sky above the northern region, the phoenix flew rapidly. It spread its wings and soared 90,000 miles into the sky. Under the guidance of the great azure lamp, Ning Chen moved forward quickly to find Man's soul. Above the heavenly realm, Ning Chen's figure flew out and flew toward the distant horizon. The separation and reunion heaven was the second of the 9 heavens. It was also the heaven closest to the heavenly realm. The phoenix flew past the barrier of the heavenly realm. It turned into a sword and crashed into the spatial boundary. There was a spatial barrier between the heavenly realm and the mortal realm. There were similar laws between the 9 heavens. However, under the guidance of the azure lamp, Man's soul was far away from the separation and reunion heaven. Ning Chen had no other choice. He turned into a sword and crashed into the spatial barrier. The rumbling shook the world. His strength had far surpassed the 4th realm of knowing destiny. His attainments in the sword Dao were unprecedented. Now, he turned into a sword and broke the spatial barrier with astonishing strength. Cracks appeared on the spatial barrier. Ning Chen crashed into it again and again. Blood stained the void. Finally, after the 3rd collision, the shocking sword light broke the spatial barrier and entered the separation and reunion heaven. In the void, the laws of the great Tao sensed it and quickly repaired the broken spatial barrier. In the separation and reunion heaven, the phoenix sped away at extreme speed. It didn't stop at all and flew out of the separation and reunion heaven. At this moment, in the separation and reunion heaven, the heavenly realm supremes looked at the sky with strange expressions. "The phoenix, the heavens are good to me." Among the heavenly realm supremes, an old man who was about to reach the end of his lifespan opened his eyes and looked at the sky. His eyes were burning with passion. The phoenix blood had the effect of longevity. It was more effective than any great medicine. As long as he killed this phoenix and obtained the phoenix blood, he was confident that he could live another life. The old man stood up. Around him, the 100,000 mountains rumbled and shocked everyone. Turtle Spirit Patriarch. Everyone felt it and looked in the direction of the 100,000 mountains with shock. Was that heavenly realm supremes going to make a move? Old Turtle in the separation and reunion heaven, the phoenix soared across the entire separation and reunion heaven and flew out of the sky. In the separation and reunion heaven, in the famous 100,000 mountains, the Turtle Spirit Patriarch woke up from his deep sleep. Terrifying heaven and earth spirit chi gathered from all directions and poured into the shriveled Turtle Spirit Patriarch's body. It was a shocking scene. Facing the phoenix that hadn't appeared in 100,000 years, The Turtle Spirit Patriarch gathered all his strength and decided to fight one last time. Heavenly Realm experts had a long lifespan, but they weren't immortal. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch had lived for countless years. He was even more afraid of death. The temptation of longevity was like a poison that corroded the hearts of men and gods. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch appeared. Above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds were chaotic. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck the 100,000 mountains below. The old monster that had lived for more than 100,000 years already had 1 foot in the grave. The heavenly Tao sent down a lightning tribulation to cleanse this monster that refused to leave the world. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch walked out of the lightning. He wore an ancient green robe and his face was haggard. However, he gave people an indescribable pressure. Heavenly Realm experts were true Heavenly Realm experts. They weren't inferior to the 4 Supremes of the Divine World. They had lived longer than the Supremes of the Divine World. In this world, living longer was a capital. In the Separation and Reunion Heaven, the Supremes who were also in the Heavenly Realm felt the terrifying pressure from the 100,000 mountains. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch was stronger than 10,000 years ago. They didn't expect that the Turtle Spirit Patriarch, who was about to die, would have a breakthrough. Every era had its own geniuses. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch was the strongest expert in the Separation and Reunion Heaven realm in the past 100,000 years. The 100,000 mountains was the territory of the entire Separation and Reunion Heaven realm. Even the Supremes didn't dare to step into it. Above the 9 heavens, Ning Chen also felt the terrifying pressure from afar. He didn't stop and continued to fly. The flame of the great heavenly azure lamp was getting weaker. He had to find Man's soul as soon as possible. Boom! In the 100,000 mountains, lightning bolts raged and destroyed almost half of the mountain range. However, the Turtle Spirit Patriarch didn't seem to notice it. He walked forward step by step. 10 breaths, 10 steps. In 10 steps, the Turtle Spirit Patriarch's cultivation gradually recovered to its peak. The terrifying pressure quickly covered the entire Separation and Reunion Heaven realm. In the void, Ning Chen felt it and his face darkened. Not good. This aura was coming for him. At this moment, a giant turtle spirit statue appeared on the ground below. It looked like the black tortoise of the ancient times, but it was slightly different. Everyone knew that the divine turtle had a long lifespan. Legend had it that the Turtle Spirit Patriarch's original form was a spiritual turtle. He later cultivated to the heaven realm and became a supreme emperor. However, after a long time, even the Turtle Spirit Patriarch had used up his lifespan and was about to die. Now that the phoenix was born, the Turtle Spirit Patriarch decided to fight with all his might. In the sky and on the ground, the spiritual turtle and the phoenix were officially fighting. Terrifying pressure surged and clashed continuously. In the sky, Ning Chen's body was unusually heavy. It was as if a mountain weighed 10,000 pounds and he couldn't move forward. The peerless Turtle Spirit Patriarch used his divine power to stop the phoenix from leaving. Ning Chen's face darkened. He clenched his right hand and the celestial slash appeared. The ancient ferocious sword's power was shocking. Suddenly, endless evil chi filled the sky and on the ground, adding to the power of the celestial sword. Boom! The two forces clashed again. The aftermath shook the void. In the void, Ning Chen's body fell rapidly. The celestial slash in his hand slashed at the divine turtle below. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch's face turned cold. He raised his withered right hand and caught the celestial sword. The physical body and the divine weapon clashed. Violent air currents surged. Ning Chen, who made the first move, disappeared instantly and appeared behind the Turtle Spirit Patriarch. The emotionless sword was ruthless and fierce. Ning Chen's eyes were blind, but his heart wasn't. The celestial sword in his hand was like the most accurate killing weapon. Every strike was aimed at the opponent's vital point. The rumbling continued. In the 100,000 mountains the two fought. Mountains were destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Giant rocks flew everywhere and huge pits were created. After 100 years, Ning Chen's cultivation had improved further. He had completely turned into a killing sword. It was a pure killing sword without any impurities. Ning Chen's attacks were ruthless and merciless. He wanted to kill the heavenly realm supremes before him. On the other hand, the Turtle Spirit Patriarch's cultivation was peerless. Every move he made had the power to destroy the world. The two fought, yin and yang. The strongest sword and the strongest god. The two of them fought fiercely, and neither of them showed any mercy. Your sword is too weak. After a dozen moves, the Turtle Spirit Patriarch grabbed the celestial ending sword and slapped at Ning Chen's chest. The peerless heavenly realm supremes had a powerful palm. Ning Chen took half a step back and dodged the Turtle Spirit Patriarch's palm. He slashed with the celestial ending sword and took back control of the celestial sword. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch frowned and let go of the celestial ending sword. He gathered his vitality and threw out another powerful palm. Sword Art Tai. The palm approached. Ning Chen took a step forward and calmed himself down. He slashed out with his sword and blocked the attack. The sword and palm clashed. A violent collision sound was heard. The celestial sword slashed through the Turtle Spirit Patriarch's palm and continued forward. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch's face sank. His body flashed and dodged the sword chi. Boom! The sword chi slashed through. A mountain behind the Turtle Spirit Patriarch was flattened by Ning Chen's sword. The terrifying power was shocking. Behind him, the mountains and rivers were rumbling, collapsing and sinking. Sensing that, Turtle Spirit Ancestor's face darkened. This young man's strength was shocking. He didn't enter the heavenly realm, but his strength was comparable to the heavenly realm supremes. It reminded him of his younger days. Heavenly profound 8 gates. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch didn't dare to hide his moves when facing the talented swordsman in front of him. He shouted and opened the 8 gates. At this moment, the 8 gates appeared in the battle. A huge astrolabe appeared under their feet. The astrolabe spun and connected with the origin of heaven and earth. Around the two of them, 8 ancient doors appeared. Inside each of the doors, there was a frightening pressure. Ning Chen stood in the center of the 8 gates. Although he couldn't see, he could feel the terrifying pressure around him. Ning Chen didn't dare to be careless. He stabbed the celestial ending sword into the ground. His power exploded and tried to break the array. This isn't an array. As he spoke, the Turtle Spirit Patriarch disappeared. He appeared in front of the Knowing Destiny state in an instant and threw out a powerful palm. Ning Chen stepped back, but it was too late. He groaned and took 3 steps back. Drops of blood fell and dyed his clothes red. Ning Chen frowned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Old but not dead is a thief. This old monster does have some skills. Again. He had never been afraid of anyone in his life. Ning Chen shouted. His body flashed and appeared in front of the Turtle Spirit Patriarch. The celestial ending sword was as fast as lightning. However, the Turtle Spirit Patriarch disappeared again without a sound. After a short while, the Turtle Spirit Patriarch appeared in one of the gates behind Ning Chen. He was surrounded by lightning and threw out a punch. Ning Chen sensed it and moved aside. However, he was too late. The lightning brushed past his body and brought out a stream of blood. The eternal demon body showed its power. Ning Chen's injured body healed quickly. He frowned again. Space arts? Yes, but it didn't seem like it. What was the lightning power just now? Nirvana. To test his doubts, Ning Chen swung his sword. Endless sword chi broke through the air and turned into a stream of swords, slashing towards the Turtle Spirit Patriarch. It was a shocking move. Its power could destroy heaven and earth. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch didn't have any space to dodge. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch sneered and retreated into the gate behind him. Nirvana. After that, Ning Chen swung his sword again. Sword chi circled around him, and slashed towards the 7 gates. Rumbling sounds could be heard again. The sword chi went into the 7 gates and disappeared. It was a shocking scene. The 7 gates were blocked by the sword chi. The turtle spirit patriarch flew out from the only gate that wasn't affected. His body was surrounded by flames. He threw out an earth-shattering palm. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ning Chen turned around and looked at the turtle spirit patriarch with his empty eyes. He condensed his true energy into his sword and slashed at him. The slash was so powerful that it could shake heaven and earth. The two forces collided. Violent air currents surged and attacked both of them. A pool of blood splashed in the air. Ning Chen took half a step back and steadied himself. In front of the 8th gate, a glaring blood mark appeared on the turtle spirit patriarch's chest. Seeing this, Ning Chen's empty eyes moved slightly. The gate was right behind him. Why didn't this old monster go in and hide? Thinking of this, Ning Chen's figure flashed and arrived in front of the turtle spirit patriarch. He slashed out with his sword. The destructive sword directly cut open the void. It was so powerful. The turtle spirit patriarch took the sword attack head-on. At the same time, he threw out a palm attack to counterattack. The palm attack got close to Ning Chen. Ning Chen turned his body and dodged the palm attack. Then, he launched another attack. Endless streams of sword light crazily attacked turtle spirit old ancestor like a storm. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had been exchanged. The turtle spirit patriarch stood in front of a gate, but he didn't go in. Spiritual sword is the 12th move, sky-raising waterfall. After 100 moves, Ning Chen gathered true energy from his left palm. Phoenix flames rose into the sky and turned into a waterfall, soaring into the sky. This palm strike was so powerful that it seemed to be able to destroy everything in its path. Turtle spirit ancestor's face darkened. His Zhen Yuan rose from his body as he also launched a palm strike to counter the attack. Boom! A terrifying vibration was generated. The two waves of power clashed against each other. The turtle spirit patriarch took another 3 steps back and bumped into the gate. In front of him, Ning Chen also took a few steps back. He looked in front of him with his empty eyes. His face turned cold. As expected, the turtle spirit patriarch couldn't go in after he came out of the gate. Die! In the battle, the turtle spirit patriarch was injured. His face was full of killing intent. He took a step forward and counterattacked. The oldest god in the separation and reunion heaven had shown his peerless power. A huge spirit turtle shadow appeared on the ground, supporting the old man. The palm attack was so close that the sky collapsed and the earth shook. Ning Chen blocked the attack with his sword. Boom! His body flew out. The turtle spirit patriarch took a step forward and dashed forward again. Behind Ning Chen, the turtle spirit patriarch dashed forward and punched Ning Chen's body. Another vibration was generated. Ning Chen's body flew out again. His blood dyed the battlefield red. The turtle spirit patriarch's counterattack tilted the battle. Ning Chen was at a disadvantage. The gap between their cultivations was so obvious. In the battle, Ning Chen, who had launched a joint attack, suddenly fell down and changed his direction. The turtle spirit patriarch's palm attack missed its target. His body also changed direction and flew down. Sky break. Below, Ning Chen wielded his sword and faced the attack. The palm and sword collided. The air currents shook. Below Ning Chen, the ground cracked and spread to the outside of the 100,000 mountains. It was a horrifying battle. The two top experts of the present age displayed their abilities. The 100,000 great mountains suffered a calamity. Mountain peaks were swept away by the shock waves of the battle between the two, turning into ruins. 12 styles of spiritual rhino, splitting the sea and splitting the flood. At such a close distance, Ning Chen struck out with his palm again. In an instant, demonic currents surged above the void. The palm attack broke through the air and pushed the turtle spirit patriarch back. The battle was separated. Ning Chen flipped his left hand and the heavenly book of creation appeared. Scroll of Earth, Earth Destruction and Mountain Destruction. The heavenly book's martial art reappeared. In Ning Chen's hand, the immortal Earth Destruction was launched. The powerful sword power sank into the ground. The whole 100,000 mountains shook. In the next moment, countless sword flows broke through the air and blocked the Turtle Spirit Patriarch's escape route. Black Tortoise Protection. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch's face darkened. The light around his body shone brightly. A huge shadow of the Black Tortoise appeared and protected his body. Thousands of swords hit the Black Tortoise protection. A violent vibration was heard. The Black Tortoise protection blocked the swords. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch shouted again and punched the ground. Rumble! The ground cracked and the mountains shook. Ning Chen's fist power penetrated the ground and attacked the Turtle Spirit Patriarch. Ning Chen took a step and flew into the air. The heavenly book of creation flipped rapidly. Scroll of heaven, unparalleled in the world. Ning Chen's body moved. His sword was like thunder. Thousands of sword lights broke through the air again. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch sneered. His body flashed and disappeared into the gate behind him. Ning Chen's face darkened. He was on guard again. In an instant, the Turtle Spirit Patriarch flew out from the gate not far away. Wind blew around him. His speed was extremely fast. Boom! He punched and the wind blew. The power was even more terrifying. Ning Chen barely reacted. He blocked the attack with his sword. Ugh! Ning Chen groaned. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, dyeing it red. Your strength is indeed beyond my expectation. But that's all there is to it. The Turtle Spirit Patriarch said coldly. He put his palms together. The power of wind and thunder flew out from the two gates. Suddenly, thunder rumbled and wind blew. With the power of wind and thunder, the pressure around the Turtle Spirit Patriarch rose sharply. A shocking move broke through the air. In front of him, Ning Chen sensed it. The heavenly book of creation in his hand rose. The heavenly book flipped and the power of the scroll of creation appeared. With the support of the scroll of creation, wind and snow gushed out from Ning Chen's body. His palms gathered the power of wind and snow. 12 styles of spiritual rhino, 100 tides set the sky. The Qilint's unique skill, turning something into nothing. It was the most powerful martial skill in the world. In the battle, the power of wind and thunder and the power of 100 tides clashed. The two forces clashed fiercely. After a short stalemate, the wind and thunder broke through the 100 tides and continued forward. Sword art, heavenly sword. In the air, Ning Chen held the sword with both hands. Sword intent rose from his body and slashed down. The majestic sword aura could destroy the heaven and earth. With a loud boom, it slashed the wind and thunder apart and attacked the Turtle Spirit Patriarch. Turtle Spirit Great Ancestor's silhouette flashed across the air, disappearing into the gate beside him. The 8 mysterious heavenly gates was an invincible fighting method. Once the Turtle Spirit Patriarch disappeared, Ning Chen's attack missed its target again. In the air, Ning Chen looked at the 8 gates with a cold expression. This old turtle is really hard to deal with. #####1465 to 1466 Floating Island in the Separation and Union Heavenly Realm, the 100,000 Great Mountain Range. The battle had reached its climax. Ning Chen stood in the middle of the battle with a cold expression. Now, he was sure that each of the 8 gates represented a kind of origin power. This old monster could use the power inside at will. He could also enter the gates to avoid trouble. However, the same kind of power could not be used twice in a row. In other words, after coming out from one of the gates, one could not enter again in a short time. However, there were a total of 8 gates. Even if one could not enter twice in a row, there were still many choices left. It could be said that the 8 mysterious heavenly gates was a perfect fighting method. However, he never believed in perfection. Behind any perfection, there were always unknown flaws. In the 8 mysterious heavenly gates, the turtle spirit patriarch disappeared. In an instant, he appeared silently. The power of the mysterious water poured down from the sky. The turtle spirit patriarch used the fourth kind of origin power to suppress the knowing destiny state cultivator in front. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. Coldness spread out from his body. The wind and snow swirled and turned into a protective shield to block the power of the mysterious water. The mysterious water was frozen. Before the attack arrived, icicles pierced through the air and mercilessly attacked. Immortal slaying. The attack arrived again. Ning Chen shouted. It was the first time that 2 immortal swords were used at the same time since the 4 swords were reforged. Boom! At this moment, thunder rumbled in the air and fell from the sky. When the immortal swords with heaven-defying power appeared at the same time, the heaven and earth sensed it and sent down a great calamity. Get lost! With immortal slaying in his hand, Ning Chen waved his sword and scattered the raging thunder. In front of him, thousands of icicles pierced through the air. Ning Chen held the 2 swords with both hands. Heaven and earth were opened. Heaven and earth resonate, life and death defy fate. The 2 swords clashed. A terrifying destructive power burst out. The 2 swords spun rapidly and turned into 2 rainbows that pierced through the air. The rainbows of heaven and earth were indestructible. The icicles formed by thousands of mysterious water were completely destroyed. The swords didn't stop and slashed towards the turtle spirit patriarch in front of him. The terrifying power of the immortal swords was unprecedented. The turtle spirit patriarch was shocked for a short while and immediately rushed towards the gate. In front of him, Ning Chen's figure flashed and grabbed the turtle spirit patriarch. In front of the gate, Ning Chen reached his right hand in and grabbed the turtle spirit patriarch's shoulder. When he was about to drag the turtle spirit patriarch out, an extremely strong repulsive force burst out from the gate and sent Ning Chen flying. At the same time, the turtle spirit patriarch appeared in the gate opposite him and attacked Ning Chen's back with all his strength. The shocking attack was merciless. Blood spurted out from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth and dyed his white robe red. However, at this moment, 2 sword rainbows appeared in front of the turtle spirit patriarch at the same time and coincidentally cut off his right arm. The turtle spirit patriarch screamed as his right arm was cut off from his body. His face twisted in pain. It was an unbelievable scene. The turtle spirit patriarch's body kept trembling. He didn't expect the 2 immortal swords to appear so coincidentally. In front of him, Ning Chen held the 2 swords in his hands and barely managed to stabilize his body. Chaotic true energy surged around his body and suppressed his injuries. Using himself as bait to cut off the enemy's arm, Ning Chen once again showed his amazing fighting experience. He was ruthless and merciless to both the enemy and himself. The turtle spirit patriarch's body trembled. His true energy surged and suppressed the injuries in his body. The situation was reversed. Ning Chen's figure didn't stop for a moment. He flashed again and slashed with the 2 swords. His attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. After losing an arm, the turtle spirit patriarch retreated step by step. He saw an opportunity and flew into a gate. Ning Chen released his spirit sense. The 2 swords in his hands were filled with ferocious power. He was on guard against enemies that could appear at any time. After a short while, the turtle spirit patriarch appeared in a gate next to the gate. His body was filled with golden light and a sharp golden aura that could destroy anything. Ning Chen sensed it and didn't dodge. He faced it head-on. Immortal slaying and sharp golden. The 2 destructive forces collided. An ear-piercing sound of friction resounded. The 2 figures passed by each other. Ning Chen turned around. The immortal slaying turned into a long hook and forcefully hooked the turtle spirit patriarch's second arm. Sizzle! The turtle spirit patriarch didn't expect such a shocking turn of events. He only felt a sharp pain in his left arm and blood spurted out. A shrill cry resounded. The turtle spirit patriarch's face twisted intensely. His left arm flew out and was cut off by the immortal slaying. In Ning Chen's hand, the immortal slaying returned to its original state and turned back into a sword. Not copper, not iron, not steel, it was once hidden under Mount Su Di. Without using yin and yang to refine it, how could it not be refined by water and fire? God slaying is powerful, immortal slaying dies, immortal trapping gives rise to red light everywhere. The immortal slaying's transformation is endless, immortal Daluo's blood stains his robe. In the ancient era, there were only a few who knew the true meaning of the ballad that spread throughout the three realms. Now, in Ning Chen's hand, the immortal slaying sword once again displayed its ferocious power. The immortal slaying's transformation and immortal Daluo's blood stains. With both arms cut off, the turtle spirit patriarch retreated. For the first time, fear appeared on his face. There is no invincible battle technique in this world. The 8 gates of mysterious heaven is indeed very powerful. However, you have too much faith in it, Ning Chen said coldly. His figure flashed past as fast as a swan. The turtle spirit patriarch wanted to block, but at this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had lost both his arms. In a battle between experts, there was no room for mistakes. The turtle spirit patriarch was stunned for a moment. The immortal slaying sword pierced through the air and sliced his throat. The ferocious power entered his body and instantly destroyed his vitality. The turtle spirit patriarch's spirit left his body and hurriedly rushed towards a gate. However, Ning Chen was one step ahead. His figure blocked in front of him. The immortal slaying sword slashed past mercilessly. You. He didn't have time to say the words. The turtle spirit patriarch's spirit collapsed and disappeared between heaven and earth. The turtle spirit patriarch died in battle, and the 8 gates of mysterious heaven vanished. Ning Chen walked in front of the turtle spirit patriarch. His demonic aura surged and devoured it. Demonic body, I'll leave it to you, Ning Chen said calmly. Understood. The demonic body replied. Ning Chen's lifeless eyes looked at the sky. He didn't stay any longer. He took a step forward and flew into the sky. In the separation and union heaven realm, the heaven realm experts watched the battle. At this moment they were all shocked. The turtle spirit patriarch had died in battle. In the entire separation and union heaven realm, the turtle spirit patriarch could be said to be the one who had lived the longest. His cultivation was also the best in the world. No one expected that he would die in the hands of a young man who hadn't entered the heaven realm. As expected, he's old and useless. In the separation and union heaven realm, a young expert snorted and said indifferently, "The turtle spirit patriarch's body is indeed not at its peak, but it can't be underestimated. The fact that the young man could kill him means that his strength is infinitely close to the peak of this world," a middle-aged man said from behind. In the sky, the phoenix swept past quickly. After killing the turtle spirit patriarch, it didn't stop for a moment and continued on its way. The flame of the great azure lamp was getting weaker and weaker. Ning Chen was getting more and more anxious. His concern made him confused. Facing Ah Man's safety, even someone as calm as Ning Chen couldn't remain calm. The phoenix soared into the sky, crossing the entire separation and union heaven realm. At the end of the world, Ning Chen's figure rushed out and soared into the sky. Outside the chaotic sky, Ning Chen's figure continued to move forward. Under the guidance of the great azure lamp, he swept toward the third heaven. The long journey seemed endless. Between the separation and union heaven and the third heaven, a huge floating island appeared. The floating island was unusually majestic and wasn't inferior to a piece of heaven and earth. Ning Chen's figure flashed past. When he passed by the floating island, his body shook. The phoenix flame around him disappeared and his body fell from the sky. With a rumble, Ning Chen's body fell on the ground and smashed a huge deep hole. In the divine restriction, the small gourd looked anxious. It was about to fly out, but it was restrained by an unknown force and couldn't open the divine restriction. In the deep hole, Ning Chen struggled to get up. He was about to release his divine sense to sense the surroundings, but he found that his divine sense was locked and couldn't be released. His divine sense was restrained and his cultivation was also suppressed. The world around Ning Chen immediately turned dark. Without the ability of a martial artist, Ning Chen became no different from a mortal. He couldn't use his divine sense to sense the situation around him anymore. The flame of the great azure lamp flickered slightly and was about to go out. Ning Chen revealed an anxious expression and immediately crawled out of the large hole. He didn't have much time left. He had to quickly find Wild. After losing the light and divine sense, Ning Chen crawled out of the deep hole like a blind man. He felt around a tree branch and quickly walked forward as he explored the path. The unknown was the most frightening. Mortals were blind and didn't dare to walk too fast. If they walked too fast, they would trip easily. Ning Chen's eyes couldn't see anything. Although he could rely on his hearing to distinguish the sound of the wind, he couldn't hear anything still. With a bang, Ning Chen stepped on air and rolled down in a sorry state. Ning Chen rolled down the huge mountain and knocked away a huge rock. Blood flowed out silently. When the tiger fell from the sky, the invincible swordsman became even worse than the most ordinary mortal after losing everything. Under the mountain, Ning Chen crawled up in a sorry state and continued walking forward. He didn't know how many times he fell, but he got up again and again. Ning Chen walked very quickly because he was anxious. Anxiety overcame his fear and overcame his fear of the unknown. In the distance, tea-picking girls appeared in groups of 3 to 5. They were bustling with activity. The girls in the mountains were beautiful and their voices were ethereal and pleasant. Bai Ling, look, there's someone over there. A tea-picking girl saw Ning Chen in the distance and said. The girl called Bai Ling looked in the direction the former was pointing. Her beautiful face revealed a strange expression as she said, "There is someone." Under the gazes of the tea-picking girls, Ning Chen held a tree branch in his hand and explored the path as he walked forward. "His eyes don't seem to be able to see," said another girl who was picking tea. Her face was filled with worry. "Let's go help," Bai Ling said and immediately ran forward. "Bai Ling, wait for us." Behind her, the 3 tea-picking girls hurriedly followed. In the distance, Ning Chen felt that someone was coming and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Someone was coming. "Young master, where are you going?" Bai Ling went forward and saw the young man's bloody and sorry state. She couldn't bear to see him and asked, "I want to leave this island." Ning Chen tried his best to put on a kind expression and asked, "Miss, do you know how to leave this island as soon as possible?" "Island?" Bai Ling's expression changed when she heard this. She asked, "What island?" Behind them, the 3 tea-picking girls also looked puzzled. Where was the island? Ning Chen was startled and quickly reacted. He could see that this was an island but the mortals on it couldn't. "Miss, are there any martial artists nearby?" Ning Chen asked softly. "Yes. Walk east from here. There is a Tianji city 100 miles away. There are martial artists there," Bai Ling replied. "Thank you, miss." Ning Chen replied and felt the direction of the sunlight. He identified the things and walked forward. "Bai Ling, let's go help him." The 3 tea-picking girls looked at the white-haired man walking with difficulty and said with pity, "Okay." Bai Ling nodded and ran forward again. She said softly, "Young master, the path in the mountains is difficult. Let us take you out." Ning Chen looked grateful and said, "Thank you." The 4 tea-picking girls led the way. Not long after, Ning Chen walked out of the mountain. After thanking the 4 kind tea-picking girls, he went on his way alone. "This person is so pitiful." Behind them, a tea-picking girl said softly. "Yes." Another tea-gatherer sighed. "However, this is all we can do to help him." Under the scorching sun heading west, Ning Chen walked forward. His thin figure walked in the wilderness, looking so lonely. In front of Tianji City, Ning Chen arrived when the sun was about to set. When the city gate was about to close, he entered the city. A blind man? The soldiers guarding the gate looked at the young man with bloodstains on his face. They casually checked him and let him in. Night fell. In Tianji City, thousands of lights were lit. Although the ancient city was not big, it was very prosperous. Ning Chen walked on the streets of the city. It was the first time he felt the pain of the world as a mortal. Darkness, endless darkness. Ning Chen couldn't see any light in front of him. He could only rely on his ears to hear the wind. In the divine restriction, the little gourd was anxious. It wanted to help lead the way, but it couldn't get out. Move. In the darkness in front of Ning Chen, an impatient voice sounded. Someone pushed Ning Chen, and his body slanted, bumping into a passerby behind him. Do you have eyes? Are you blind? Behind him, someone shouted angrily. Sorry. After bumping into someone, Ning Chen immediately thanked them and stepped back, making way. You're really blind. Ha ha. Mocking laughter sounded. The passerby pushed Ning Chen again and walked forward. You dare to bully a blind man? How shameless! Right at this moment, a young man's voice sounded, and he stood up for the injustice. Yo, where did this kid come from? Are you weaned? How dare you interfere with my business? Mocking laughter sounded. The owner of the voice attacked. The young man was hot-blooded, but he was ruthlessly beaten up. Ha ha. The perpetrator swaggered off and left without a second thought. The young man sat on the ground and cried. Ning Chen went up and stretched out his hand. Thank you. The young man looked at the young man in front of him and stretched out his hand, using the latter's strength to stand up. I'm sorry. I'm useless. I couldn't help you. The young man wiped his tears and said, It's enough. Ning Chen smiled and said, Are there any martial artists in this city? Martial artists? Hearing this, the young man was stunned. After a while, he nodded and said, Yes, there is a martial arts hall in front. I'll bring you there. Thank you. Ning Chen replied softly. In the night, the young man led the way. The two of them walked towards the martial arts hall. In front of the largest martial arts hall in Tianji City, the young man brought Ning Chen and said softly, We're here. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the martial arts hall in front of him with his empty eyes. He walked forward step by step. Behind him, the young man gritted his teeth and followed. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### God's world in the martial arts hall of Tianji City, the white-haired Ning Chun and the young man in green walked in one after another. In the martial arts hall, cheers could be heard. In the arena, two strong men were fighting fiercely. Their moves were like rain, drenching the arena. Below the arena, many martial artists were cheering for the two of them. Behind them, Ning Chun frowned as he sensed the battle in the arena. "Are they the martial artists you mentioned?" Ning Chun asked. "Yes." The young man in green nodded and said, "What's wrong?" Ning Chun was disappointed. These people were just ordinary people who knew some martial arts. They were far from being considered martial artists. In the arena, a man picked up his opponent and threw him down. "Who else?" The man looked at the crowd below and shouted angrily. Below the arena, the crowd was silent. They did not dare to reply. "I'll do it." Behind them, Ning Chun said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd turned to look at the white-haired young man behind them. They were shocked. Blind. Seeing the young man's lifeless eyes, the crowd was confused. Ning Chun took a step forward and with a stomp of his foot, he leaped onto the stage. "Blind, are you here to die?" The man looked at the person in front of him and mocked. "Please." Ning Chun did not care about the man's words and said calmly. The man snorted and said, "Come on, to prevent others from saying that I'm bullying a blind man, I'll let you have 3 moves." "Thank you." Ning Chun smiled and took a step forward. His figure flashed in front of the man so fast that it was hard to see clearly. In an instant, Ning Chun attacked and sent the man in front of him flying with a punch. It was a shocking scene. The crowd below the arena did not even have time to react before the battle ended. "What happened?" The crowd below the arena looked at each other. They did not see what had happened. On the second floor of the Martial Arts Administration, the stewards of the Martial Arts Administration saw the situation below and their expressions turned solemn. "Thank you." In the arena, Ning Chen looked down with empty eyes and said, "I'm not convinced." Below the arena, the man stood up in a sorry state and said angrily, "One more round." On the arena, Ning Chen smiled and said, "Sure." The man went into the arena. This time, he did not dare to be careless and was fully focused. "Are you ready?" Ning Chen asked. "Come on," the man said in a deep voice. Ning Chen nodded and stepped lightly. Compared to the previous time, he flashed in front of the man and threw a punch. At the same position, the man was sent flying again. Below the arena, the man landed on his back with his limbs in the air. "Thank you." Ning Chen smiled. "Did you see it clearly?" On the second floor of the Martial Arts Administration building, the stewards looked at the experts behind them and said in a deep voice, "No." The experts shook their heads and said with a heavy expression, "Just now, they saw the young man's body disappear and the man was sent flying. That speed was too shocking. Could he be an immortal from the heavenly region?" The steward said, "Yu Hong, go and test him again." One of the stewards looked at the man behind him and said, "Yes." Yu Hong nodded and turned to go downstairs. Around the arena, the crowd was shocked when they saw the martial artist in black coming down from the second floor. Yu Hong, the #1 expert of the Martial Arts Administration building. On the arena, Ning Chen felt the person's footsteps and the corner of his mouth curled up. Finally, a decent person came. Yu Hong went up to the arena and looked at the white-haired young man in front of him. He said, "I'm Yu Hong. May I know your name?" "Ning Chen." Ning Chen smiled. Hearing this, Yu Hong frowned. He had never heard of this name. Logically speaking, such an expert shouldn't be unknown. "Please." After a while, Yu Hong suppressed the waves in his heart and looked at Ning Chen and said, "Please." Ning Chen nodded and said politely. After all the formalities, Yu Hong made the first move to gain the upper hand. Yu Hong stepped on the ground and his legs displayed shocking explosive power. A shadow flashed across and appeared in front of Ning Chen. The limits of a human body were undoubtedly shown by Yu Hong. As the #1 expert in the Martial Arts Administration building, Yu Hong's strength was well known in the entire Tianji city. However, although Yu Hong was strong, Ning Chen was stronger. Ning Chen's figure flashed and with an even faster speed, his right hand turned into a knife and hit the back of Yu Hong's neck. With a bang, Yu Hong's body fell to the ground and he lost all his strength to fight. Below, when the crowd saw this scene, their faces were full of shock. Behind the crowd, the young man in green's mouth was wide open. He would never have thought that the person he casually saved would be an expert. On the second floor of the Martial Arts Administration building, in a private room, the stewards stood up one by one. The shock on their faces was hard to hide. "Go and invite the guest up," one of the stewards said in a deep voice. "Yes." Behind them, a woman with an enchanting figure took the order and walked towards the first floor. Not long after, the woman walked to the front of the arena and looked at the white-haired young man. She said, "Master, the head steward invites you." Hearing this, Ning Chen nodded lightly and walked down the arena. He followed the woman to the second floor. On the second floor, in the largest private room, the head steward of the Martial Arts Administration building looked at the young man in front of him carefully. Why had he never heard of such an expert before? "May I ask where Mr. Ning is from?" the head steward asked respectfully. Ning Chen pointed at the sky and didn't say anything. Seeing this, the head steward's expression became more respectful. He was indeed an immortal from the heavenly region. "Aren't there any decent martial artists here?" Ning Chen asked. Reporting to Mr. Ning, Divine Legacy City is just a small city. There aren't any immortals like you. The head steward was shocked and replied respectfully. "Immortals?" Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. So, the people here called martial artists immortals. Where are the immortals around here? Ning Chen asked again. 3,000 miles away from Divine Legacy City, there is a big city called Cloud Sky City. It is said that there are immortals there. The head steward replied respectfully. 3,000 miles? Ning Chen frowned. It was indeed a little far. The head steward bowed and said, If Mr. Ning wants to go there, Wu Martial Arts Administration Building can prepare the fastest horse for you. You can go any time. Ning Chen nodded and said calmly, Thank you very much. It's nothing, the head steward said softly. Ning Chen nodded slightly and didn't stay any longer. He got up and walked towards the first floor. At the side, the enchanting woman hurried forward to support him. Her face was full of admiration. On the first floor, the young man in green saw Ning Chen coming down. At this moment, he didn't dare to go forward. Thank you. Ning Chen walked past the young man and said, Your talent is very good. If you can practice martial arts, your future achievements won't be below any of them. When the young man heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. He said, Really? Really? Ning Chen nodded and smiled. The young man gritted his teeth and bowed respectfully to the person in front of him. He said, Mister, please teach me. I don't have time. Ning Chen sighed softly. After thinking for a while, he cut his arm and poured the blood on the young man. He said, This is all I can do. When the phoenix blood entered his body, the young man felt as if his body was on fire. His body trembled uncontrollably. On the second floor, the head steward of the Martial Arts Administration Building looked at the scene below with a serious expression. This young man was drenched in the blood of an immortal. His future achievements would be limitless. His Martial Arts Administration Building had always been unrecognized because there had never been a true immortal in the building. The young man in front of him might be the opportunity for his Martial Arts Administration Building to rise. Practice martial arts well. Ning Chen patted the young man's shoulder and walked out of the Martial Arts Administration Building. The enchanting woman led the way. Outside the Martial Arts Administration Building, someone had already prepared a horse and was waiting there. Ning Chen got on the horse and was about to leave when the enchanting woman said, Mr. Ning, can I go with you? I can lead the way for you. When Ning Chen heard this, he said softly, No need. The enchanting woman refused to give up and continued to argue. Mister, although you're an immortal, it's inconvenient for you to move around. With me around, I can at least lead the way for you. You won't lose anything. Ning Chen smiled and said, What do you want? The enchanting woman gritted her teeth and said, A chance to stand out. When Ning Chen heard this, the smile on his face became wider. He said, Okay. The enchanting woman was delighted. She said, Thank you, mister. My name is Yao Ji. I hope you can remember my name. Ning Chen nodded. This woman was different from the rest. Mister, wait for me, Yao Ji said and quickly left. Not long after, she rode a horse over and said, Mister, let's go. Jia. Ning Chen nodded. Without further delay, he started to leave. Yao Ji followed and the two of them rushed out of the city. When the sun was about to rise, the city gates opened. The two of them rode out and continued towards the east. 3,000 miles to the east of Heaven's Legacy City, Sky City. Half a month later, the two of them rode day and night and entered the city. After the two of them entered the city, they didn't waste any time and rushed towards the center of the city, Sky Mansion. Sky Mansion was filled with songs and dances. The Lord of Sky Mansion stood on the star-plucking tower and looked down at the people below with a smile. Behind the Lord of Sky Mansion, 3 men in black stood quietly. Their auras surged and were abnormally powerful. Lord, there's an expert. At this moment, one of the men in black said in a deep voice. I see. The Lord of Sky Mansion nodded. He looked at the white-haired man who was rushing over on a horse, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Go and invite him over, the Lord of Sky Mansion said. Yes. The man in black who spoke earlier replied. His figure flashed, and he jumped down from the star-plucking tower. In front of the star-plucking tower, the man in black landed and came to the two people who were rushing over on horseback. Whoosh! Ning Chen reined in his horse. His empty eyes looked at the man in front of him, and he smiled. "Sir, the Lord of Sky Mansion invites you in," the man in black said. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the star-plucking tower in the sky. Although he couldn't see it, he could still feel a powerful aura there. "Yao Ji, wait here." With that, Ning Chen got down from his horse and leaped toward the star-plucking tower like a meteor. After losing his cultivation and consciousness for half a month, Ning Chen gradually adapted to the situation. Other than being unable to feel things that were still, his movements were no different from ordinary people. Ning Chen leaped onto the star-plucking tower and looked at the Lord of Sky Mansion in front of him. He bowed politely and said, "Greetings, Lord of Sky Mansion. I just sensed an expert in the city. Now that I see you, I'm really surprised." The Lord of Sky Mansion smiled. "You flatter me." Ning Chen smiled and said, "I'm here because I have something to ask." "Speak your mind," the Lord of Sky Mansion replied. "I want to leave this world. Is there a way?" Ning Chen asked directly. Hearing this, the Lord of Sky Mansion's expression turned serious and said, "You want to leave this world?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. Hearing this, the Lord of Sky Mansion fell silent. After a long time he said, "You're not from this world?" "No." Ning Chen didn't hide and said, "I fell here by accident." As expected, the Lord of Sky Mansion sighed and said, "Do you know what this world is called?" "No God World," Ning Chen replied. He had heard this name from Yao Ji. "That's right." The Lord of Sky Mansion nodded and said, "There are 9 heavens. Almost all of them have gods. Only this world has no gods. Do you know why?" "I don't know." Ning Chen shook his head. "Because this is a place of exile." The Lord of Sky Mansion sighed and said, "In ancient times, this was a place used by the 9 heavens to exile sinners. Anyone who came here would have their cultivation and consciousness suppressed. They would be no different from a mortal and would never be able to leave." Ning Chen frowned and said, "I can feel a great power in your body. Is that not enough?" "No." The Lord of Sky Mansion said calmly, "Although after so many years, no God World has gradually found some cultivation methods to overcome the laws of heaven and earth, the effect is still limited." As he spoke, the Lord of Sky Mansion looked at the sky and said, "Look at the sky. How many people want to leave and see the real world? It's because in no God World, the further away you are from the earth, the stronger the laws of heaven and earth are. Even the strongest expert of no God World, no God theory, has tried for tens of thousands of years but still couldn't leave this world." "No God theory?" Ning Chen frowned. There was such a name in this world? No God theory is the name she gave herself. As for her real name, no one knows, the Lord of Sky Mansion said calmly. "Can I meet this atheist?" Ning Chen asked with a serious expression. "It's very difficult." The Lord of Sky Mansion shook his head and said, "No God theory is far away in the heaven region. Very few people can enter. Even if they enter the heaven region, the chances of meeting her are very slim." Ning Chen's expression turned serious and he bowed respectfully, saying, "Please advise me, Lord of Sky Mansion." The Lord of Sky Mansion sighed softly and said, "Do you really want to go?" "I must go," Ning Chen said seriously. "All right, I'll help you this time." The Lord of Sky Mansion said seriously, "However, if you can really meet her, I'd like to ask you something." "Please speak, Lord of Sky Mansion." Ning Chen said, "I want to know, I've been cultivating the heaven region for more than 3,000 years. When will I be qualified to enter the heaven region?" The Lord of Sky Mansion said with anticipation. Ning Chen heard it and nodded lightly, saying, "Don't worry, Lord of Sky Mansion. If I'm lucky enough to enter the heaven region and see no God theory, I'll definitely bring your question. Thank you. After speaking, the Lord of Sky Mansion flipped his left hand and an ancient scroll appeared. He handed it to the white-haired young man in front of him. Chapter 1440. This is the map to the Heaven Domain. Follow the directions on the map and you will reach the Heaven Domain. However, the journey to the Heaven Domain is long, so I hope you can be mentally prepared, the Lord of the Heavenly Province said to the young man in front of him. I understand. Thank you, Lord. Ning Chen stepped forward and took the sheepskin scroll. He bowed respectfully and said, I will take my leave. Be careful, the Lord of the Heavenly Province reminded. Ning Chen nodded and did not linger. He walked to the front of the star-picking tower and jumped down. On the ground, Yao Ji waited patiently. When she saw Ning Chen's figure, her face lit up. Ning Chen walked forward and handed the sheepskin scroll to the girl in front of him. He said, To the Heaven Domain. Yao Ji opened the map. When she saw the detailed instructions on the map, her expression froze. This really was a map to the Heaven Domain. The location of the Heaven Domain was a mystery in the entire divine world. Mortals had no right to know. Only immortals knew the location of the Heaven Domain. Let's go, Ning Chen said and left on his horse. Yao Ji reacted and followed after him. The Heaven Domain was extremely far from Sky City. The two of them rode on their horses, not daring to delay for even a moment. On the star-picking tower, the Lord of the Heavenly Province sighed as he watched the two of them leave. After so many years, he had met another person who wanted to leave the divine world. However, how could it be so easy to leave this land of exile that had been abandoned by heaven and earth? Even the #1 expert of the divine world couldn't do it after trying for tens of thousands of years, let alone this young man. On the continent of the divine world, the two of them galloped on their horses. They only stopped to rest when the horses were tired. After rushing for 100 days, the horses finally couldn't bear the exhaustion and fell to the ground. In front of the horse, Ning Chen looked to the east with a solemn expression. At this rate, he didn't know when they would reach the Heaven Domain. After thinking for a long time, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the girl behind him. He said calmly, Yao Ji, I'll carry you. Yao Ji was stunned when she heard this. She didn't know what was going on. Help me lead the way. Ning Chen went up, stopped, and said. He had no choice but to rush to the Heaven Domain as soon as possible. He couldn't care less about the boundaries between men and women. Yao Ji hesitated for a moment before wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning over. Ning Chen carried Yao Ji on his back and leaped towards the east. From this day onwards, Yao Ji became Ning Chen's eyes, guiding Ning Chen towards the Heaven Domain. Ning Chen had lost his cultivation, but the strength of his body was still abnormally strong. Every time he leaped, he was like a bird that flew extremely far away. Yao Ji patted Ning Chen's back and felt the sound of the wind ringing in her ears. At this moment, her mood became very happy. She knew that she had to fight for what she wanted. That was why she disregarded her dignity as a woman and begged to stay by young master's side. She realized that she had made the right bet. She didn't want to spend her life in mediocrity. Even if she died, she wanted to live a wonderful life. Between heaven and earth, Ning Chen carried Yao Ji on his back and sped forward. Mountains and rivers fell behind them as they sped into the distance. For several months, Ning Chen carried Yao Ji on his back, shuttling through mountains and rivers. His speed was extremely fast. In these 3 years, the two of them had traveled for an unknown number of miles. They were not far from the Heaven Domain. Young master, there is a 7-colored cloud over there. In front of a mountain peak, Yao Ji pointed into the distance and said excitedly, the ancient scroll said that the Heaven Domain is often filled with colorful clouds. We might have arrived. Ning Chen focused and didn't stay for long. He took a step forward and sped forward. Heaven Domain, the most mysterious realm of the God realm. Iron chains crisscrossed, fixing a divine land in the void. On a mountain peak in front of the God realm, Ning Chen and Yao Ji arrived and stopped. Young master, we really arrived. The excitement on Yao Ji's face became more and more obvious. She said, "The heaven domain is in front." Ning Chen felt the sound of the wind between heaven and earth, determining the location of the heaven domain. A moment later, Ning Chen took a step forward and flew towards the heaven domain like a shooting star. In the heaven domain, immortals sensed it. They opened their eyes and looked towards the west. Someone came to the heaven domain? In the south of the heaven domain there was a huge stone gate. It was ancient and majestic, blocking the path of trespassers. Ning Chen arrived with Yao Ji on his back. Before he stepped through the stone gate, he was stopped. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the heaven domain?" A heaven general stepped forward to block the way. Behind the heaven general, 100 heavenly soldiers were fully armed and looked alert. "I'm here to see the atheist sect. I hope you can inform them," Ning Chen said with a calm expression. "Do you think the atheist sect is someone you can meet as you wish? Leave." The heaven general refused and said coldly, "I really have something important to tell them. I hope you can inform them." "I'll be very grateful," Ning Chen said patiently. "Get lost. Didn't you hear what I said just now?" The heaven general said coldly. Ning Chen's expression darkened. He finally ran out of patience. He clenched his fists tightly. As expected, he was not a patient person. "Excuse me." With that, Ning Chen's figure flashed. He formed a sword with his right hand and pointed, slashed, chopped, and slashed. In an instant, all the soldiers fell to the ground. On Ning Chen's back, Yao Ji couldn't suppress the excitement on her face. Women worshipped heroes. It had been like this since ancient times. She was no exception. Ning Chen didn't enter the stone door, rushing forward at full speed. "Young master, do you know where the atheist sect is?" Yao Ji asked. "I don't know," Ning Chen replied calmly. "We'll know once we get in." The two of them rushed forward. In the heaven domain, many immortals sensed it and rushed out from their palaces to stop them. Among the immortals, a middle-aged man with a sword took the lead and rushed forward. Ning Chen sensed it and smiled. They really gave him whatever he lacked. The two of them crossed paths. Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed the middle-aged man's hand. He grabbed the ancient sword from the man's hand empty-handed. Rip! The sound of clothes tearing was heard. Ning Chen's sword cut open the man's clothes and avoided the vital parts by a millimeter. The middle-aged man's pants fell. Yao Ji quickly covered her eyes to avoid dirtying her eyes. "Damn it!" The middle-aged man grabbed his pants with a furious expression. Ning Chen ignored him and continued to rush forward. In front of him, 10 immortals attacked together. Ning Chen heard the sound of the wind. With one sword in hand, he dared to block 100 men. In the heaven domain, Ning Chen displayed shocking combat power. Even though he had lost his cultivation and his eyes had lost their light, he feared no one with the sword in his hand. In a few breaths, the 10 immortals were all beaten to the ground. Their clothes were torn and their bodies were covered in bruises. "Young master, you're so powerful," Yao Ji said excitedly. "Lead the way," Ning Chen said calmly. Yao Ji looked ahead and said, "There's a huge palace in front. It looks much more majestic than the other palaces. Could the atheist sect be inside?" Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. "Let's go take a look first." With that, Ning Chen's figure flashed and rushed forward. The atheist palace was the most majestic building in the heaven domain. Ning Chen carried Yao Ji and rushed in. Along the way, he defeated countless immortals and heavenly soldiers. In this world abandoned by the heaven and earth, the strongest immortals were only at the mortal realm. Kings and emperors were rare. Ning Chen once had the strength of a heaven realm supremacy. Even if he lost his power, dealing with these immortals was as easy as lifting a finger. In front of the atheist palace, Ning Chen carried Yao Ji and rushed in. The spacious atheist palace was abnormally quiet. Yao Ji led the way while Ning Chen walked in. His expression was cautious. After entering the atheist palace, he could feel a huge aura. It was comparable to the heaven realm supremacy of the God realm. To be able to cultivate to such a level in the land of exile, the atheist sect's talent was terrifying. Ning Chen walked forward. Suddenly, he stopped. "What's wrong, young master?" Yao Ji was puzzled. "She's here," Ning Chen said. As soon as he said that, footsteps came from the end of the palace. The footsteps were neither fast nor slow. At this moment, Yao Ji's heart skipped a beat. She felt an indescribable pressure. "Don't you think it's rude to barge into the heaven domain?" As she spoke, a woman in silver armor walked out from the end of the palace. Her long hair draped over her shoulders. She looked extraordinary. A woman! Seeing the newcomer, Yao Ji was shocked. The world-renowned atheist was actually a woman? So what if I'm a woman? Does a warrior have to be a man? The atheist sect looked at the two and said indifferently, "I'm Ning Chen." "Greetings, atheist." Ning Chen put Yao Ji down. His empty eyes looked at the person in front of him. He bowed politely and said, "I had no choice but to barge into the heaven domain. I hope atheist can forgive me." At this moment, immortals rushed in from behind them, ready to capture them. Ning Chen frowned. He held the sword in his hand tightly, ready to attack at any time. "All of you back down," the atheist sect said indifferently. "Lord Atheist," a young immortal said anxiously. "Back down." The atheist sect's expression turned cold. This time, none of the immortals dared to say anything and retreated. In the atheist palace, everyone retreated. Only 3 people remained. Ning Chen looked at the number 1 expert of the God realm in front of him and said, "I'm here to ask you something. If I've offended you, I apologize." After saying that, Ning Chen bowed respectfully again to express his apology. "Speak. What are you here for?" The atheist sect didn't make a fuss and said indifferently, "I want to leave this world. I hope atheist sect can guide me." Ning Chen straightened his body and explained his purpose. "Leave this world." The atheist sect narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you know what you're saying?" "I know very well." Ning Chen said calmly, "I want to leave this place." "Impossible." The atheist sect's expression turned cold and said, "This is the land of exile. The laws of heaven and earth are different from other places. No one can leave. You should give up." "If that's the case, why do you keep trying?" Ning Chen said in a deep voice. The atheist sect trembled and clenched his fist. "I've been to a similar place before. However, it's the first time I've seen a place like the God realm that completely suppresses one's cultivation and divine sense." The atheist sect, "Your cultivation has reached the heaven realm. Are you still unable to leave this place?" Ning Chen asked seriously. "You're not from this world?" The atheist sect's eyes shone brightly and said. Chapter 1441. In the No God Palace, as soon as Ning Chen spoke, the aura around No God fluctuated. A powerful pressure spread out, making it hard for people to breathe. Feeling the change in the woman's mind, Ning Chen was startled. He frowned and said, "Not bad, what's wrong?" No God looked at the young man in front of him. After a while, he suddenly laughed crazily. "After 30,000 years, it was finally here. Do you know why I created the heavenly domain and taught cultivation methods?" After a long time, the laughter stopped. No God looked at the white-haired young man in front of him. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. "I want to leave this world. Unfortunately, no matter how hard I cultivate, it's useless." As he spoke, he flipped his left hand. Suddenly, an ancient book shining with silver light fell from the sky. Under the powerful pressure, it was not inferior to any divine artifact in the God world. Ning Chen sensed it and became alert. Something was wrong. "I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll kill you and take everything you have. I'll cultivate for 1,000 years and then leave this place. Second, I'll teach you No God. You can cultivate until the heaven realm. Then, you and I will work together and leave this place." No God looked at the young man in front of him and said calmly. Hearing this, Ning Chen's expression became serious. he said in a deep voice. Why? Even if I tell you, you won't be able to. Atheism stepped forward and looked at the world outside the palace. He said calmly, people of the godly world have lived here for generations. Every drop of blood and every piece of flesh has been deeply affected by this world. It's impossible to leave. I only realized this when I reached the heaven realm. But you're different. You're from the outer world, so the influence isn't as serious. As long as you can reach the heaven realm, you can leave. Heaven realm. After getting the answer, Ning Chen's face flashed with a cold smile. He said, I'm afraid that even if I reach the heaven realm, it will only be a wedding dress for you. No god smiled coldly. It seems that you've guessed it. With that, the atheist raised his hand. Outside the hall, the immortals suddenly trembled and involuntarily flew into the hall. Lord No God! All the immortals were shocked and terrified. Inside No God Palace, the 10 immortals were sucked into the main hall by a powerful force. Around No God, a silver light shone brightly. He clenched his fists, and a terrifying devouring force spread out, directly stripping the cultivation of the 10 immortals. It was a shocking scene. The 10 immortals fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a loud thud. He had cultivated for thousands of years, but his cultivation had dissipated in the blink of an eye, becoming someone else's dowry. In the pool of blood, the faces of the 10 immortals were filled with disbelief. None of them had expected such an outcome. You lunatic! Ning Chen's empty eyes looked at the 10 immortals who had been crippled on the ground. His expression was unusually cold. The celestial realm's secret technique, atheism, turned out to be a technique that harmed others to benefit oneself. No wonder this atheism could cultivate to such an astonishing level in such an unfavorable world. How is it? Have you made your choice? Atheist waved his hand and sent the 10 immortals flying. He looked at the young man in white in front of him and said lightly, What if I don't choose either of them? Ning Chen collected his thoughts and asked coldly, I'm afraid it's not up to you. Atheism raised his hand and a silver light spread out, swallowing the former. Ning Chen stretched out his hand and sent Yao Ji, who was behind him, out of the hall. Then, he took a step forward and slashed at atheism with his sword. In this world, I am a god. Your resistance is meaningless. Atheism raised his hand and blocked the ancient sword. Then, he flipped his left hand and a powerful force surged out. He threw a backhand palm at atheism's chest. You're not a god. You're just a greedy devil. Ning Chen turned his body and dodged the palm energy. The ancient sword turned around and came at him again. He had lost his cultivation, his divine sense was locked, and his eyes could not see anything. However, Ning Chen still had a sword in his hand. After thousands of years of cultivation, the sword had become his instinct. As long as the sword breathed, he would not yield. With a clang, the sword and palm collided. The ancient sword moved away as soon as it touched Ning Chen's hand. Ning Chen used strange steps and moved his body to close the distance. He displayed his supreme sword skills. In the battle, atheism's figure kept moving, dodging one sword light after another. He never thought that a person who had lost his cultivation would still have such powerful strength. Atheism, Elegy of the Gods. After more than 10 moves, atheism raised his hands to the sky. A powerful silver light rolled out like a stormy sea, sweeping across the atheism palace. Ning Chen felt it and pointed his finger at the sword. Blood flowed out of his sword, and his sword intent kept rising. Slay immortals. The way of the sword was to slay immortals and destroy demons. Ning Chen stepped forward and his body was like flowing water. He slashed the silver light in the sky and arrived in front of the woman. With a loud bang, the sword cut down the sinner. Cracks appeared on atheism's silver robe. The ancient sword did not stop, and the sword was dazzling. How dare you! Atheism's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He activated his mysterious art and forced the person in front of him to retreat. 10 feet away, Ning Chen stopped. Blood dripped from the ancient sword and dyed the stone floor of the hall red. It was a shocking battle. Atheism of the Qin realm, who had lost everything but his sword. It was a battle of martial arts with the greatest disparity. From the beginning, there was almost no chance of winning. However, Ning Chen had encountered too many battles like this in his life. He had never given up. If he wanted to leave this place, he must defeat the opponent in front of him. Sword art Tai! Ning Chen shouted. His sword intent spread out in all directions. Even without the laws of heaven and earth of the godly realm, it was difficult to suppress this pure sword intent. The sword intent was infinite. Ning Chen's body gradually became a vacuum. Rays of sword light flashed, dazzling. Atheism's face darkened. This person was infinitely close to the heaven realm. If he entered the heaven realm here, she would not be able to suppress him anymore. Thinking of this, the celestial scroll in Atheism's hand rose into the air. Dazzling silver light surged. Its power was shocking. Atheism, twilight of the gods. It was the end of the gods. Atheism displayed her shocking power. The world of doomsday spread and sealed the entire hall. In an instant, Ning Chen's body became heavier. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He could not move. Atheism stepped forward. Her beautiful but cold face did not have any human emotions. "I'll ask you one last time. Surrender or die." Atheism said coldly. In 3 steps, hell and the human world. In Ning Chen's hand, the ancient sword suddenly burst out with dazzling light. It was desperate and would not surrender. Atheism's face changed. She threw out a palm to block the ancient sword. Boom! After thousands of years of cultivation, the sword had been carved into every inch of her skin. How could a knowing destiny sword be defeated so easily? With a crack, the ancient sword cut open the godly armor, bringing out a waterfall of dazzling blood. Atheism took a few steps back. Her face was filled with shock. In front, Ning Chen stepped forward. His body rushed forward again. The ancient sword slashed across mercilessly. The continuous attacks did not leave the slightest chance to breathe. After losing his cultivation, divine sense, and vision, Ning Chen still displayed amazing combat power. In order to survive, he stubbornly adapted to everything. Under the stormy attacks, Atheism was forced to retreat. Everyone was protected by godly armor, but they were also in a disadvantageous position. Atheism, rain of blood in the granary. Atheism's body was injured. Her eyes were filled with madness. Using blood as a guide, she chose another move of Atheism. Suddenly, in the battle, blood rain fell from the sky like arrows. Ning Chen sensed it. Her figure flashed, dodging the thousands of blood arrows and retreating from the battle. In the void, the silver scroll's brilliance became stronger. Below, Atheism's face was dyed red. Her beauty was breathtaking. However, Ning Chen, who had lost his eyes, could no longer appreciate this. After fighting for a lifetime, Ning Chen's heart no longer had the words, pity, for women. As long as it was an opponent, he would kill them all. Similarly, Atheism, who had lived for countless years, was the same. Her heart was numb. Only indifference was left. As long as she could leave the godly world, Atheism did not mind killing everyone in the godly world. This was human nature. Although it was cruel, it was the reality. In the palace, the 2 figures flashed again. Palms and swords continued to clash. Rumbling sounds rang out unceasingly. In the main hall, one after another, huge stone pillars were cut down by the sword light. The entire main hall began to collapse. Boom! Finally, after 100 moves, the godly palace could no longer withstand the destruction of the battle and completely collapsed. Outside, Yao Ji looked at the collapsed palace in front of her in shock. Young master is still inside. Boom! Before she could finish her thoughts, 2 figures rushed out from the collapsed palace. Behind them, the brilliance was dazzling, and the aura was constantly clashing. The fierce battle was white-hot. Only knowing destiny, who had a sword in his hand, was constantly increasing his combat strength. Facing atheism, who had entered the heavenly realm, he was not at a disadvantage. In the battle, palm forces and sword light crisscrossed. This was the most intense battle in the godly world in tens of thousands of years. For the first time in his life, atheism, who was the strongest in the godly world, met an opponent that he could not defeat. In the distance, heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals rushed over. Seeing the two figures flashing in the sky and on the ground, they wanted to help, but they could not. In fact, ordinary people could intervene in the battle of the heavenly realm. Even if heavenly soldiers came from the sky, they were no different from ordinary people at this moment. Atheism, doomsday punishment. In the heat of the battle, atheism used his ultimate move. In the sky, the scroll burst out with dazzling silver brilliance. Thunder surged and kept falling. In the sea of thunder, Ning Chen's figure flashed through the lightning at an incredible speed. In the void, atheism's face was full of shock. This person's speed could avoid the lightning. The speed of the lightning was the limit of heaven and earth. Even a heavenly realm expert could not avoid the lightning, let alone a person who had lost his cultivation. In a moment of daze, below, a white-clothed figure rushed to the sky, holding the sword with both hands, and slashed down. The terrifying power directly cut a part of the void. Atheism came back to his senses and hurriedly blocked. With a boom, a huge force came. Atheism's body sank and crashed into the ground below. It was a shocking scene. In the distance, heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were shocked. How could atheism be at a disadvantage? Atheism, who had created the heavenly realm and the cultivation method, was no different from a real god in the hearts of the generals of the heavenly realm. It was simply unimaginable that atheism would be defeated. However, today, everyone realized that Lord Atheism might really be defeated. In the ruins, atheism's aura surged, shaking off the surrounding ruins. He looked at the young man in front of him who was descending from the sky. The murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Atheism of the heavenly realm, your heart is completely twisted. Ning Chen felt the gloomy aura around him and said coldly. Chapter 1442. What can you see with your blind eyes? Light? What a joke! Above the ruins of the godless palace, the aura of the heaven domain's atheist continued to rise. He looked at the white-haired youth in front of him and mocked. Although I can't see light, I can still feel the remaining warmth of this world. Atheist, can you really not feel anything? As he spoke, Ning Chen stepped forward. His sword intent rose. He and his sword were of the same mind. Cut the crap. Atheist did not want to argue anymore. He snorted coldly and raised both his hands. Around him, streams of silver light spread out and turned into waves that rushed forward. Ning Chen waved his ancient sword and chopped down. The void rumbled. It looked like an ordinary sword, but it had the power to split the sky and split the sea. The silver waves were cut apart by the sword light. Ning Chen walked in the middle, his sword intent rising continuously. Sword pressure, pure sword pressure, without any impurities. After losing everything, Ning Chen's sword became even purer. Senseless, selfless sword, only destruction. Everywhere Ning Chen passed, life was destroyed. The beginning of the sword was to kill. Atheist felt the shocking change in the former's aura. It was the first time he felt threatened. Strong, unquestionably strong. Facing a heaven realm prime, Ning Chen, who had a sword in his hand, showed his strong ability. He vaguely gained the upper hand. Atheist's heart sank. His figure flashed, and he decided to attack first. Heavy palms met, destroying mountains and shaking seas. Ning Chen held his sword and blocked the attack. With a loud boom, the sword intent around Ning Chen automatically protected him. It intersected and blocked Atheist's attack. 10 steps away, Ning Chen stopped and continued to move forward. It was not enough. Step by step, Ning Chen kept urging the sword intent around him. He did not take the initiative to attack. Atheist seemed to have seen through Ning Chen's intention. His expression turned grave. He gathered his energy and threw out a heavy palm strike. Boom! Palm strike after palm strike, Ning Chen's surging sword intent blocked the heavy attacks. Every time he retreated, he would come back again. An opponent that was hard to destroy was terrifying. Atheist's face grew more and more furious. His last bit of patience was exhausted. He urged the divine energy with both hands. Thunder and fire fell from the sky and gathered around him. Atheist, thunder. The ultimate technique of the heaven domain contained boundless destruction. It had the ability to transform the heavens and earth. Thunder and fire surged violently, devouring the young man in front of him. In front of the thunder and fire, Ning Chen raised his hand. His empty eyes stared at the scene before him. At this moment, it was as if he could see the sea of fire in front of him. The flames were so warm. With the addition of thunder and fire, Ning Chen's phoenix origin was stimulated and showed signs of recovery for a short period of time. However, in the blink of an eye, there were no laws of the god world around them, and they forcefully suppressed the phoenix origin that was about to awaken. As the thunder and fire dissipated, Ning Chen didn't even take half a step back. Instead, he walked forward step by step. Under the indescribable pressure, Wu Xinjie's beautiful face revealed a look of shock and anger, fully exposing the panic in her heart. An opponent that could not be destroyed, even the god of the sky domain would feel powerless. His opponent's mind fluctuated. In front of him, Ning Chen finally moved. Fast, almost in the blink of an eye, the white flowing light streaked across the battlefield and arrived in front of Atheism. 4 symbols God Seal Sword. Dragon Qi appeared around Ning Chen. His sword will took the form of a huge dragon. Heavenly Dragon Shock. With a slash of the sword, a dragon roared into the heavens. The terrifying sword might engulf the entire battlefield. Atheism focused and used both hands to block the attack. With a boom, the two forces clashed, and Atheism's body was instantly sent flying. In front, Ning Chen also rushed out, but his speed was a bit faster, and he arrived in front of Atheism. Azure Dragon Fall. Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed Atheism's shoulder. With extreme speed, he crashed into the mountain in the distance. Roar. The Azure Dragon roared. Above the sky domain, the Azure Dragon roared into the sky and crashed into the mountain in the distance. With a loud rumble, the mountain collapsed, and huge rocks flew everywhere. Within the mountain, the Azure Dragon's form was scattered. Everyone's eyes looked forward, and their expressions became more and more shocked. Did Lord Atheism lose? Boom. Just as everyone was unable to accept this fact, a dazzling silver light exploded from the collapsed mountain in the distance, shaking the entire mountain. Under the rain of falling rocks, Atheism's figure appeared. His body was shining with silver light, and he looked like a god, shocking everyone. Lord Atheism hasn't lost yet. In the sky domain, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals came back to their senses, and their faces were filled with excitement. However, in front of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, several Fourth Realm immortals rushed over from afar, and their expressions didn't relax at all. The outcome of this battle had yet to be decided, and Lord Atheism hadn't won yet. Before this battle, no one would have believed that Lord Atheism would be in such a tough battle. Now, they were all hoping that Lord Atheism wouldn't lose. In the collapsed mountain in the distance, Ning Chen swung his sword and slashed apart the falling rocks. His empty eyes looked at Atheism in the sky, and his brows slightly furrowed. This Atheism was indeed the ruler of the sky domain. It wasn't that easy to defeat him. Heaven Realm immortals all had their own trump card. Next, it would be the real battle of life and death. In the sky, Atheism's silver light became more and more dazzling. Divine essence spread out, continuously suppressing the injuries in his body. The opponent in front of her was unprecedented. She was very lucky to have met such an opponent, who taught her that there was always someone better than her. It was also because of this that she was determined to leave this place. Show me your full strength. Atheism looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and said calmly, I won't hold back anymore. As you wish. Ning Chen stomped his foot and the air around him surged. The dragon roared in the sky and Qi Huang reappeared. In the sky, a giant dragon coiled around, and its power was amazing. Around it, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth kept gathering, supporting the dragon's power. Qi Huang's secret technique was a secret technique that could control the power of heaven and earth. Ning Chen had practiced it for 1,000 years, and now he could use it freely. There was a difference between heaven and earth, but it didn't mean that any power of heaven and earth couldn't be used. Ning Chen used Qi Huang's secret technique, controlling the air outside and condensing the 9 dragons. In the sky, Atheism looked at the 9 dragons in the sky, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. In this godless world, besides her atheism, there were other ways to condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This person was really amazing. Unfortunately, they couldn't travel together. The battle started again. Atheism shouted, and her divine essence rushed out, and her hair danced wildly. In the sky, the floating immortal scroll was affected and spread out. In an instant, on the immortal scroll, silver words appeared out of thin air. Atheism reappeared in the world. Atheism, Doomsday Scripture. Doomsday came and God's Slayer fell. Around atheism, the destructive power kept spreading. In the surrounding heaven and earth, the laws of heaven and earth collapsed rapidly, unable to withstand the destructive power. On the opposite side, sword light rose around Ning Chen, and the dazzling brilliance penetrated the heaven and earth, illuminating the dark world. Great Sword Realm. The Sword Realm reappeared, and the sword intent surged. With Ning Chen as the center, the sword pressure spread rapidly, covering the whole battlefield. Sword Emperor. The Emperor of Swords commanded thousands of swords. In the Sword Realm, Ning Chen's figure rose slowly, and his white hair danced wildly, like a god or a demon. The strongest move, the moment it touched, the outcome would be decided. In the sky, the Doomsday Scripture and the Great Sword Realm collided, and the dazzling brilliance burst out, dispersing the darkness in the sky. In the shocking impact, 2 figures flew out at the same time, and blood splattered, dyeing the sky red. I can't lose. In the sky, Atheism's figure fell, and the moment she landed, she forcefully stabilized her body. She was the master of the godless world, and she was Atheism in the heaven region. How could she lose? Ha! Atheism shouted angrily. She had waited for 30,000 years just for this day. How could she lose? Atheism, the oracle of the heavens. Pushing to the limit, breaking through the limit, Atheism converted the last bit of divine energy. Suddenly, the sky changed drastically, and dark clouds covered the sun, covering the last bit of light. Atheism, in the end, used the oracle of the heavens. It was ironic and sad. Boom! In the sky above the 2 of them, thunder and lightning flashed across the sky, as if doomsday had arrived, and it was shocking. In front of them, Ning Chen descended from the sky. Feeling the overbearing pressure around him, he looked serious. Victory and defeat were decided, and life and death were in front of him. Ning Chen was fully focused, and he waved the ancient sword in his hand, releasing all of his sword intent. Sword art. The sword intent spread out, and the heaven and earth trembled. Everywhere it passed, the heaven and earth rumbled, and all the flowers and trees flew up, completely destroyed by the shocking sword intent. In the next moment, between heaven and earth, sword light appeared out of nowhere, and then flew forward quickly. The sword reached the limit, and it was endless, without beginning or end. Around Ning Chen, thousands of sword lights circled like a storm, shocking the world. Nirvana. The sword of Nirvana was reborn from the destruction. Ning Chen stepped on the ground, and his body flew into the sky. In front of him, atheism also activated his divine energy, and the silver light turned into a huge statue, like an ancient demon god, and it was shocking. In an instant, the demon god and thousands of swords collided, and the terrifying impact caused the entire heaven and earth to collapse. Boom! A shocking explosion rang out. In the battlefield, the collapsed palace was directly razed to the ground by the impact. Ugh! A pool of blood splashed, and in the turbulent aftermath, Ning Chen took a few steps back, and the corner of his mouth was dyed red. In front of him, the demon god statue collapsed, and atheism's body flew out, crashing onto the ground. In the distance, in the heaven region, immortals saw this scene, and their eyes were filled with shock. Defeated! Lord Atheism was actually defeated. It was unbelievable, but they had to believe it. In their hearts, the invincible atheism of the heaven region was really defeated. How could this be? A young immortal who had just entered the immortal region could not accept this scene, and he knelt down powerlessly. How could Lord Atheism be defeated? Outside the heaven region, in the collapsed mountain range, Ning Chen walked forward step by step, until he was in front of atheism. You lost. Ning Chen raised the sword in his hand and pointed at the woman's throat, and said indifferently, "Winner takes all, I have nothing to say." Atheism closed his eyes, and his expression returned to normal, and said, "Do it. I won't kill you." Ning Chen said calmly, "I want to leave here now." Hearing this, Atheism opened his eyes, and after a short moment of shock, he recovered and said in a low voice, "Impossible, no matter how talented you are, to cultivate to the heaven realm, you need at least 1,000 years. Chapter 1443. Outside the heaven region, in a collapsed mountain range. The defeat of the heaven region atheist shocked the world. Ning Chen stepped forward with his sword, but the sword in his hand did not fall. He wanted to leave this world, so he still needed this person for the time being. "I have thought of a way to leave, but I need your help," Ning Chen said calmly. Hearing this, the atheist narrowed his eyes and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will take the opportunity to stop you from leaving? Will you?" Ning Chen said coldly, "If I stay here, I will only be a threat to you. Only if I leave, you will still be the ruler of this world, the only heaven region atheist." The atheist clenched his fists and said coldly, "I can help you, but I want to leave with you. The outside world isn't as beautiful as you imagine it to be. Similarly, this place isn't as unbearable as you imagine it to be. I'm in a hurry to leave, because I have something important to do. But you are different. You were born here. If you leave this world, you might completely lose yourself." Ning Chen said faintly, "I want to leave." The atheist said in a deep voice, "Even if I die, I want to see the outside world." Ning Chen looked back, his empty eyes looking at the heaven region behind him, and said, "Okay." After saying that, Ning Chen stepped forward and flew toward the heaven region. Outside the collapsed atheist palace, Yao Ji was surrounded by the heavenly soldiers and generals. Her face was full of anxiety. Ning Chen walked out from the encirclement of the heavenly soldiers and generals. The heavenly soldiers and generals did not dare to stop him and unconsciously made way for him. Ning Chen walked in front of Yao Ji and said with a calm expression, "Thank you for bringing me here. I might have to leave." Hearing this, Yao Ji was shocked and clenched her fists. "You said that you want a chance to stand out. I will give it to you." After saying that, Ning Chen cut his arm and dyed Yao Ji's body with the phoenix blood. In an instant, flames ignited around Yao Ji's body. The phoenix blood tempered her body and built her foundation. The wound on Ning Chen's arm quickly healed, and in the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. Atheism. I need a cultivation method. Ning Chen turned his head and spoke. Behind him, the atheist walked over and said calmly, "As you wish." After he finished speaking, the silver immortal scroll in front of atheism exploded with a dazzling brilliance. Several large silver characters flew out and sank into Yao Ji's forehead. Not far away, a few immortals were envious when they saw this scene. It was a great honor for the atheist to personally teach him martial arts. Young master, are you leaving? Yao Ji endured the burning pain in her body and looked at the white-haired young man in front of her. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, I have to leave. I'm not from this world to begin with. It was only an accident that I came here. Now I have to leave. Are you coming back? Yao Ji asked, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew that she followed the young master for a chance to stand out, but she was still very reluctant to let him leave. Cultivate well. Ning Chen didn't answer directly. Perhaps he really wouldn't come back. Coming here was an accident. The same accident wouldn't happen a second time. Yao Ji could read the answer from the smile on his face. She couldn't help but throw herself into his arms and cry. Ning Chen reached out and patted the back of the girl in his arms. The smile on his face was very gentle. After living for so long, he gradually became numb. However, he still admired this girl. At least she knew what she wanted. Behind them, the atheist looked at this scene and fell silent. She didn't know how many years it had been since she cried for anyone. Perhaps her heart was no different from a rock. In front of the abandoned hall, the atheist quietly waited for the two. She didn't rush them. She had waited for 30,000 years. Waiting a little longer was nothing. After a long time, Yao Ji calmed down from her sadness. She raised her head and looked at the white-haired young man in front of her. She smiled through her tears and said, Young master, I wish you a safe journey. Thank you. Ning Chen smiled. He turned around and said to the atheist, Start preparing. We need to go to the highest place in this world. Follow me. The atheist nodded. Silver light rose from her body. Her figure flashed and flew toward the east. Ning Chen patted the head of the girl in front of him and said, See you later. After that, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He stepped forward and followed. On the land of the supreme God world, two streams of light flashed one after another. They were extremely fast. The two moved forward, rushing day and night to the highest peak of the supreme God world, Tianzhu Peak. 2 days later, on Tianzhu Peak, the two figures arrived one after another and stopped. This is the highest place in the supreme God world. The atheist looked at the white-haired young man behind her and said. Ning Chen nodded. The laws of heaven and earth here were indeed heavier than other places. It seemed that the truth was as the atheist said. It wasn't easy to leave the supreme God world. Do you have any ideas? The atheist looked at the person in front of her and said in a deep voice. Ning Chen raised his hand. The air around him surged. Giant dragons formed and circled between heaven and earth. The atheist narrowed her eyes. She was a little curious just now. What kind of secret technique could gather the power of heaven and earth in this world? This technique is called the Qi Huang secret technique. I got it by accident from a destroyed race. With this technique, we may be able to leave. Ning Chen said calmly. The atheist frowned and said, This sky is 90,000 miles high. I have tried more than 100 times. The highest I can reach is 80,000 miles. Although the Qi Huang secret technique you mentioned is extraordinary, it is not enough to overcome the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Especially the last 10,000 miles, the power of the laws of heaven and earth will increase exponentially. It is impossible to leave. That's why I asked for your help. Ning Chen looked up. His empty eyes looked at the sky and said, As long as we can reach 80,000 miles, I am confident that I can take you away. The atheist stared at the person in front of her and said in a deep voice, If you plan to leave by yourself when I am exhausted, I advise you to give up. I am not a fool who will be manipulated by you. Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. There is no enmity between us. I have no need to go back on my words. The atheist stared at the person in front of her. After a long time, she said coldly, Okay, I will believe you this time. If you don't keep your promise, I will drag you down with me even if I have to die. Ning Chen smiled and didn't care. On Tianzhu Peak, the two closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing. They adjusted their condition to the best. A day later, the two opened their eyes one after another. The atheist said, "Let's go." Ning Chen nodded and agreed. With a deep shout, the silver light around the atheist shone brightly. A moment later, she turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky with Ji Ming. The sky was 90,000 miles high. The two figures flew quickly into the sky like flying fish, desperately trying to break free from the shackles of the sea. 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles. The first 30,000 miles, the atheist had an easy time. Her heaven realm cultivation was enough to overcome the laws of heaven and earth in the first 30,000 miles. However, after 40,000 miles, the two began to slow down. Carrying one person, the atheist was obviously more strenuous than carrying one person alone. Her silver brilliance rose rapidly, resisting the laws of heaven and earth around her. 40,000 miles, 50,000 miles, 60,000 miles, and 30,000 miles later, the two's speed became slower and slower. Even with her heaven realm cultivation, the atheist gradually found it difficult to resist the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. After 60,000 miles, the atheist shouted and summoned the silver immortal scroll. With the immortal tool's support, her divine essence temporarily recovered. Suddenly, the two's speed increased again, flying toward 70,000 miles high. In the silver brilliance, Ning Chen clearly felt that the atheist's power was gradually reaching its limit. His expression turned serious, and he was ready to take over at any time. Finally, the two broke through the restriction of 60,000 miles high and arrived at 70,000 miles high. At this moment, the laws of heaven and earth had become incomparably heavy. In front of the atheist, the silver immortal scroll's brilliance began to dim rapidly. The last 20,000 miles was the most difficult journey. The atheist looked at the sky, and an unyielding brilliance flashed in her eyes. With a deep shout, she madly burned her divine essence. 30,000 years, she had waited for 30,000 years. How could she give in at this time? At the side, Ning Chen also felt the atheist's strong will, and his face showed respect. No matter what kind of person the atheist was, there was no need to doubt the strength of her will. To be able to work 30,000 miles for an illusory thing, not everyone could do it. This woman was a ruthless character. At 70,000 miles high in the sky, the atheist burned her divine essence. Flames spread around her body as she carried Ning Chen forward rapidly. Gradually, the divine essence in the atheist's body burned out, and she was already at the end of her rope. However, before they reached 80,000 miles high in the sky, the atheist was unwilling to give up. With a furious shout, she directly detonated the immortal scroll that she had cultivated with her life. With a loud bang, the immortal scroll was destroyed. A terrifying force erupted, turning into a pushing force that sent the two of them up to 80,000 miles high in the sky. At 80,000 miles high in the sky, the last of her strength was exhausted. The silver light around the atheist's body dissipated, and her body fell down powerlessly. At this moment, a hand reached out from the sky and grabbed the atheist's falling body. "Leave the rest to me," Ning Chen said calmly. 9 dragons circled around him as he flew up into the sky. 9 dragons soared into the sky. Ning Chen stood on a huge dragon head and moved forward with all his strength. At the last 10,000 miles high in the sky, the pressure of the laws of heaven and earth had reached a horrifying level. Around Ning Chen, the huge dragons collapsed one after another, completely wiped out by the laws of heaven and earth. On the dragon head, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. The laws of heaven and earth of this supreme divine world were indeed terrifying. Even the divergent yellow secret technique could not escape being wiped out. There was an end to heaven and earth. Below, the supreme divine world was getting farther and farther away. Looking from 80,000 miles high in the sky, it was just a small floating island. Seeing that the outer space was not far away, The two remaining huge dragons around Ning Chen collapsed one after another, and their spiritual energy dissipated. At 1,500 miles high, Ning Chen rode on the last huge dragon and moved forward. Sword intent rose around him, and countless sword streams tore through the air, opening a path for the huge dragon under him. 1,500 miles, 1,500 miles, 1,500 miles. Hope was right in front of him. The sword light around Ning Chen became even more dazzling. Chapter 1444. In the supreme divine world, 80,000 miles in the sky, a giant dragon roared and soared to 90,000 miles. 10,000 swords opened the way and the dragon roared. Suddenly, the laws of heaven and earth passed through the barrier of the 10,000 swords and scattered the giant dragon. The collapsed spirit chi returned to heaven and earth. On the dragon's head, Ning Chen's figure fell and the ancient sword in his hand flew out first. Ning Chen's figure took a step and flew on the ancient sword. Around the ancient sword, sword currents soared into the sky, protecting knowing destiny as he walked through the last path to heaven. Boom! Finally, above 90,000 miles, the sword currents broke through the sky and Ning Chen's figure rushed out. The phoenix's cry broke the shackles and soared into the 9 levels of heaven. In the starry sky, 10,000 swords moved forward. Among the 10,000 swords, the phoenix moved forward and left the supreme divine world. Half a day later, on a lonely meteorite in the starry sky, Ning Chen brought atheism to a temporary rest. Atheism sat cross-legged, his divine essence surging as he tried his best to heal his injuries. Ning Chen stood aside quietly and did not disturb him. Not long after, atheism's divine essence converged and his body recovered by 30%. Ning Chen felt atheism wake up and said calmly, "Let's part ways here." Atheism stood up and looked at the beautiful starry sky. Light flashed in his eyes. "Is this the outside world? Where are you going?" After a while, atheism calmed down and looked at the white-haired young man in front of him. "To save someone," Ning Chen said lightly. Atheism's eyes narrowed, and he did not ask any more questions. He nodded and said, "Then let's part ways here. See you later." Ning Chen said calmly and did not stay any longer. Phoenix flames rose around his body, and he turned into a phoenix and flew away quickly. Behind him, atheism looked at the phoenix's shadow in front of him, and a strange look flashed in his eyes again. The phoenix, the king of birds in the legends, actually existed in the world. In the starry sky, Ning Chen moved forward quickly, faster and faster. After being delayed in the supreme divine world for some time, the flame of the great sky lamp became weaker and weaker. Obviously, man's divine essence was gradually drying up. Man, Ning Chen's worry grew stronger and he sped up and continued on his way. Above the mortal realm, the 9 heavens reached the end of the world. Ning Chen came from the God world, and after passing through the separation and reunion heavenly realm, he was infinitely close to the 3rd heaven, the Wuji heaven. According to legend, in the top 3 heavenly realms of the 9 heavens, gods and demons coexisted, and their strength was extremely terrifying. Wild Soul was in front of them. Ning Chen's expression grew serious as he looked at the unbounded heavenly realm. He was very clear that once he entered the boundless heaven, he would face more and more dangers. Ha! In front of the Wuji sky, Ning Chen let out a deep roar, and the sword flow around him surged out, continuously crashing into the space-time barrier in front of him. Boom! The extreme Tao sword intent clashed with the space-time laws, and a terrifying tremor resounded. The moment the space-time barrier rippled, the phoenix transformed, and all of its power was concentrated on a single point. Man and sword became one, and they crashed into the space-time barrier's flaw. With a rumble, the sword light entered the space-time barrier and disappeared. At the same time, in the Wuji heavenly realm, the heaven realm supremes who had lived for countless years sensed something and slowly opened their eyes. Instantly, the sky changed and thunder rumbled. The terrifying phenomenon caused the common people in the everlasting heavenly realm to look at the sky in fear. What a powerful sword intent! Among the heaven realm supremes, a green-robed old man spoke. An ancient sword floated above his legs, and he kept asking to fight. Celestial Venerable Qing Yu, who controlled two kinds of laws of heaven and earth, and his sword cultivation had reached the heaven realm. If he proved one more Tao, he would become a third realm Celestial Venerable. This was a rare achievement, even in the Wuji heavenly realm where Celestial Venerables were everywhere. In the void, Ning Chen's figure moved forward rapidly. Suddenly, his body trembled. This sword intent? Ning Chen looked back, and his divine sense sensed the rapidly rising sword pressure below him. His expression froze. Not good. There was not much time left. Not willing to fight anymore, Ning Chen immediately withdrew his sword pressure and sped up. In the distance, Celestial Venerable Qing Yu sensed something. He raised his hand and pressed down on the ancient sword that kept asking to fight. Avoiding the battle? A swordsman avoiding the battle? Strange. Sword Tao was the Tao of advancing courageously. Anyone who cultivated the Tao of the sword would spend their entire life looking for an opponent to prove their Tao. This person's sword cultivation was not weak, but he chose to avoid the battle. Forget it. Celestial Venerable Qing Yu said indifferently. He closed his eyes and withdrew the sword intent around him. Many thanks. In the distance, a voice of gratitude sounded. Not long after, it quickly disappeared. Coward. At this moment, an arrogant voice sounded in the void. On Ning Chen's path, 10,000 swords soared into the sky. On the 10,000 swords, a white-robed figure flew over. The shocking formation attracted the attention of all parties. Little Celestial Venerable, Dugu Jian. In the Wuji heavenly realm, the gods and demons looked at the sky with strange expressions. Legend had it that Dugu Jian was the reincarnation of a true ancient almighty. He cultivated the sword all his life. Before entering the heaven realm, he could kill a true Celestial Venerable. Hence, he was called Little Celestial Venerable. In the void, Little Celestial Venerable Dugu Jian flew over on his sword. 10,000 swords paved the way. The swordsman avoided the battle. You have humiliated the sword. On the 10,000 swords, Dugu Jian looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and said coldly. Ning Chen ignored him. He did not slow down at all and continued forward. Seeing the arrogant look of the young man in front of him, Dugu Jian was furious. He used his fingers to control his sword, and 10,000 swords slashed at the young man. 10,000 swords broke through the sky with great power. They cut through the void and slashed at knowing destiny. Ning Chen did not care. His figure flashed past without dodging and directly rushed into the 10,000 swords. In the distance, Heavenly Venerable Qingyu, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes again and looked at the sky. At the same time, in the Wuji heavenly realm, several heaven realm sovereigns who stood at the top of the great world also looked at the sky and watched the battle with interest. The little Celestial Venerable's reputation was very well known in the Wuji heavenly realm. After all, a genius who could challenge a heaven realm sovereign was always admired by the young people. All parties were watching. In the void, two figures brushed past each other. Knowing Destiny's figure did not stop at all and continued to move forward. What happened? The fiend gods revealed strange expressions and asked in puzzlement. However, before they finished speaking, a waterfall of blood splattered in the void and covered the sky. How can it be? A severed arm flew down. It was an unbelievable scene. Cold sweat dripped down Dugu Jian's face as he knelt down powerlessly. He had cultivated the sword all his life but did not know it. Today, he finally saw a sword on a sword. In front of him, the white-clothed figure moved forward quickly and disappeared in a short while. An amazing swordsman. In the distance, Heavenly Venerable Qingyu's eyes burst with a strong fighting spirit. This person's sword was enough to be his opponent. Qingyu can't sit still. In the Wuji heavenly realm, the heavenly venerables who stood at the top of the world felt the rising sword intent in Qingyu Mountain. It was difficult to find an opponent. Heavenly Venerable Qingyu had been waiting for more than 10,000 years to prove his swordsmanship. In Qingyu Mountain, Heavenly Venerable Qingyu got up and left with his sword. In the most glorious divine land in the east of the Wuji heavenly realm, the largest divine dynasty of the third heaven was located. The Wuji divine dynasty was famous everywhere. Today, knowing destiny's figure descended from the sky and used the great celestial azure lamp as a guide to find Man. In the land of the Wuji divine dynasty, Ning Chun activated the great celestial azure lamp. Azure light spread out in all directions. At the same time, in the imperial palace of the Wuji divine dynasty, Emperor Wuji felt the powerful force that permeated the entire divine dynasty. His eyes narrowed slightly. Someone was summoning souls in the divine dynasty. I had no choice. I hope Emperor Wuji can forgive me for disturbing your imperial court. At this time, outside the imperial palace, an apologetic voice resounded in the main hall. In front of the throne, Emperor Wuji heard this and the coldness on his face gradually dissipated. He said calmly, "Please be careful. The soul summoning technique may affect the safety of ordinary people." Emperor Wuji, please don't worry. I will be careful and will not affect your imperial court's people. Knowing Destiny's voice sounded again outside the main hall. That would be for the best. Emperor Limitless nodded and didn't say anything else. The fact that this person had informed him in advance was already giving him face. He couldn't be too aggressive. Even he couldn't afford to offend an expert of this level. It was better for both of them to give him some face. In the land of the Wuji divine dynasty, after Ning Chen informed Emperor Wuji, he did his best to find traces of Man. The azure light from the great celestial azure lamp continued to spread and gradually enveloped the entire Wuji divine dynasty. Found him. All of a sudden, Ning Chen felt an extremely long time coming. His expression changed, and without any hesitation, he quickly headed north. In the north of the Wuji divine dynasty, Man's soul was wandering in a black forest. After 100 years, his soul was extremely weak. The black forest looked a bit strange. There were no birds or beasts in the forest except for the trees. It was eerie. The Black Forest was the biggest forbidden area of the Wuji divine dynasty. For thousands of years, no one dared to enter it. However, Man, who was gradually losing his consciousness, could not sense the danger of the Black Forest and accidentally entered it. Not long after, outside the Black Forest, Ning Chen's figure flashed. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by a majestic voice. "Sir, please wait." In the Wuji Divine Palace, Emperor Wuji said seriously, "The Black Forest is ahead. There are many fierce beasts left from ancient times. They are extremely powerful and have a strong sense of territory. Sir, don't go in by mistake." Ning Chen's expression became serious. He said, "Thank you for your reminder, Emperor. However, the person I am looking for is in there. I have to go in." After speaking, Ning Chen did not say anything else. He took a step forward and flashed into the Black Forest. Ning Chen's figure flashed through the Black Forest that stretched for 100,000 miles. He used the Grand Celestial Lamp as a guide to search for Man's track. Roar. Just as Ning Chen was deep in the Black Forest, an extremely terrifying roar came from the depths of the Black Forest to warn others. Ning Chen ignored it and continued forward. He did not stop for a moment. In the depths of the Black Forest, the earth rumbled. A fierce beast the size of a small mountain stood up and roared at the sky. The fierce beast was extremely ferocious. Its entire body was black, and it had 9 heads. Its body was covered in black scales. The roar of the 9 heads shook the world. In front of the fierce beast, a delicate figure stood there in a daze, unaware of the danger. During these 10 days, the fierce beast did not kill the wandering girl's soul. It was like a human disdaining to step on an ant. However, the moment Ji Ming stepped into the black forest, the fierce beast felt threatened. It roared at the sky and black flames spread out from its body. Immediately, the demonic flames in the depths of the black forest devoured the sky. It was a terrifying scene. In the distance, Ning Chen felt it. His expression changed, and the phoenix flames around him flourished. He transformed into a phoenix and flashed towards the depths of the black forest. Chapter 1445. In the depths of the black forest, a ferocious beast that was as tall as a small mountain roared. In front of it, a tiny human girl stood there. Her life was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Feeling the threat from afar, demonic flames surged around the ferocious beast. It was about to swallow the human girl. At this moment, a phoenix roared in the distance. The fiery red phoenix flew past. At the most dangerous moment, it used its body to knock the ferocious beast away. The two behemoths collided with each other. Instantly, the trees in the black forest collapsed and black demonic flames ignited. Ning Chen's figure appeared in the phoenix flames. A sword appeared in his hand and blocked the ferocious beast. Behind him, Ah Man looked at the person in front of her with confusion. Ah Man, hide behind me. I'll bring you out. Chaotic true essence surged around Ning Chen's body, and it protected Ah Man within it. Roar! In front of him, the giant ferocious beast roared again. Black flames covered its feet and its 9 heads spat out demonic flames at the same time. Ning Chen waved his sword and slashed the demonic flames in the sky. He did not want to continue fighting and quickly retreated. Roar! However, the completely enraged black ferocious beast would not give up. With a roar, the black forest around it suddenly shook. It was a shocking scene. The black forest collapsed and the demonic flames spread, turning the entire black forest into a sea of fire. Ning Chen frowned and looked back at the ferocious beast chasing behind him. Killing intent flashed across his face. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Ning Chen's chaotic true essence surged violently. A green coffin appeared and opened, sucking Ah Man's soul into it. After doing all this, Ning Chen's figure flashed past and instantly arrived in front of the black ferocious beast. He punched out and directly smashed one of its heads. Instantly, a violent collision sounded. The ferocious beast's body was directly smashed into the ground, shaking up a cloud of dust. Roar! At this moment, terrifying roars came from all directions in the boundless black forest. All the ferocious beasts went berserk. A giant black bird flapped its wings and swooped down quickly. Ning Chen raised his head and waved his sword, blocking the sharp black claws. At the same time, a giant black tiger rushed over from the west side of the black forest. Its huge body knocked down one tree after another. Ning Chen frowned again. He raised his left hand and blocked the charging black tiger. Roar! At this moment, the 9 ferocious beasts below Ning Chen struggled to get up. Their 9 mouths opened and demonic flames burned the sky. Ning Chen stomped on the ground and dashed hundreds of meters away, avoiding the demonic flames that burned the sky. All of a sudden, the scene around Ning Chen changed rapidly. Flames spewed out of the ground and the sky collapsed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Illusion. Ning Chen's expression changed. Sword chi surged out from his body. With a loud bang, he forcefully broke out of the illusion. At some point in time, a 9-headed black fox had appeared in the battlefield. Its 9 tails were swaying, disrupting one's state of mind. 4 ferocious beasts comparable to Heaven Realm Supremes joined forces to forcibly enter the knowing destiny state. The moment the illusion was broken, the black tiger's body once again charged towards Ning Chen. Ning Chen raised his hand and blocked the black tiger's body. The black tiger's brute strength was astonishing. Carrying Ning Chen, he crashed through one tree after another. They only stopped after they were more than 1,000 feet away. Roar! At this moment, the 9-headed ferocious beast opened its mouth. Demonic flames engulfed the heavens, and it once again pressed forward. Ning Chen turned around and slashed with his sword, scattering the demonic flames that filled the sky. Roar! Before Ning Chen could catch his breath, the black bird swooped down from the sky again. Its sharp claws slashed across, directly tearing apart a part of the void. Ning Chen twisted his body and dodged the bird's sharp claws. At the same time, he shouted and struck out with his palm. A towering waterfall rushed up to the sky. The palm energy swallowed the sky. The black bird was hit by the impact. It screamed and hurriedly flew into the sky again. Woo! At this moment, the 9 black foxes outside the battlefield howled. The dark sound spread out and was extremely ear-piercing. In the battlefield, Ning Chen felt a sharp pain in his ears. His body suddenly staggered. The foxes, who were known for their intelligence and cunning, saw through the weakness of the knowing destiny state's blindness and used the dark sound to attack his hearing. With his ears being attacked, Ning Chen could no longer hear the wind and grass around him. The entire world was completely silent. At this moment, outside the Black Forest, Heavenly Lord Qingyu in a green robe walked in. He looked at the battle deep in the Black Forest and frowned. In the main hall of the Wuji Palace, the Wuji Emperor stood quietly in front of the throne. He was also watching the battle in the Black Forest in the distance. 10,000 years ago, a Heavenly Lord trespassed into the Black Forest and eventually died. Everyone in the Wuji Heavenly Realm knew about the dangers of the Black Forest. The most dangerous existences in the Black Forest were the 4 ancient ferocious beasts. They were extremely powerful. Usually, they were like fire and water. However, once an enemy intruded, the 4 ferocious beasts would immediately put aside their grudges and work together to fight against the enemy. Humans were intelligent, and so were the ferocious beasts. Most of the time, the intelligence of the ferocious beasts was even more terrifying. That young man was blind. Although he was powerful, his weakness was also obvious. With the black fox around, any small flaw would be infinitely magnified. If that young man could not deal with this predicament, he would most likely die. Deep in the Black Forest, knowing Destiny's State, who had lost both his eyes and ears, stood quietly in the darkness. He used his divine sense as his eyes to guard against the dangers around him. Around the battlefield, the 9 Kirins, the 9-tailed black fox, the black tiger, and the giant bird all stayed where they were cautiously. They were not in a hurry to attack. They could feel the power of the human in front of them and were unwilling to attack rashly. Woo! Outside the battlefield, the 9-tailed black fox roared again. The mysterious sound was like waves, destroying everything in its path. In the center of the battlefield, Ning Chen was hit by the mysterious sound. Blood splashed all over his body, and he retreated several steps. His divine sense, which was in great pain, was affected by the mysterious sound. He could no longer distinguish things. 10 steps away, Ning Chen covered his head with his left hand. Cold sweat poured down his body. Even he did not expect these ferocious beasts to be so powerful. Knowing that if he could not deal with this situation, he would die here, Ning Chen clenched his hands. In the turbulent airflow, the human and demon swords appeared. His vision, hearing, and divine sense were all lost. Only darkness was left around Ning Chen. However, he still had his swords. The human and sword breathed together, the human and sword felt together, and the human and sword sounded together. In the depths of the Black Forest, Ning Chen stepped forward. In a flash, he was in front of the black fox like lightning. When the sword reached a new level, the human and sword became one, the human and sword breathed together. Wherever the sword went, the human and sword felt together. The black fox roared. Its 9 tails swayed and slapped down at the same time. The 9 tails were as heavy as mountains. Ning Chen walked among them, and the 2 swords rotated. It was a shocking scene. The 2 swords slashed across, and the 2 tails were cut off. Every time the extremely sharp divine swords slashed, there would be a waterfall of blood. With the human and sword as one, Ning Chen relied on the senses of the swords. His moves were completely instinctive. The black fox was injured. Not far away, the black tiger immediately rushed over, wanting to save the black fox from danger. The two swords moved rhythmically. Ning Chen's body moved at the same time. He stepped forward and avoided the rampaging black tiger. Space break. The human and tiger brushed past each other. Ning Chen waved his sword. The human and sword shone brightly. One sword cut through the void. The black tiger roared. A horrifying sword wound appeared on its body. It was so deep that its bones could be seen. Roar! Behind him, the 9 Qilins opened their mouths. Demonic fire spewed out and attacked again. World-burning demonic flame. In Ning Chen's left hand, the demonic sword hummed. The demonic flame burned brightly. He waved his sword and met the attack head-on. In an instant, the demonic fire and demonic flame collided with each other. The chaotic demonic flame destroyed the demonic fire and swallowed the 9 Qilins. Within the demonic flame, the 9 Qilins roared. They ran around in pain and crashed into a mountain peak not far away. After pushing back the 3 beasts, Ning Chen's momentum was exhausted. In the sky, the giant black bird swooped down, its sharp claws threatening to kill. Immortal execution! In the moment of crisis, Ning Chen shouted. Ferocious aura erupted from his body. The immortal execution appeared and blocked the deadly claws with a loud bang. 3 swords struck out at the same time. The giant black bird's attack was blocked. Ning Chen's 2 swords slashed across. Immediately, blood splattered all over the sky, falling like rain. The 2 swords slashed at its wings. The giant black bird let out a long and mournful cry. Its body fell down involuntarily. Azure Dragon Fall! Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed the giant black bird. He slammed it on the ground. The scattered black feathers were dyed red with blood. Ning Chen's white clothes were dyed red. In the battle, the 9 Qilins, the 9-tailed black fox, and the black tiger were terrified. The threat of death was right in front of them. The 3 ancient beasts that had ruled the Black Forest for tens of thousands of years finally realized that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. The 3 beasts looked at each other and didn't dare to fight anymore. They turned around and fled in different directions in the Black Forest. In the center of the battle, Ning Chen's demonic aura surged and swallowed the giant black bird. After a long time, Ning Chen suppressed the injuries in his body and walked in the direction of the black fox. The black fox's skills were extraordinary and useful to him. In the north of the Black Forest, the black fox that had lost its 2 tails hid in the mountains. It trembled and didn't dare to breathe loudly. In front of the mountains, Ning Chen stepped forward. He released his divine sense, and a cold expression flashed across his face. Found it! Ning Chen raised the demonic sword in his hand and slashed down. In the Black Forest, a shocking sword light descended from the sky and slashed the mountains in front of him. In the rumbling, the mountains separated. The black fox's huge body appeared in front of him. There was nowhere to hide. Ning Chen stepped forward. His expression was cold and emotionless. The demonic sword flickered and didn't hide its murderous intent at all. Under Ning Chen's empty eyes, his heart was as cold as ice. "Aren't you going to run any more?" Ning Chen said coldly. "Woo!" The black fox lowered its body and begged for mercy, trembling. The fox's innate intelligence made it more respectful to the strong. It knew that if it continued to resist, the human in front of it would definitely kill it without hesitation. In front of the black fox, Ning Chen raised his hand and pressed on the black fox's head. His body shone with a strange light. Layers of divine restrictions formed a silver halo, binding the black fox's limbs and head. After a while, the silver light disappeared and entered the black fox's body. "Little gourd," Ning Chen called. "Immortal." The little gourd heard the call and flew out. It said happily, "Immortal, what's the matter? This fox is for you." Ning Chen raised his hand and a small bell formed. It turned into a pendant and hung on the little gourd's neck. "What's this?" The little gourd picked up the small bell in front of its chest and shook it gently. It was curious. The bell rang. In front, the black fox suddenly let out a shrill scream. Silver halos appeared on its limbs and head and shrank rapidly. Chapter 1446. In the Black Forest, Ning Chen subdued the black fox and did not stay any longer. He turned around and left. Outside the Black Forest, Emperor Qing Yu stood there, waiting patiently. Not long after, Ning Chen walked out, his body full of blood qi. After a great battle, he did not have time to clean his blood-stained clothes. Outside the Black Forest, two figures brushed past each other. Emperor Qing Yu said calmly, "You owe me a battle." Ning Chen stopped. "I don't have time. If you want to find an opponent, you can go to the Divine World." Divine World? Emperor Qing Yu frowned slightly. "You are from the Divine World." Ning Chen nodded. "Moreover, I will return to the Divine World now." Emperor Qing Yu narrowed his eyes. "There is a sword expert like you in the Divine World?" "There is," Ning Chen said calmly. "There is a person called the Son of Heaven Sword Master. His sword cultivation is not below mine. Before this, I fought with him once. If not for my good luck, I might have died in his hand." Emperor Qing Yu's eyes flashed. There was such an expert? Even he did not dare to say that he could win against the young man in front of him. A battle of the sword was full of changes. The young man in front of him had truly reached the peak of perfection in sword cultivation. Perhaps it would not be long before he could use the sword to understand the Tao. "We will meet again," Ning Chen said. Without further delay, he took a step and soared into the sky. In the next moment, the sword light broke through the void and disappeared. In front of the Black Forest, Emperor Qing Yu looked at the figure in the sky, frowning slightly. This person was indeed the best opponent, but he did not have the heart to fight. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Qing Yu took a step and turned into a stream of light, flying into the sky. Since there was a powerful sword expert in the Divine World, then he would make a trip. Outside the everlasting sky, two sword lights flashed past, moving forward rapidly. Ning Chen felt Emperor Qing Yu chasing behind him, but he ignored him and continued on his way. The two of them hurried on their way to the Divine World. In the second layer of heaven, outside the separation and reunion sky, the two rushed in one after another, shocking everyone. "It's him again." In the separation and reunion heaven, the faces of the Heaven Realm Supremes darkened. The lesson of the Turtle Spirit Patriarch was still vivid in their minds. No one dared to make trouble again. In the void, Emperor Qing Yu felt the silence of the Heaven Realm Sovereigns in the separation and reunion heavenly realm, and a strange look appeared on his face. From the looks of it, this young man had given these people quite a bit of pressure in the separation and reunion heavenly realm. Several days later, the two of them rushed out of the separation and reunion heavenly realm and continued their journey to the Divine World. In the northern realm of the divinity, Empress Shui Yun stood quietly in front of the imperial palace, waiting for knowing destiny to return. That day, when she lit the big sky green lantern, the flame of the green lantern was already very weak. Counting the days, that brat should be back soon. Otherwise, even if the golden immortal of the great firmament was alive, he would not be able to save that girl. Before Shao Chen could finish his thoughts, the cry of a phoenix resounded in the 9 heavens. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, phoenix flames swept across the sky at an extremely fast speed, even faster than lightning. "Here it comes." The Empress's eyes froze. She had finally rushed back. In the sky above the northern region, a phoenix descended from the sky, its body surging with phoenix flames, shocking the world. Ning Chen walked out of the phoenix flames and looked at the Empress who was waiting in front of him. He bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Empress." No need to say anything more. Where is he? There was not much time left, so the Empress did not want to say anything more. Ning Chen waved his hand, and a green coffin appeared out of thin air. With a rumble, the green coffin opened and landed in front of the Empress. The Empress focused and did not delay for a moment. With a deep shout, the light around her body shone brightly, and she soared into the sky. In the void, Empress Shui Yun displayed her shocking ability again. Majestic and powerful chants resounded as she used a supreme secret technique to fuse Man's divine soul and physical body. After 100 years, her divine soul had been severely damaged. Even someone as strong as Empress Shui Yun did not dare to be careless. She fully activated her cultivation and changed her fate. Boom! At this moment, wind and thunder roared in the 9 heavens, punishing those who defied the heavens. Below, Ning Chen's figure flashed past and instantly appeared in the void. He unsheathed his 2 swords and blocked the heavenly punishment. Boom! Earth-shattering tremors resounded. Ning Chen blocked the heavenly punishment with his 2 swords, protecting the last pure land for the Empress below. The two who had once faced each other in life and death were now working together to change the fate of the deceased. In the distance, celestial venerable Qingyu descended from the sky. Looking at the scene in front of him, his expression became serious. It turned out that he was in such a hurry to save someone. That woman's strength was also shocking. The divinity was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Boom! In the 9 heavens, endless lightning struck down. Under the sea of lightning, Ning Chen's 2 swords danced together, protecting the final line. The heavenly punishment was all over his body, and its power multiplied. Ning Chen's true yuan surged and attracted all the heavenly punishment. Below, the Empress also gathered all her power. She flipped her hands and guided Man's physical body and divine soul to slowly fuse together. Empress Shui Yun, the most powerful person in the north, used heavenly methods to defy the heavens and forcefully revive the deceased. As the divine soul and physical body fused, a terrifying will of heaven and earth erupted. The heavens sensed it, an endless power of rules gathered to destroy the resurrected deceased. It was a shocking scene. In the void, a giant hand of rules condensed and directly grabbed at the 2 people in front of it. Seeing this, the Empress's expression darkened. She condensed her true yuan, and cold air filled the air. She directly met it with a powerful palm. With a boom, the heavens and earth changed. An emperor shook the heavens, and an earth-shattering impact sounded. The giant hand of rules directly collapsed. At the heaven realm, every heaven realm venerable already had the power to contend with the great world. As the leader of the heaven realm venerables, the Empress's strength was even more tyrannical. Even in the face of the great world's rules, she was not afraid at all. In the sky above the imperial palace, the human and the god worked together. A man, whose divine soul had been separated for 100 years, finally had her physical body and soul completely fused. However, after a dozen breaths, there was still no sign of life around Man. Even her heart did not beat. In front of her, the Empress's expression became more and more serious. The divine soul and physical body had been separated for too long, and the vitality of the physical body had almost dissipated. This was troublesome. This girl might not be able to be saved. The Empress looked at the white-haired young man in the sky who was still blocking the tribulation. Pity flashed in her eyes. If she told this news to this person, it would be too cruel. Boom! In the sky, lightning fell from the sky. Under the sea of lightning, Ning Chen blocked the lightning with his 2 swords. He was as still as a mountain. If he took another step back, he would die. In order to revive Man, Ning Chen refused to take even half a step back. He took all the punishment by himself. The heavens were furious. Above the 9 heavens, lightning and fire rolled. The scene of burning the sky was shocking. Boom! Lightning and fire broke through the sky, and its power was even more shocking. Under the sea of lightning, Ning Chen crossed his 2 swords and blocked the punishment by himself. With a terrifying tremor, Ning Chen's hands, which were holding the swords, cracked and blood splashed out. The undying demon body showed its power again and quickly healed knowing destiny's injured body. In the face of the increasingly terrifying punishment, Ning Chen's true yuan rose rapidly. The spiritual qi around him surged and turned into a huge storm to block the shocking punishment by himself. Below, the Empress looked at the unconscious man in front of her. She poured her true yuan into her body and tried her best. However, everything was in vain. After trying for a long time, she still couldn't ignite the flame of life in man's body. The Empress clenched her hands and looked at the white-haired young man in the sky again. She could see that this girl was very important to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled hundreds of millions of miles and risked his life. However, she tried her best. If the flame of life couldn't be ignited, even she couldn't save her. Boom! Lightning fell from the sky. Ning Chen, who didn't know the truth, blocked the lightning again with his sword. Blood splashed from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes red. In the face of the increasingly powerful punishment, Ning Chen still didn't step back. He resisted the will of heaven and earth with his body. In the distance, as an outsider, Lord Qingyu saw this scene and sighed. He had guessed the truth. That girl couldn't be saved. Even though they were the supremes in the heaven state, there were things they couldn't do. For example, reviving the dead. No matter how powerful the supremes were, they couldn't save someone who was already dead. Even deities couldn't do that. If that girl still had a trace of life in her body, there might be hope of saving her. However, that wasn't the case. Just then, in the sky above the imperial palace, the energy around the Empress changed. Her hands kept forming hand seals. A strange light rose up. It was so dazzling. After a while, rays of light entered Aman's body. They turned into layers of seals and entered her sea of qi. After doing all this, the Empress waved her hand and sent Aman into the green coffin. The green coffin closed and covered all of her energy. In the sky, the rolling clouds couldn't sense Aman's energy and quickly dispersed. Ning Chen sensed something. He looked down with his empty eyes and was confused. "Is she awake?" Ning Chen said with an expectant expression. "Not yet. Her soul and body have been separated for too long. She can't wake up yet." The Empress smiled. "However, you don't have to worry too much. Her soul has returned. It's only a matter of time before she wakes up." Hearing this, Ning Chen frowned and said, "Do you have a specific time?" The Empress thought for a while and said, "Maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000 years. There's no rush." Ning Chen was silent. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Empress." The Empress nodded and waved her hand to send the green coffin out. She smiled and said, "This green coffin is extraordinary. It doesn't look like an ordinary item. Where did you get it?" 100 years ago, I went to the eastern celestial world and took this coffin," Ning Chen said honestly. "I see." The Empress nodded. "Protect this girl's body well. She will wake up sooner or later. Remember, don't let her body be damaged. Otherwise, she may never wake up." "I will." Ning Chen nodded. Phoenix flames spread around his body. A phoenix appeared and swallowed the green coffin. "Is that celestial venerable your friend?" The Empress looked into the distance and deliberately changed the topic. "No," Ning Chen said softly. "He's a celestial venerable of the third heaven. He came here to find an opponent to prove his sword." "Wuji heaven?" The Empress's eyes flashed with surprise. This person came from there. Seeing that the matter was over, Celestial Venerable Qing Yu's figure flashed and came in front of the two. Wuji Heaven Qing Yu greets the two friends. Celestial Venerable Qing Yu bowed politely. "Celestial Venerable, you're too polite." The Empress returned the greeting and said softly, "Honorable guests, please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." "You're too polite." Celestial Venerable Qing Yu replied. He looked at the white-haired young man and sighed in his heart. He opened his mouth but stopped. Chapter 1447. In the Northern Territory, in the sky above Water Cloud Imperial Palace, Emperor Qingyu had chased after them for hundreds of millions of miles, all for the sake of proving his sword. Ning Chen stood in the air. His white hair danced in the wind, and there were bloodstains on his white robes. The female empress and Emperor Qingyu looked at the young man before them, suppressing the words in their hearts. He hoped that the young man in front of him would discover this fact later. Ning Chen, I will only give you 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, your life will belong to me, the Water Empress said in a serious tone. I will keep my promise. Ning Chen nodded. Ahead, Emperor Qingyu looked at the young man before him and opened his mouth to say, Friend, can you have a battle? Ning Chen was silent for a long time before he spoke. Heavenly Sovereign, I'll take you to the Eastern God realm. The Son of Heaven Sword's master is there. When Emperor Qingyu heard that, he sighed in his heart and nodded his head, not forcing it anymore. Thank you. Emperor Qingyu replied politely. Empress, thank you for your help. I'll take my leave first. Ning Chen turned to Empress Shui Yun and bowed. Then, he turned around and rushed toward the Eastern Divine Realm. Emperor Qingyu followed after with a step, his figure transforming into a green light, chasing after at high speed. Several days later, in the Eastern Divine Realm, Ning Chen arrived with Emperor Qingyu. He released his divine senses to search for Bai Wangyu and Yao Yu's auras. In the northwest of the Eastern Divine Realm, inside a large temple, Bai Wangyu felt the oppressive might of several breaths in the distance and immediately released his aura. Over there. Ning Chen sensed it and immediately rushed towards the north. A strange light flashed in Emperor Qingyu's eyes. Another swordsman? The God realm was truly a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Half a day later, in the Dragon King Temple, Ning Chen and Emperor Qingyu descended from the sky and entered the temple. In the temple, Bai Wangyu quickly walked forward. When he saw the 2 days later, his expression was clearly startled. This is? Bai Wangyu asked. Emperor Qingyu, from the third heaven. Ning Chen introduced. This is Bai Wangyu. Limitless heaven? When Bai Wangyu heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. This person actually came from the Wuji celestial realm. Nice to meet you. Emperor Qingyu said politely. Bai Wangyu returned the greeting. Suddenly, his expression froze. He looked at Ning Chen's eyes and said in shock, Your eyes. It's just that I can't see. It doesn't matter, Ning Chen said calmly. However, before he could finish his words, a beautiful figure quickly walked over from behind the Dragon King Temple. When she saw the white-haired young man in front of her, tears welled up in her eyes. Benefactor. Yu Yao stepped forward and bowed. Ning Chen stepped forward and helped the girl up. He smiled and said, I haven't seen you for 100 years. Your cultivation base has improved a lot. Yao Yu looked at the empty eyes of the person in front of her. She clenched her fists and sobbed softly. What about Qing Jian? How is he? Ning Chen asked. Not long after you left, he woke up and then left. Bai Wangyu replied. Ning Chen nodded. Qing Jian had his own path to walk, and it was impossible for him to walk with them forever. Friend, can we have a fight? At this time, behind Ning Chen, Emperor Qingyu looked at the white-robed young man and asked seriously. When Bai Wangyu heard this, his expression froze. A moment later, he came back to his senses and shook his head. No. Why? Emperor Qingyu said with a frown. You came to me because Ning Chen didn't want to fight with you. That's why you came to me. I won't fight either. You can find someone else. Bai Wangyu rejected. Emperor Qingyu was speechless, not knowing what to say. Is the Son of Heaven Sword's master in the Eastern Divine World now? Ning Chen asked. He's in the Son of Heaven Sword sect. After saying that, Bai Wangyu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said, That's right. You can go and find the Son of Heaven Sword's master to issue a challenge. It's said that the Son of Heaven Sword's master will soon step into the fifth realm and become the first person in the world to break into the heaven realm with the sword Dao. When Emperor Qingyu heard this, his expression changed. He closed his eyes and released his divine sense. Suddenly, a powerful divine sense quickly spread out in the eastern divine world. 100,000 miles away, in the Son of Heaven Sword sect, the Son of Heaven Sword's master felt it. He opened his eyes and a flash of golden light burst out. In the void, two powerful sword intents collided. They were separated by 100,000 miles and separated by heaven and earth. What a powerful sword intent! Emperor Qingyu and the Son of Heaven Sword's master's expressions froze at the same time. They were shocked by the other party's strength. In the Dragon King Temple, Emperor Qingyu opened his eyes and turned to walk out of the temple. Behind him, Ning Chen stood quietly and said, "Be careful. The Son of Heaven Sword's master is very strong. Especially his eyes, they can see through any move." "Thank you for the reminder." Emperor Qingyu stopped and responded. Then, he took a step and leaped into the distance. In the temple, Bai Wangyu looked at the white-haired man in front of him and said, "Why did you bring back such an old monster?" He could see that this Emperor Qingyu was an extremely powerful existence. Even compared to the four rulers of the divine world, he was not inferior. "It's a long story," Ning Chen said calmly. "Let's go. Let's also watch this battle of the sword. Maybe we can learn something." "That's what I was thinking." Bai Wangyu smiled. Behind him, Yao Yu stepped forward and followed closely behind. "Oh right, in these 100 years, did the Son of Heaven Sword sect find trouble with you?" Ning Chen asked. "No." Bai Wangyu shook his head. "Strange." Ning Chen revealed a strange expression. Back then when he saved Yao Yu, the Son of Heaven Sword's master even personally made a move. Now, the Son of Heaven Sword sect was so calm. It was really unusual. There was also one thing that he had always been concerned about. It was the seal in Yao Yu's body. The seal in Yao Yu's body was something that even he could not understand. It was definitely not set up by an ordinary person. Was this matter related to the Son of Heaven Sword sect? 100,000 miles to the east, above the Son of Heaven Sword sect, a green sword light broke through the sky. On the ancient sword, Emperor Qingyu stood quietly with a celestial aura. On the Son of Heaven Sword peak, the Son of Heaven Sword's master stood proudly. He looked at the figure in the sky, his sword intent rising. "I'm Qingyu. I'm here to fight." In the void, Emperor Qingyu waved his hand. A sword scroll fell from the sky and landed on the Son of Heaven Sword. The Son of Heaven Sword's master looked at the sword scroll in front of him and narrowed his eyes. "When and where?" 3 days later, 30,000 miles to the west on the Great River. Emperor Qingyu said, "Sky Mirror Lake? It suits the occasion." "Sure." The Son of Heaven Sword's master nodded and said, "I'll accept this sword scroll. We'll meet again someday." In the void, Emperor Qingyu replied and flew away on his sword. Sky Mirror Lake, the sun rose and set. 3 days later, the great battle was about to begin. It was unknown who spread the news that 2 peerless swordsmen were going to fight here. In 3 days, experts from all over the divine world rushed over to watch the battle of swordsmen. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The moon set and the sun rose. When the first rays of dawn fell on the earth, in the distance, 2 beams of sword light fell from the sky. Similarly, the majestic sword intent shocked everyone. The 4 sovereigns of the divine world were also paying attention to this battle. It had been countless years since a sword Tao Empyrean had appeared. The Son of Heaven Sword Sovereign was hailed as the person most likely to become a sword Tao Empyrean. As for his opponent, he was also extremely powerful, someone who could control 2 types of heavenly Daos. If he could prove his sword Tao, he would become a 3 Daos Empyrean. Outside the Sky Mirror Lake, 3 figures descended from the sky. They were none other than Ning Chen and the other 2 who came to watch the battle. His white hair fluttered in the wind. Ning Chen stood quietly in the void, waiting for the battle to begin. 100 years had passed. The strength of the Son of Heaven Sword's master was definitely stronger than before. How would he fare against a true Empyrean? Ning Chen, who do you think has a higher chance of winning between the Son of Heaven Sword's master and Empyrean Qingyu? On the left, Bai Wangyu asked. 50-50. Ning Chen said calmly. Oh! Bai Wangyu's eyes narrowed. This Empyrean Qingyu has already grasped 2 types of heavenly Tao laws. His realm is completely suppressed. How can the Son of Heaven's Sword overcome this disadvantage? 100 years ago, the Son of Heaven Sword's master and I once joined forces to fight the Empress. At that time, I could faintly feel an extremely powerful force within the Son of Heaven Sword's master. However, this person is good at hiding and has never used his full strength. Ning Chen replied. You deliberately arranged this battle for this reason? Bai Wangyu asked in surprise. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. Ning Chen said indifferently. The Son of Heaven Sword's master is an enemy and not a friend. We will have to fight him sooner or later. Why don't we take this opportunity to find out more about him? Impressive. Bai Wangyu gave him a thumbs up and said in admiration, You really never forget to scheme against others. Just focus on watching the battle. Ning Chen said calmly and did not say anything else. His empty eyes looked forward as he released his divine sense, waiting for the battle to start. On the heavenly mirror lake, raging waves surged. The largest river in the eastern divine realm, stretching for thousands of miles, converged here, creating a shocking scene. Above the great river, 2 of the world's top swordsmen rose into the air. The atmosphere was heavy and the battle was about to start. Please. The 2 spoke at the same time. As their voices fell, 2 divine swords were unsheathed. In an instant, the battle on the heavenly mirror lake began. The 2 figures disappeared, turning into flowing light and colliding together. Boom! There was no probing, no mercy. The battle was white-hot from the beginning. The 2 turned into sword light, colliding continuously between heaven and earth. They were so fast that even their figures could not be seen clearly. Outside the battle, the experts of the divine realm were watching the battle, their faces full of shock. This was no longer an ordinary battle, but a battle of gods. The 2 of them were comparable to real gods. In an abnormally intense battle, the 2 figures intersected and rushed into the sky, reaching the 9 heavens. Below, everyone was watching the battle, their eyes looking at the sky. Floating clouds covered their eyes. At this moment, golden light shone brightly in the sky, completely blocking everyone's sight. The golden light exploded. Below, everyone's eyes were stimulated, and they immediately closed their eyes subconsciously. Not good. At this moment, Ning Chen's expression changed slightly. He stepped into the air and rushed into the sky. In the void, Empyrean Qingyu's body fell from the sky. His green robe was dyed red, and he was abnormally miserable. Ning Chen caught Empyrean Qingyu. His divine sense passed through the golden light and locked onto the Son of Heaven Sword's owner. Suddenly, Ning Chen's face sank again. His empty eyes looked below, and he immediately rushed over. I'll take the 2 of them away. On the heavenly mirror lake, golden light gathered. The Son of Heaven Sword's owner walked out of thin air and came behind by Wang Yu and Yao Yu. He raised his hand to stop the 2, and then he turned into golden light and left. Boom! Just as the Son of Heaven Sword's owner left below, the heavenly mirror lake was directly cut open by the sword light. Ning Chen rushed over with his sword in hand, and without any pause, he quickly chased after him.